We have seen a dramatic scaling up of which the APRM has been perceived.
The transition between the previous CEO and the current CEO looked like it has really gone really smoothly.
We have noticed as APRM Secretariat a continuation of many programs which have already started since the former leadership led by Professor Eddie Maluka.
And of course, like any other institution, it had instances as well as spaces where it needed strengthening, where it needed renewal. And I think the kind of energy that she's brought in, more especially as the first ever woman chief executive officer of the organization.
The fact in itself that we have a lady at the helm leading the APRM process is an achievement. It's a clear reflection of good governance, by the way.
Elle est arrivée avec une vision claire, renforcer le rôle des structures nationales, améliorer le suivi des plans d'action et faire du MAP un acteur incontournable de la gouvernance sur notre continent.
In terms of the Directorate of Operations, we have seen significant improvements in the operating effectiveness and efficiency of the APRM. We have seen the introduction of the 3Ps internal strategy of professionalism, probity, and performance, which has actually ensured strict compliance with financial rules, procurement processes, and adequate planning of program activities.
Now, the challenge is when you inherit a success story, what do you do? So what we've done, we've evaluated the APRM. There was already an impact assessment report. And then we developed a strategic plan as to how then do we build on the strong foundation that had already existed.
When I went through the strategic plan that had been developed, I asked myself the question, I think the APRM is now becoming the hub, for the implementation of the African Union agenda. And more importantly, with the introduction of the e-governance.
So that has been introduced as the sixth thematic area in the APRM, and it's consequential across all the other themes. But not only that, it's consequential both internally for us as an institution, that we are going to improve the way we function. We are going to operate more efficiently. As you know, we have been going through austerity as an institution. By focusing on e-governance and looking at the technology tools and innovations that are before us, we improve the way we function as an organization, the African peer review mechanism, continental secretariat, but we also then take that out into all our work.
And all of us can agree with that e-governance will help us to accelerate the implementation of our agendas 2063.
And the strategic direction she intends to take this APRM really, for me, is something that's definitely going to change the trajectory of our continent in as far as governance and progress is concerned. Change for better, of course.
One thing that I can say for sure is that the new CEO, who is no longer new because she's 1 year old now, has done a great job in not just revitalizing the APRM Secretariat in terms of it's been effective with its mandate, but also bringing new fresh breath in terms of how APRM is perceived.
One thing I've noticed from the Continental Secretariat is the turnaround time for things to be done. In the past, as NGCs, one of our problems had been that things don't get done in time for us to also work within our prospective member states.
Visibility that we've given APRM and looking forward with her to continue that visibility, expanding APRM's work in the 6th region.
This year, many things have happened. The adoption of the Africa Community.
Good morning, everyone.
We are even now.
We will be kicking off very shortly, so please do take your seats so that we can begin on time today. Thank you.
government.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our continent.
Under the banner of youth and governance, from promise to prosperity, we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions. To provoke, to lead. Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme. It is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up, to shake things up.
Imagine a continent where all African nations uphold values of good governance, peace, and sustainable development. This vision is what drives the African Peer Review Mechanism, commonly known as the APRM. So, what is the APRM and what makes it unique? The APRM was founded in 2003 by the African Union Heads of State and Government as an autonomous entity of the African Union. The APRM is a self-assessment and peer review process where member states voluntarily participate to promote good governance, transparency, peace, and sustainable development. It's about African countries reviewing each other, sharing best practices, learning from one another, and working collectively to strengthen governance across the continent. The fact that it is the only African-owned and African-led governance assessment and peer review mechanism, which makes it very unique. The APRM consists of continental structures and national structures. At the continental level sits the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, the Committee of Focal Point, APR Panel of Eminent Persons, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. The Continental Secretariat is led by a CEO appointed by AU Heads of State and Government.
The APRM plays a crucial role in helping governments govern themselves more effectively by providing a platform for self-assessment and peer review. It bridges the gap between the people and policymakers, ensuring that the voices of citizens are heard and reflected in governance.
Its office is supported by 4 directorates, namely Country Review and Assessments, Monitoring and Evaluation, Governance, and Specialized Reporting and Operations. On the other hand, the APRM national structures are represented by a focal point who reports to the head of state, a national secretariat, a national governing council or commission that includes all non-state actors, and particularly women, youth, CSOs, private sector, and the media. The NGC is at the core of the APRM process to ensure its transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. The APRM is at the heart of some of the African Union flagship initiatives to promote good governance, such as the Africa Governance Report, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, the Africa Governance Index, the Africa Governance Support Program, monitoring of Agenda 2063 and SDGs 2030, or again, the Early Warning for Conflict Prevention Program. Over 21 years, the APRM has implemented its inclusive and transparent review process in more than 26 out of 44 participating states. It has managed to create a platform for dialogue involving governments, civil society, and citizens in evaluating key areas such as democratic and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, socio-economic development, and state resilience to shock and disasters. While the APRM remains committed to its core mission of promoting good governance, which is anchored on Agenda 2063, Aspirations 3 and 4, its role has significantly expanded. The APRM now plays a key role in tracking the implementation of both AU Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2030, across the continent. Additionally, the APRM has been tasked with contributing to early warning systems for conflict prevention in Africa. The APRM's expanded role contributes further to building a stable, secure, and prosperous Africa, guided by the principles of good governance and homegrown solutions. Today, the APRM stands as a symbol of Africa's commitment to homegrown solutions. It's more than just a governance tool. It's a movement towards accountability, shared learning, and sustainable development. Together, we are building the Africa we want, driven by transparency, peace, and prosperity for all.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty.
Distinguished delegates.
At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union,
we are going to kick off the program right now.
Of the African Union in keeping.
Please do take your seats. We're going to begin right now.
She's down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jambo. Bonjour. Sanbonani. Molweni. Hoemora. Is there anything else I'm missing? What? Hueda? In Swahili, but I say Jambo. All right, good morning and a very warm welcome to the 5th APRM Youth Symposium. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Before we begin, I want you to look at your partner and say, today we're going to have a very good day.
Today we're going to have a very good day.
Right. Oh, today we're going to have a very good day.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
We'd like to start off by just welcoming our delegates, our special guests, our ministers, and all of you, our VIP participants. We'd like to have an honorable mention, His Excellency Vincent Angeline Meriton, the former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles.
And of course, our CEO, we're going to call her our CEO in this forum, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose-Catra. Thank you so much.
Today is a special day, day 2, where we get to engage, we get to participate, and we get to work together in order to make these policies, these dreams, these conversations come to a reality. Remember, this is an intergenerational conversation where we are coming together as youth, as leaders, to work together to find steps for us to make a better Africa, and for us to work together in order to include the youth, to have the youth's voice and voices heard.
And acted on.
Yeah, and it definitely acted on.
So we have another packed program today, but we're going to be kicking off with a very special event, a launch of the APRM Communicators Network. That will be the first item on our agenda. The second will be a live podcast recording. So you will all be able to participate in this live podcast recording on the state of governance in Africa. And then, very importantly, we'll be having some breakout sessions on key topics that we discussed yesterday, but we didn't really have enough time and space to discuss them. So we have the breakout sessions to be able to discuss them in more depth and then come back in the afternoon after lunch to finalize the outcomes of the symposium. So yeah, it's going to be busy, but I think we're all ready for that, right? Yes? Are we ready for a busy day? Yeah. Excellent.
We're definitely going to work together, right? Yes, to make this whole thing a success. We heard your cries yesterday. You wanted more time to share your views. You wanted more time to share your ideas and your concerns. And so that's what we've done. We've given you spaces and opportunities to be able to have your views shared. Also, we love that you are active online. We just like to remind you to please use the hashtag APRM Youth as you post, as you tweet, as you post on Instagram, TikTok, wherever your preferred platform is. Also, we just want to remind you that everything that is said on this stage is important and needs the due respect. So please put your phones on silent and please respect everyone who is on the stage.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's begin with our program. Would like to introduce our facilitator for this launch of the APRM Communicators Network, Mr. Constantin Leboro, who is the coordinator and supervisor for communication, conferencing, publications and protocol services for the APRM Continental Secretariat. We'll see you later.
I will airdrop you.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour.
Hello, everyone.
Tempage.
I cannot hear you. Young people, where are you? Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning. We are going to have a very special session this morning. If you don't have your headset right now, I will be fairer to the French speaker in the room because we have heard enough English. And this morning, we are going to express ourselves in French. My name is Constantin Lebogo. I am the head of communication and linguistics at APRM. And we are going to proceed to the official launch of our communicators network. During this session, it will be about presenting this very important step, a very important step for the strengthening of APRM visibility through a very efficient communication. In a digital era, communication is crucial for transparency, responsibility for citizens. This is a continental platform that allows APRM communicator to share best practices as well as amplifying the impact of the mechanisms through innovative narrative, as well as the use of social network. It emphasizes how communication can build public perception, counter disinformation, as well as bridging the gap between institutions and citizens. And to do so, we will have our head, Vice Chair Meriton. Thank you for being here amongst us. Thank you to the head and the Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament that is with us. And for us communicators, can you make some noise, please? Thank you. Without further ado, I will invite the CEO of the APRM, Ambassador Antoinette Rose Quatre, for this very special launch. Please, a round of applause.
Bonjour à tous. Merci, Constantin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Constantin. My speech is in English. I'm sorry for that.
Excellencies, members of the APRM Communicators Network, good morning, bonjour. Welcome. Dear youth and friends of the APRM, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to the launch of the APRM Communicators Network. Since taking office last year, I've had the pleasure to interact with some of you on various occasions, and I've seen your commitment to the APRM mandate, your drive, and your professionalism. Today's launch marks a new chapter in the APRM's engagement with its stakeholders. I would like to congratulate you all on your nominations as members of the APRM Communicators Network, and thank our national structures for responding to our requests for communication focal points. This initiative is dear to my heart on account of the discursive distortions which our continent has suffered for centuries, and it is high time we set the record straight. It is most fitting that we are launching this network in the margins of the 5th APRM Youth Symposium, a flagship platform dedicated to amplifying the voices, ideas, and aspirations of Africa's young people. The Youth Symposium embodies the spirit of renewal, creativity, and digital innovation that this network seeks to harness. In an era where communication technologies and youth-led movements are redefining civic engagement across the continent, bringing together the APRM Communicators Network and the continent's emerging generation of change makers under one roof symbolizes our shared resolve to build an Africa that speaks for itself, listens to its citizens, and tells its own story with authenticity, confidence, and pride. The saying that we were taught in school, "He who pays a piper calls a tune," still rings true today. For too long, the prism through which Africa has been viewed, interpreted, and divided into distinct areas of influence has been alien. This is a continent in whose name so many self-appointed saviors previously spoke. However, couching their intention in supposedly religious or moral language, they subjugated us so as to enrich themselves with our own soil's wealth. Today, we are no longer powerless. The agency we possess can tear down barriers, alter negative perceptions, and construct pathways for mutual benefits based on candid, yet respectful dialogue. With the rise of artificial intelligence, the proliferation of disinformation churning pot farms, and the limits of traditional and social media fact-checking abilities, the world needs multiple information anchors to stay afloat. Many experts have posited that we live in a post-truth era. And if this is the case, as I believe it is, how much longer would our planet be able to repel the gigantic waves of falsehoods, half-truths, and deepfakes that threaten to crash down on human civilization? Reclaiming and reshaping the narrative space to defend our interests as Africans, first and foremost, must be regarded as a Pan-African act of self-preservation. Through the promotion of the mechanisms brand, the APRM's Communicators Network is expected to play a role in shaping, contributing to, and writing accurate, original, and upbeat stories about the continent. Global airwaves and editorial pages must no longer be saturated with stories of doom and gloom, but of scientific ingenuity, athletic prowess, and artistic excellence. Together, we will not only help realize Aspiration 3 of Agenda 2063, which is an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect of human rights, justice, and the rule of law, but also Aspiration 5, an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics. As you all know, the APRM Continental Secretariat has unveiled a new strategic plan for the 2025-2028 period, whose launch we celebrated at the end of June this year. Its 4 pillars will guide our efforts of purveying good governance across the continent. The 4th pillar of our strategic plan is particularly relevant to this network's mandate, as it focuses on communications, advocacy, and outreach. I urge you to familiarize yourselves with it meticulously for effective discharge of your important responsibilities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, driving the governance agenda with impact, the strategic plan's theme requires us to articulate our vision with precision. We will endeavor to reach our African brothers and sisters whom we serve wherever they are. We often make a distinction between the APRM Continental Secretariat and the APRM national structures. We have different sets of priorities and responsibilities, but our goal is one and the same: transform Africa through good governance, the rule of law, and sustainable development. We will make sure that our work is not just passively consumed, but that it sparks debates, orients policymakers, and inspires new scholarly inquiries. I urge you all to meet, network, and strategize about the network's next steps. With creativity, passion, and curiosity, there is so much that it can contribute to the mechanism's growth and Africa's development of its own narrative of fortitude, pride, and self-reliance. It is my hope that in the course of this launch, the questions you have raised about the Communicators Network plan, modalities, and purpose will be answered. And I exhort you to start planning activities for 2026, which is going to be yet another busy year for the APRM. I understand that you already have a WhatsApp group where you exchange information regularly, and I urge you to use it to do more than share articles, press releases, and official statements. I look forward to hearing the great ideas which your social media group will bring forth. And remember 2 things. First, ideas do not require ornate settings. The Greek genius Archimedes exclaimed, "Eureka," in a bathroom, revolutionizing physics and enriching our vocabulary. Second, ideas have the power to change the course of history. The great French novelist and author of Les Miserables, Victor Hugo, once remarked that no force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. The APRM family and Africa look to you to be maverick communicators, professionals, proposing ideas with irresistible appeal. Before closing, allow me to congratulate and thank the APRM Continental Secretariat's dynamic and small communications team, which has burned the midnight oil in preparations for this launch. And we seldom see them, but where's the team? Can you please stand up? I think there's only 2 of them here today. There's another one that side. Where's Tivo? Tivo, please stand up. Tivo's at the back. We have a very, very small but very dynamic team. They are seldom seen, but their fingerprints are visible on everything we do in the service of the continent, and I thank you all. Thank you, Siabonga, Asante Sana, Shukran, merci beaucoup.
Can we give her another hand of applause, please? Thank you so much. It's so heartwarming to receive encouragement and such a push from your own CEO, such recognition. So without any more ado, I would like to invite here, because the CEO spoke about the modalities, operational modalities of this network. So I will invite my colleague, Mr. Emmanuel Merissa Anna, who has a presentation for you on how this network is to operate. Emmanuel? And the presentation, please.
Merci, modérateur. Bonjour.
Thank you, dear moderator. All protocol observed. Today, I've got great pleasure to announce to you the launch, as it was announced by the moderator, the communicators network of the APRM. So it's something that's very dear to our CEO, Marie Antoinette Roscat, who I wish to pay respect to for her determination and passion for good governance on the continent. This initiative would not be without her courage and permanent support. I'd like, on behalf of the whole communication team from the APRM, to pay our respect to her. Today's communication is around 7 items. The strategic plan for 2025-2028, the raison d'être of the communicators network, and the scope of work, the membership and terms and conditions of the network. Participation via the network will allow the members the regular flow of information and the 7 C's of communication, of corporate communication. Without further ado, I would start with the APRM, a strategic plan for 2025-2028. So it was launched on the 30th of June 2025 online to allow all members of the great APRM family, not just the Continental Secretariat, but everyone to be part of. We have 2 pillars as part of this strategic plan that we have to keep in mind. First, the pillar on strengthening, institutional strengthening and capacity building of national structures, and also the pillar on communication, advocacy, and commitment. For us, this will allow the APRM to achieve pillars 3 and 4 of this network, of this strategic plan. Apologies. So the raison d'être of this communicators network, first, is to promote communication as for the programs and work of the APRM, and also to allow for the sharing of what we call the trends that are emerging in governance, not just at national, but also continental levels. So we want to improve the coordination of communication between the continental APRM, the one organizing this symposium, together with the Pan-African Parliament, and the national structures in the 44 member countries of the APRM. We'd love to be part of campaigns of public awareness on the APRM mandate that aims to promote good governance on the continent, and would like to build peer learning as part of the APRM mandate at the Forum of Head of States and also at all other levels below the Head of States Forum. We firmly believe in participation and peer learning, and also capacity building and shared communication perspectives. So things that have to do with the youth and gender is very important for this network. We want to put the emphasis on this. We also have a podcast that we started a few months ago. So the African Voice podcast, we organize some broadcasts, some events to sensitize around the work of the APRM. So this would allow us to carry on with promoting what we're doing.
Communicator network, I would say that it's supposed to develop and adopt an annual work plan. And I'm pleased to say that we will be meeting as members of the APRM Communicators Network this afternoon to discuss our future activities in the course of next year. The CEO in her statement this morning said that 2026 is bound to be a very busy year for the APRM. It already is, and it will continue to be under her leadership. We will continue coordinating communication between the APRM Continental Secretariat and the national structures, disseminating knowledge products such as country review reports, in which are found very targeted, specific, time-bound recommendations for countries to implement so as to achieve greater progress on development endeavors or development objectives. We will continue supporting media campaigns that will have messages geared towards the youth and civil society. It's another stakeholder that the APRM constantly works with. And just like I said previously, we will leverage tools such as the Africa's Governance Voices to discuss APRM priorities in the future. So again, on the scope of work, we will be promoting peer learning and cross-country experience. We will develop crisis protocols for deployment during high-stakes events. And we hope, and that is a very important point, to use this network to achieve universal accession, but also, more importantly, revive APRM, the APRM process in dormant countries. We have 44 member states. Unfortunately, not every single one of them is active at the moment. And so we're hoping to leverage this communication network to revive the APRM process in those countries. In terms of membership and modalities, the membership of this network is voluntary. So it needs to be clear that it's a pro bono type of work. And nominations are based on nominations which we receive from our national structures, most particularly from our focal points, who are the representatives of our heads of state. And as such, participation in this network will not be remunerated, as it will be considered part of existing APRM responsibilities. The network will serve as a technical arm, I think by now it's clear, of the APRM, and will strengthen, obviously, the coordination between the Continental Secretariat and National Secretaries, but also raise the visibility and impact of the mechanism. Incentives and recognition. The network is going to afford members opportunities such as this one for networking, for career development, and we will, in the course of our various activities next year, also deliver certificates of recognition. On regular communication flow, I would like to bring to your attention, and I'm pleased to say that we have a WhatsApp group that's been created to facilitate information. We're launching this network today, but it's been active for the last couple of months. And so we are constantly in touch to share not just press releases, which we write on various activities that the APRM champions or the APRM organizes, but also governance trends across the continent And so we use this platform, though informal, to further the APRM mandate, and we will continue doing so. Lastly, j'aimerais terminer donc cette présentation par.
Allow me to conclude by talking about the 7 C's of communication that I mentioned earlier. I'd like to know if in the room some of you have heard about the 7 C's. It looks like that's not the case. Let me just name them quickly. The 7 C's of communication are very important. You have to know them for everyone who wants to communicate in a clear way. And the 7 C's are to be clear, concise, concrete, correct, consistent, complete, and courteous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I hope I have been ticking the boxes. Concret, courtois, concis, and so on. Anyway, we're going to move on with our panel. We have a very brilliant panel that's going to discuss communication matters on the continent and with regard to the APRM as well. And this will be led by the able E.K. Bensa, all the way from Accra. Bensa, a round of applause, please.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel. I come from Accra, Ghana. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I think I want to invite my colleagues to the podium so that we can, make sure that we don't waste time and give room for our youth to be able to ventilate some of the frustrations that they've had in the course of the past day or so. So, Susan, Franklin, Fabrice, Madame Diallo, and then I think it's Jules from Seychelles. Is that that? Okay, great. Okay. My name is Emmanuel Bensa. I'm going to be the moderator for this session. Briefly, I'm part of the Communications Network. I'm a writer. I've just recently penned the first Agenda 2063 crime thriller, part of storytelling. We want to try and tease out some of the storytelling and creative things that our panel want to do so that we can have very important takeaways to get out of here. Thank you very much.
Good morning. There we go.
Thank you very much. So basically, I think what we're trying to do with this very important session is to try and capture the very important messages from our panel. The panel is populated by people who are connected to the structures of the APRM who have actually worked with them. So we have Susan, who has worked extensively in Zambia, National Governing Council. You can't talk about APRM in Zambia without talking about Susan Mwape, in fact. OK. On a aussi Madame Diallo, qui travaille avec le structure.
We also have Madame Diallo, who is working within the Senegal APRM structure, who will speak on issues related to communications. and will provide strategic communications examples that she's using at work as well. Same with Mr. Fabrice from the Seychelles and Franklin de Kenya.
That we cannot isolate from the conversations on APRM because of where Kenya sits in the conversation on good governance. And Kenya also has a distinction of domesticating part of what it does around the APRM with its county peer review mechanisms. In Ghana, we have regions. Kenya, they have counties. And they've been doing a lot of good work on really domesticating at that local level. So I think these are some of the important best practices we want to take away from this room about when you go home in your own countries. What can you begin to do to ensure that you are putting pressure on your structures to, as the French would say, vulgariser, to popularize some of the important conversations, to bring down governance so that it's digestible and understandable. So without further ado, we want to start with Susan. We have 5 minutes for each panelist to help us understand what they're doing in their country, some of the best practices. I think we'll talk a little bit about the context in which we live as well, of artificial intelligence. People claim that we can set up websites in 5 minutes and all these things. In this kind of age, how do we reconcile that? In the age of elections, in the age of conflict. I come from a region where we can wear the coups. We can wear T-shirts on the coups that we have. What do we do in West Africa, in Central Africa, around instability and good governance? How do we begin to link these conversations together? And I want to believe this basically is what we want to try and do with this panel. So Susan, 5 minutes. After that, each will go to Madame Diallo, Fabrice, Mr. Jules, and then Franklin. And then afterwards, we'll have the floor for questions. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Good. Okay, there's very low energy. Viva African Youth, viva.
Viva.
Viva African Youth, viva. Viva. I want to feel you, I want to hear your voice as you did to communicate with me. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my experiences with communication of the APRM. So basically, and very briefly, my background is that I've been doing work around the APRM from before the time that my country, Zambia, acceded to APRM. And so when I got the opportunity to work with civil society on the APRM, one of the biggest things that we had to do was to popularize the APRM to all the different stakeholders in the country. It was a big challenge because we realized that the APRM in itself is a very complex and very technical terminology. But at the very core of it, it is just a basic governance issue that everyone can relate to. So we began by training the media to get the APRM. We didn't get the results that we wanted. We went into communities to engage with people. We didn't get the feedback that we wanted. And one of the things that I did was, because I was traveling to rural communities and different parts of the country, I would always ask people, can you translate APRM? And they just struggled. But the moment we began to break the APRM down and say, okay, the APRM is about governance. We are assessing these areas. What does democratic governance mean to you? If we look at socioeconomic development, we break it down to access to water, access to health. We saw that the rooms began to spark because people could relate to those things. People could understand what we were talking about. So when you take out the technicalities of the APRM, we realized that the feedback was much better. The media was more keen on engaging with us and asking us questions around what the APRM means for different policy positions and also just economic situations in the country. So that was my experience. And through that, we began to do our work differently. So I started working on the APRM sometime in 2007. And at that time, social media was not the biggest thing. At that time, Facebook was mostly perceived to be one of those things that people do for social networking and playing. No one really took it seriously. So we had to use traditional media. And I would like to say, I know that one of the panelists here will be talking about new media, AI, and all those things. So I'll try to steer clear, but also just to remind us that as we engage with the APRM, we need to understand that to a large extent across Africa, a lot of you will agree that our digital public infrastructure is not conducive for everyone. So we also need to fall back on the important traditional communication initiatives that we have always used. So some of the things that we continued to do was to use community radio stations, because community radio stations are the ones that most communities use. If you go to rural areas, you find that they have no access to the national radio stations in some instances due to bad signal, bad infrastructure, electricity, and all those things. So when you talk to people in a language that they understand, as long as you're able to sell the concepts to them, it is easier for them to engage. We also need to use our traditional, means of meeting, workshops, church meetings. You can think of all those traditional meetings that they have in Davas. Now, one of the popular things that the Gen Zs are doing, and I think a lot of other people, are those runs. Everyone's running for this thing and running for that thing. Use those opportunities to communicate the APRM to people. Use those opportunities. Let's have an APRM, a run for the APRM, and get people to understand. Lecture hosts, those of you in universities, have lectures, bring in experts, but also just bring in people who are able to communicate the APRM in a way that is understandable. I'll take it a step further. One of the things that I found very innovative within the APRM and going across the continent was in Tanzania, where the youth decided to share the APRM from their perspective. So the youth there decided to communicate the APRM in their own way. It was the most innovative thing that I saw. They created a comic book. They designed the comics. They published a whole book that explained what the APRM in its technical state was, just using that platform. Taking it up with my work as a former APRM communications champion, where I worked with Emmanuel and the rest of the team at the Continental Secretariat, we found that we used social media a lot more because the demographic that we were targeting was different. Our goal was to try and get the APRM message across, to amplify and augment messaging beyond just these meetings. So we'd sit in a meeting like this and try to share across the continent, believing that the national structures of the APRM would take that information down. So to you, the youth, I think that right now we have a lot of tools that we can use, and I would encourage you to ensure that in whatever shape or form, you're able to go back to your spheres of influence and relate with this process and make sure that you communicate as far and wide as possible. Let your voices be heard. There are so many avenues within which you can participate in the APRM. Take a leaf from the Kenyan youth who were able to develop their own submissions around different sectors of the APRM process when the review was happening. This can be done in so many ways, and I would encourage you to continue to do what you do. Get your voices out here heard. Don't just stick to social media. Remember that traditional media also works, and also do not hesitate to innovate and come up with new ideas of how we can communicate better. Thank you very much.
So as not to lose the floor, I just want to quickly ask Susan a question. You started APRM at a time when there were a lot of, there wasn't any social media. So how has it been for you, the transition from reconciling traditional media to an age of social media? Which one ultimately has begun working for you as a communicator much more effective?
I believe that social media has been a game changer. But then again, it's about strategy, and that is what communication is. For you to be a communicator, you need to be strategic. And strategic communication is about you understanding the demographic and who you're trying to target. So social media becomes a game changer for me because I'm able to reach out to more people within the shortest period of time without spending as much as I would in paying for TV fees. We can just do a live stream, and right now, everywhere on the continent, people can see what we're doing. But if we had to use traditional media, we'll have to go to maybe, SABIC. SABIC will have to syndicate with others. It would cost us so much money. So it has changed the narrative. But what I would say is of utmost importance is to understand your target. And like I said, we do not need to discuss APRM at a very high level. We need the ordinary person on the ground to understand. And therefore, social media may not be the most effective strategy for that. It would be maybe a community radio program. It could be us doing community outreach programs. And without a strategy, you would then just use all these different tools that exist without being able to achieve the objective that you want. It's really like Emmanuel driving a car that has a fogged up window screen. Of course you can move forward, but you can't see where you're going. Yeah, thank you.
OK. Donc, à vous maintenant, Madame Diallo. Vous avez...
You, Madame Diallo, you have two roles. You are a communicator and also assistant. Maybe you can elaborate on communication strategies that you use at work as a communicator and also the good practices. Good morning to everyone. I'm Nandine Bashir Diallo. I'm from Senegal and I'm the communications focal point of the APRM. I would speak in the form of a speech that I had prepared. Your Excellency, Madame Antoinette Rosecrest, CEO of APRM, ladies and gentlemen, dear youth leaders and APRM members, all protocol observed. I am honored to represent Senegal and the communication network of the APRM to exchange with you on a very important theme: efficient and effective communications for good governance in the social media era. Social media has transformed the way in which citizens are being informed, interact, as well as participate in daily life. It constitutes a space for citizenship, democracy, and public evaluations. In Senegal, the vision of the president puts transparency, citizen participation, as well as state performance state performance at the heart of public governance. This new change movement as I was saying, in Senegal, the vision of our president places transparency, citizen participation, and state performance at the heart of public governance. This new movement requires institutional communications which is accessible and credible. To be efficient, this communication needs to rest on three pillars, three essential pillars: clarity. Citizens need simple explanations, precise and accessible. A clear message that would reinforce confidence. An ambiguous message causes confusion, reaction. in an environment where information circulates in high speed. Institutions create interpretations. We need to communicate fast, correct, and make corrections fast as well. Interactions, social media are not more one-way communication. It calls for dialogue with citizens, listen, respond, and mainstream concerns. As an APRM communications network, we have the responsibility to make governance accessible, pedagogical, and we have to, in respect of APRM principles, create institute reforms, and also encourage citizen participation and the youth in particular. In this guise, I had the opportunity to draft a communication strategy dedicated to the APRM to reinforce its visibility, to clarify its mission mandates, and to make it accessible to the public. And this endeavor has shown that well-structured messages sent through correct channels efficient. In Senegal, we are on that pathway, in public service transparency, citizen feedback, and association, mainstreaming of youth in governance issues. And this rests on a fundamental issue: trust, honest communication, honest regular communications towards dialogue, oriented towards dialogue. I would like to stop here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Fabrice. Thank you, Emmanuel. Good morning to everyone. I'm Fabrice Mekale, a member of the Communications Network Gabon, and I'm very happy to be here as a youth and as well as a communicator. I would like to take a couple of minutes to exchange with you on the efficient communications for good governance. Know that at this era where social network has influence, to speak of good communications as good governance comes with challenges as well as successes. It falls within, you have exchange of stories and others. Public communication has changed. Today it's not a vertical but horizontal in nature and very participatory. Through social media, youth become actors, players of public debates, and also promoters of reforms. Just like the case of MAIEP, where its purpose is to promote responsible governance through inclusive and adapted approaches through social media. We can make APRM accessible, understandable, and loved. And however, there are challenges such as disinformation, as well as a polarization of debates. This is where our role as communicators comes to play, to transform institutional information in the engaging information without losing its greatness as well as importance. In placing at the center of our strategy our citizens as beneficiaries of the governance. We need to identify weak signals on platforms, which can be an alert, which is an issue, administrative issue, something important at public service level, but also evaluate public sentiment relative to government actions that have been taken. To have effective governance, we need to transform feedbacks into policy actions. yeah, we need to consider everything that is said in the social media and transform them into reforms. Today, a hashtag is more powerful than a bullet. Today, stories and videos can lead to a public protest. We, as communicators, as organizations that are in charge of promoting early warnings, we need to speak to the youth in their language. They don't express themselves the same. Today, TikTok and Instagram has become platforms where youth express themselves, speak of their daily concerns, how they live, reforms, governances in their country. And we as communicators at APRM level who have access to certain decisional spheres at the bridge between the citizens and the decision makers. That is, Emmanuel, in a nutshell, what I've loved to say. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
I start with your permission, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to greet the most important stakeholder in the room. That's the young leaders. So I'll just say good and you'll say morning. So we'll share the greeting together. Are we together? So I'll say good and you say morning. Good? Good? Awesome. Now, a friend of mine once asked me, Jules, you talk a lot about, I'm from the civil society sector, you talk a lot about civic engagement, civil society. If I ask you to draw in just one object, civil society, what will it be? I don't know what you'll draw if I ask you that question. No idea. Will it be somebody, maybe a person, you know? For me, I said my drawing will be simply a heart. A heart. Why? Because first and foremost, for you to successfully achieve civic engagement, it needs to come from the heart. And when we are talking about communication, our communication needs to target the mind, but also the heart. When you are targeting the heart, this is where real change happens. This is where the message stays. So earlier, our brother, when he was presenting the network, the communicator platform, he spoke about the 7 C's in communication. And I know Madam CEO knows that very well, coming from a journalistic background. The cornerstone of communication or civic engagement, it's got to do with people. So I just want to talk about 5 B's. There's a 6th B, but let me focus on the 5 B's.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Yeah. Seriously? Are you sure? Are you using the... You're not using the Kenyan clock. Okay, the first B, it's brain, bold, break, build, and brand. Okay? Bear with me, just explain briefly. When we talk about brain, in terms of communication, we're talking about injecting innovation, fresh perspective to the way that we communicate. And this is where innovation comes in. And when I talk about bold, it's about inclusivity. Make sure that our communication is inclusive, okay? And by having this important element, at the end of the day, you lead to accountability and transparency, which is very important in communication as well. Now, break. We need to break the old habits, the old way of doing things. We need to come up with new innovative methods, okay? And build. Through our communications, we will help to build stronger communities, build stronger youth alliance, networks, and brand. You need, as I said, you need to be talking to the brain and to the heart. And you will not be able to achieve that if you don't have a brand, if you don't have a message that is targeted and well said. I think I'm within my 5 minutes. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Franklin, thank you. As quickly as you can. Thank you.
Now, the 6B becomes as a reward. By achieving the 5 Bs, then you become brilliant, your communication will be brilliant, bravo, breathtaking, best, or as the slang in New Zealand, they say, bonza. So there's all the Bs. It's the reward of it. Thank you.
So, thank you. My name is Franklin Kabru from the Republic of Kenya, the National Office. I'd prepared some notes that I would like to take you through, but then again, after the panelists have spoken, I've changed my mind. I'd like to give a story. We may all remember the story of the Tower of Babel, where the human beings desired to climb up and reach heaven. And what happened? God threw confusion. He threw confusion through languages. That's where the story of communication came in, where we have different languages. And by bringing that confusion, everybody was thrown into an element of not knowing next. So when you look at that story, it's very deep in the context that we're operating on. When we look at this communication network that we are looking at, we are trying to find ways of which we are going to communicate to people of diverse languages, people of diverse communities, people of diverse cultural background. How are we going to reach to them? And that is the biggest question. And partly the reason why we are here is because we need to break those barriers and understand how are we going to communicate to these people. Where I come from, in Kenya, it's a country of diverse communities. And if I may give a story, when President Uhuru Kenyatta was undertaking the revitalization of the APRM, we were left with a couple of challenges. How are we going to continue leading this process of APRM so that it becomes impactful to the people? And that is when the 3 ideas were born. Number 1, domesticating the APRM principles and platform to the subnational levels. We may all remember during the year 2010, when Kenya passed the new constitution, we came on board with 47 counties, which now we normally call them the 48 counties. Those are the 47 counties plus the national government. And through that, we wanted to domesticate these principles to the subnational levels so that I can be able to talk about governance in my mother tongue. Who has ever thought of talking about governance in his mother tongue? Yeah? So that is the only way we can be able to reach out the audience and speak the language that people are going to understand about communication, about good governance, about what APRM does. And surprisingly, when we were undertaking these reviews at the county level in Kenya, it was quite interesting because one of the key challenges that we met was how do you communicate to the people of this diverse background? For example, the majority were Kikuyu in Kenya. How do you talk in mother tongue to tell them that this is what you demand as practices of good governance in this devolved setup? That was a challenge that was posed to us. But that's a story that I can tell more because of time. Again, one of the key mandates that we have as an organization, thank you, 2 minutes, I'll be done, that we have as an organization is to domesticate the African Union principles and values. And one key thing that we identified after the revitalization of the APRM was that we figured out that we needed to speak this Agenda 2063 to the majority of the Kenyans. And they needed to understand what is Agenda 2063. And remember, the majority of the beneficiaries of the vision of Agenda 2063 are the youth. So what we did again is we decided we are going to create awareness of this agenda because again, good governance, you cannot achieve sustainable development without an element of good governance. So we thought it was necessary that we also demystify this Agenda 2063 to the very local communities for them to understand what are these visions and the ambitions of the continent. And then now that one is packaged through the various planning processes that different member states or member countries have. So Basically, I would love to give a lecture on the various strategies that we've undertaken in order to communicate to our communities in Kenya.
1 minute.
But most importantly is that we must demystify this aspect of good governance to the very, very low level, which people can be able to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin. I'm not sure whether we'll be given time to ask questions. There's no time to ask questions. Oh, all right. So basically, thank you very much. Thank you very much for panel. We've done a tour of the tab. We've gone around the continent from SADC region to Central to West Africa, and we're back. And 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Okay, so we've done the tour of the tab. There's no room to summarize. I think you've all heard. But questions? Yeah, sure. No problem. So I'm going to open the floor for questions. We have 10 minutes, so please, you were the first, the lady in the black. Please say your name, which country you're from, ask your question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ndapanda from Namibia. I would like to just ask a question regarding to social media. How do we make sure that good governance, it's a good focus, looking at the people that are staying in rural areas that are not access to internet connectivities, and also inclusions. I remember the second last panelist was talking about inclusion. How do we make sure that these people that are living in the rural area, they are also having access to information like the good governance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, lady from Namibia. Okay, we have a lady. Your name, country? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Sophie Nekoe Waliaula from Kenya, and this one goes to Madam CEO. Up to now, from yesterday, I'm receiving a lot of feedback, and people are asking me, what is this APRM exactly? What does it do? What does it stand for? So I am thinking to help you, you need a lot of collaborations, you need a lot of partnerships for people in the rural areas to understand exactly what APRM is. From the discussions here, I think it's a very important tool that will be used to enlighten the youth. And my suggestion would be, if you partner with PYU, the collaboration with PYU will help you to go down the grassroots so that you can reach the young people to understand exactly what APRM stands for. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for that public relations free. Let's have a young man, please, in gray. Country.
Thank you very much. My name is Shehzad Chuseb. I am from South Africa, and I have a question to, well, anyone in the panel regarding communication. As you've said, and it was very well put, I must add, that we must engage with the communities in order to seek out their needs and to fulfill them. I work in the line of public health, and we engage with rural communities and communities in very widespread areas. Yet the challenge we face, and the question to you guys are that how do we engage meaningfully with our communities without seeing or without being seen as outsiders to that same community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold that. I just want to, let's go over here. Your name, country, please.
Good morning. My name is Nonkululeko Msibi. I am from South Africa. I'd just like to appreciate the presentation made by Suzanne from Zambia and just ask a question. She highlighted that she was involved with the APRM prior to it being known, and she was also in the civic space. I just wanted to know, because I'm from government, I want to understand your interface. Were you solely in civil society or were you in the NGC? And in terms of that, how was your relationship with government? How then did you then navigate? Because Zambia is actually doing very well in the APRM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady in yellow, please. Name.
Hello, everyone. This is Gigi from Morocco. First of all, I'm really, really grateful to be here for the connections, grateful for the great information, and also for everyone's heart and passion towards serving our communities. My question is regarding to how can we really be part of this forum? I heard that it's by nomination, but I would love to suggest that it's by applications, because I know a lot of young people here online and even in our local communities would be great communication ambassadors. So please, let's make it open and inclusive so all our voices and all our visions can go outside and spread in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the guy in gray and then the guy next to him, please. Name, country.
Greetings to the house at large. My name is Lidile Bambu from South Africa. I think mine is just to perhaps add on to the first speaker to say that in relation to connectivity and how is it that the APRM can reach young people, especially those that do not have digital access or meaningful connectivity. I think that the APRM should consider practices such as zero rating, their website, and of course all their modes of communication to ensure that the young people who cannot afford data access are able to access their website and also get APRM resources so that we're all acquainted with APRM documents and of course the communication strategy that it's about to employ. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, the guy next to you.
Greetings everyone. My name is Kamalenkus Bunisani from South Africa. Mine is very simple. I just want to know what is the strategy that is in place that can be used to enable young people who are not active politically, who do not care about the political, who do not care about what is happening in their country. What is the strategy that is in place to enable them to be active in politics? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're looking for a lady for balance. Okay, the lady over there, please, in gray. Country, where? No, you please. Yes, please. Yes, I have to stand up and speak. Please, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eve Mabaso from Build One South Africa. And just adding on
please,
to...
Hello, I'm sorry to interrupt. Kindly stand up for the camera.
My name's Eve Mabaso from South Africa, and just adding on to what my South African brother just said now, my question is, after we have communicated to the youth and to people in rural areas, what is the APRM, or what mechanisms is the APRM willing to put in place to mobilize the youth and to help them to take action? Because the youth is at a place where we understand that talk is cheap, and the youth is just tired of the talks, and they actually want action, but they need the support. So what is the support that the APRM is willing to do to get the youth politically involved? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Please, can you stand up as you ask your question, sir? Thank you. Country and where you're from. And your question.
Yes. Good morning. A morning greeting to all of you. Good morning to all. My name is Youssef Fakri. I'm a member of the Pan-African Parliament from Libya. In our customers, when we receive guests, we welcome you. Therefore, I'm welcoming all of you, the youth who are around us here in the chamber, and I wish you success in your meetings. I was chair of the caucus of youth in the Pan-African Parliament. The same caucus now is chaired by Honorable Leila. My question is for this youth. We here in the Pan-African Parliament, we were successful in passing a law that obliges the governments to make the participation of the youth to the 30%. So today, my wish for this meeting is that we can get recommendations and resolutions that we keep in contact with the African youth. I wish at the end that we can see an output from this meeting that serves the youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. In the interest of time, I just want to recommend that all those who have outstanding questions send it on X with hashtag APRM Youth, and I'm sure the organizers will be able to respond accordingly. I need to come back to the panel so that they can respond appropriately to some of the questions that have been asked. There's a question directed to you, Susan, but there are questions around social media from the lady in Namibia. What is the APRM doing? What does it do? The young man from South Africa about public health, communicating effectively. The young lady from Morocco wondering whether we can, whether the youth can apply to be communicators, have it open. There are other questions asking about supporting the young people in rural areas to break down APRM, helping them with data, strategies, and so on. So I think you've all, any of you can pick up the questions by way of response. So please go ahead. Thank you. Franklin. Fabrice.
Ok, merci Emmanuel. Je voudrais spécifiquement répondre à notre...
Very specifically to our sister from Morocco who wishes to join the communicators network earlier on when the colleague spoke about the terms of reference of the network. It was said to join, you have to go through the focal point. That's very formal. But as young people, we are all here as ambassadors of good governance of the APRM. So we don't need to wait to be part of formal networks and forums to be ambassadors of good governance. In your own country, you could use the APRM's platforms to receive all the information and communicate them as ambassadors. So we were lucky to be chosen by our focal points to be a relay at the national level. But we have the duty to communicate all good governance practices. So I would encourage you not to stay with just the fact that you were appointed, but you need to take into consideration all strategies and all issues of good governance and be real ambassadors, each one in your own country. Thank you.
Respond to the question from our sister Tabamba from Namibia. You said, how do we reach a grassroots level where accessibility of internet is an issue? Now, when we talk about networking, we are talking about 5 important C's. And this is you connect, you communicate, you collaborate, you coordinate, and you ensure consistency, continuity. Now, there are 2 things when you talk about, especially accessibility in rural areas. In communication, we have what we call the platforms, the tools, and then we have the structures. So yes, in some areas, we do not have accessibility to internet. This is where now you will not necessarily use the tools, but you will use the structures. What structure do you have in place to ensure that communication or information is passed on to the latest house in that village? Take, for example, Rwanda. In rural areas, they have a fantastic way of sending information. So let us not, as much as we have the tools and the platforms, awesome, very good, but in settings where you do not have these tools and platforms, let us use structures in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Franklin?
Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to speak to rather merge sort of all the questions together because one was starting on aspects of inclusion, reachability, and then there's also the question on public health, where how do we engage meaningfully? And mine will be very simple. let us take advantage of collaboration and partnerships. And then again, with communication, we can't do everything. We need to have everyone on board. We need these youth-led organizations. We need expertise when it comes to public health, so that they speak in the language that everybody understands, or we break down that communication jargons in public health. So essentially, it all boils down to collaboration and partnerships. Let us work together. Let us champion this governance initiative. And through that, we'll be able to reach the very low-level scale of people that we desire to, or audience that we are looking at. Yes, thank you, Vincent.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Madame Diallo? Réponse? Ah, la traduction.
I would like to ask a question. Okay, you may go ahead. I think that there is someone who asked a question who was asking himself, what is the APRM? I would like to answer that question. It's simple. In a very literal manner, APRM is a mechanism, as its name, of self-evaluation, very independent evaluation. APRM comes from the African Union. It's where countries that wanted to subscribe subscribe so that their self-evaluation may be approved. I don't know if you understand me. I don't know, maybe somebody can intervene. I'm not really in a good mood today. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, quelqu'un veut...
Okay, Susan. Please.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, I'll respond to the question from my sister from DPSA, who was asking how we were able to engage with government. So what I said was that I started following the APRM before Zambia acceded to the APRM, not before the mechanism itself was established. So what that meant was that, and it wasn't just me, there were a number of people in the country who were going around to different meetings and getting to learn about the APRM. So the role that I played, and also collectively with civil society, was that we established ourselves into a steering committee. And through that committee, when the country joined the APRM, we then began applying pressure on the government to expedite the process. Now, I know that there are a number of people in this room who are from countries that have signed or acceded to the APRM, but are doing nothing. You have a role to play, even as youth. You can begin to write to the focal point ministry or institution and ask them to say, what is going on with the APRM? We're interested in pushing this process forward. So our role was more to play, my role was to be a liaison person between government and civil society, and also raising awareness with the citizens to engage with the process. I hope that answers your question. And finally, I have one response to make to, I think there was my young sister in the corner who said, okay, there's APRM, what, and then what? We are tired of talking. And where do we, I absolutely understand. The APRM is a process. It is a tool that is used to assess governance. It's like you waking up and saying, I have a problem in my house. I would like to fix my house. So APRM gives you an opportunity to go and check your own house. Then you come back and tell us what you think the problems are. You tell us, oh, my bed is broken, this and this. But at the same time, you open your space to outsiders or foreigners or strangers to come into that space and also take a look at it and see what they can improve. And so in doing so, they will come with their own perceptions and experiences and find additional problems and tell you, actually, it's not just the bed. You actually don't clean your wardrobe. You don't clean your sinks. But however, the APRM also is a remedial tool that helps us to lovingly work through the challenges that we have. And through that, they will tell you, okay, you know what? In my home, I had a broken table. You don't need to buy a new table. You can just get someone to reupholster. So So the processes of the APRM are that one, you go through a review process where the country opens itself up for external review. But before that external review happens, it assesses itself in different thematic areas: democracy and political governance, economic governance and management, socioeconomic development, economic governance. We even have e-governance now. That's a thematic area when we talk about innovation, technology, and all those things. So through that process, other people from other countries with different experiences, but first of all, independent, will come and say, this is what we think the problems are. They will then write within that report of the APRM recommendations of how you can improve things. But the most important part is the question where you ask. It is the production of what is known as a national program of action. Now that is where the action comes in, and that is where you come in. In most instances, APRM has a lot of drive and vibe when you're going through the review, because you have high-level people coming, you have the presidents, the ministers, and all that. But the moment we get to the part where all these problems have been identified, a program of action has been established, it goes quiet. So your role, whether as youth, civil society, government agencies, is to begin to follow that program of action, to say, okay, so you say that under democracy, we have a problem of corruption. What are the suggestions? These are the suggestions. So how far is the government going to ensure that we implement that? Otherwise, in the absence of us ensuring that we monitor and follow up with the programs of action, the APRM becomes an academic exercise. So it is very beneficial. There are issues of youth. There are issues in every sector. And if you pick up any APRM report, whether for your country or another country, you'll find that it's a very appreciable tool. It doesn't matter what topic you can discuss in your country around governance. Best believe it is sitting there in an APRM report. So I encourage you to follow that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very extensive response. And we finally give the floor to CEO to offer her input and then to round up this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think Susan, thank you, Susan. I think Susan has explained very well what we do at the APRM, but I think the question is fundamental. What is APRM? And I don't think the answer is the African Peer Review Mechanism. The name itself is confusing, and we've talked about it, with the communications team and my team at the Continental Secretariat. I think the question is, how do we explain what is the APRM to 1 billion youths across 55 countries, in thousands of languages, both in rural and urban areas, and to different knowledge levels? This is a question I think that's been asked by my sister from Kenya, and this is why we've decided to have the communicators network across the continent so that we can really unpack what is the APRM to the lowest level in every single country, member state or not, and to every single community. We really want to make sure that we reach out to everyone across the continent, because we speak to governance and democracy, which is fundamental to how our communities work and how do we make sure that the social contracts between governments and citizens are really implemented as best as possible. So this is why we're launching the Communicators Network, to ensure that we communicate well to everyone across the continent, which is a huge responsibility and a very important task to the Communicators Network. That is first. Second, I hear you, my sister from Morocco, and I think the next step is to ensure that we really encourage young people to be part of the Communicators Network. As big as the network can grow, I think we'll be able to achieve our objective of really reaching out to the billions of youth who are not privileged to be in this room, who are not privileged to be following us online, but still we really need to reach out to them and to communicate to them and with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my panel. We're done.
Members of the panel, can we give her, I didn't hear you, applause for them. Please, I would like you to stay. And with you, I'll please invite Vice President Meriton to join us here, as well as the CEO of the APRM Continental Secretariat to please join us. All members of the Communicators Network, please join us, as well as staff members, the communication team of the APRM, please join us on the podium. And this is for a group photo. Please, communications team. Jacob. Tivu. Yonela.
Yes, I'm here. Oh, okay. Merci. Merci.
Wait, excuse me, please do not leave. Please don't leave the stage. Please do not leave the stage yet.
Please do not leave.
Please do not leave the stage yet. I think while you are still here, we'd like to take a group picture. So can those who are on the stage, please make your way in front of the stage. Who are already here, please make your way in front of the stage. At the bottom of the stage, please. At the bottom. And then we want to ask everyone, please, quickly, can you please all just make your way to the stage so that we can get a group picture?
Which we didn't get yesterday.
Yes. So everyone, please make your way to the stage quickly so that we can all get a group picture.
Those who are able can craft.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming those who are still seated do not want to participate in the... You sure? All right, can I get our photographers, are you happy? Who can you see, who can you not see? What would you like? You said the place is very small? What would you desire? Baraka, are you happy? So let's get this one here while we're all here, and then outside we can see about that later. Please, there's a general rule in photography. If you cannot see the camera, well, the camera lens, then it probably cannot see you. So please make sure, please be honest with yourself if you are. Trying to be politically correct. Please, if you know you're meant to be in the front, please make your way to the front. All right, and then, are you happy? Okay, so at the count of 3, we'll shout APRM youth. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay, yes, definitely. All right, let's do it one more time. At the count of 3, APRM youth. I was gonna say, but I was gonna let you guys just. All right, so 3. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Lovely. All right. Woo! Or no, wait. Instructions to please wait. What do you desire? Oh, picture. Okay, for the bigger. Lovely. Thank you so much.
Where are we taking it?
Okay, bueno.
All right, please make your way to your seats. We are about to have a signing ceremony with the University of Pretoria and the CEO. So may I please call the Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose Quatre to please make her way to the stage for the signing ceremony. Please make your way to your seats. Photographers, please make your way to the front so that you can capture this moment. And as we conclude this signing ceremony, I'd like to ask that our speakers for the podcast, please prepare yourselves to make your way to the stage.
Thank you. No, thank you very much, Your Excellencies. And we are at the point where we are signing the MOU between the APRM and the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. This is done in order to consolidate and deepen our collaboration with African research institutions, think tanks, and universities, and make the AU and its institutions closer to the people. Thank you very much.
Are we all done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for those of you, most of you were here yesterday, there was a call for more partnerships between APRM, the AU, and youth organizations, universities, and here we see it in action. So that partnership kicking off here today. Thank you very much. So watch this space for more, I guess. Excellent. Over to you.
Thank you so much to all the participants, our CEO, the university. Also, would just like to remind you that you are witness to this MOU being signed. So please meet the necessary individuals who are heading this so that you know how you can take part. We're now going to move into our next session, which is a podcast, a live podcast, a roundtable on the state of governance in Africa. We heard your cries once again. We heard your suggestions. And so we are including the youth. We are including you in this panel. We have some representation of the youth in this panel, along with some of our leaders. So hopefully your voices will be heard. Not hopefully, your voices will indeed be heard and be represented on this panel. So I'd like to just, well, he's on the stage, welcome the host of the podcast, Mr. Itumileng Mpofu, who is a podcast host and Mail and Guardian Top 200 Young Influential South Africans. Please give him and his guests a round of applause. As they set up, I'd just like to remind you about the hashtags APRM Youth. And also, there is an individual who is really passionate about the APRM, so much so that I'm not too sure if they're suggesting that they want to give us all their life savings. Someone has lost their bank card. So if you have lost your bank card, please find myself or one of Nonku, who's over there. She's waving. She has your bank card. But please tell us, come with something that shows that you own the bank card. So proof that this is your bank card. Thank you.
Viva APRM, viva! Viva APRM, viva! So we have a problem that we complain about, that we are being led by old generations that sleep in parliament. We are not going to do that here. We are young people. Viva APRM, viva! Viva! Viva APRM, viva! Viva! Amandla! Amandla! Awethu! So what's going to happen is that we're going to shoot a podcast live. We own one of the biggest, not one of the biggest, we own the biggest independent media platform. We are on YouTube. You can look for us. It's News Live SA, News Live SA. And then on social media platforms, it's itumeleng_mpofu. We are going to be streaming live. So we are going to have a little bit of some breaks. My producer over there will tell us on what we need to know. Before we start, I need the energy for the podcast. Viva APRM, viva! Viva! Young people, where are you? You want to lead. Viva APRM, viva! Viva! Amandla! It's time to kick the doors. We don't knock anymore. Producer. All right. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Viva RPM, viva. Viva APRM, viva. Come on, guys, we're here for the youth. You know, the youth is known for energy. They're known for they stand up, they clap their hands. Can I see that energy today? Are you guys the youth or what are we doing here? Viva APRM, viva. Thank you. All right, cool, guys. So we are the biggest podcast in South Africa that deals with politics. So we're going to be shooting live today. We have a big audience that's watching us. So please give us the energy as soon as you're going to start. I'm going to cue my podcaster in just with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'd please like to ask you guys to just stand up, clap your hands, and just give out that energy so that our panelists can deliver their message, as this will be broadcasted live to a bigger audience than just the people who are watching right now. Thank you.
My producer will signal for the clapping when we start once I've done my intro. You can cue us in. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, my fellow compatriots, welcome to Break It Down, a platform where we get to unravel some of the most complex social, economic, and political issues, making it easy for young people to understand. I'm coming live at you from the 5th African Peer Review Mechanism Youth Symposium, where young people, the biggest audience of young people from the African continent, are gathered to discuss some of the pressing issues. And a big shout out to the CEO, who knows that you do not speak for the youth, you let them speak for themselves. And I have my panelists here that I'll be introducing and getting into questions. So in today's shoot, which is a little bit different to what the audience is ordinarily used to, we are coming live at the APRM 5th Youth Symposium. I have some of my colleagues who are with me here. I have Tato Madibo, who is a political economic strategist, a young person. I also have Palisa with me. Palisa is a recent graduate in political studies. I also have Omwa War from the organization in France. I also have Mr. Vincent, who's with us, who was here yesterday. And then I also have Prof. I think let me start with you, Mr. Vincent. with your experience of having been in leadership and in governance, what are some of the key mechanisms that you feel that young people, that government creates for young people so that they can be able to have their voice being heard? Because for the longest of time, young people feel that we have been knocking, but we are not being heard. So for someone who's been in government, what is your take on that?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Let me take the cue from Jules, who said earlier that whatever we do should come from the heart. Governance is an act of care, I said yesterday. It's care for the people and care for the youth and care for the future. You asked the question, what sort of mechanism should we have in place to allow the youth to expend their energy? There are many. But on the experience of the Seychelles, the National Youth Council is one of the platforms grouping youth from across all the social divides, coming together to be the voice of the youth, to be the conduit between the youth and the government, so that the government is aware of the aspirations of the youth, the challenges that the youth faces, and how these issues are dealt with on a governmental level, but nothing for the youth without the youth. So we must involve the youth in the implementation of the different strategies addressing the challenges of the youth. So I think that is one mechanism that is very effective, very important. Another thing I'd like to say, one does not understand why a government stifles progress and development, resulting in the youth going on the streets to create disorder, to voice out their concern, when that can be done through the different structures that exist in country. So I think it is fit and proper, as we talk today, that we realize that the energy of the youth, each and every one of you has a good story to share. So let us share the good stories that we have, that we can emulate so that others can replicate that in our respective realities.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to now pass to Ms. Omwar from the representative of Organization International Francophone. With that has been said by Mr. Vincent, what is it that your organization does in trying to reach to young people, to the youth, in terms of all the crises that they have?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will speak in French, so some of you might need interpretation. No.
Greetings, everyone. For Francophonie, the youth is really at the heart of all the programs and actions. We give a voice to the youth so we can translate their expectations into concrete actions. So we started with 2 consultations in 2020. The one consultation was on the future of Francophonie, to understand the expectations of the young people from the Francophonie. And 2023, we had a meeting on democracy. So the youth expressed their expectations. What came out of it is the priorities of the young Francophones is access to education, digital support for entrepreneurship and representation. Also, through the consultation of 2023 on democracy, active participation to political life is one of the expectations of the young people. This is also linked to what was said today and yesterday. So this is going to strengthen the action of the Francophonie. So this was organized for young people and women as key beneficiaries and also partners to build a Francophonie. So in response to those expectations, we had some initiatives by investing in the youth. For instance, we have a program called a program to train thousands of youth into digital life in order to improve their access to employment. So we also have actions to support young Francophones. We strengthen, we build their capacities, and we help them to network, and we organize training. Also, when it comes to capacity building and peace and security, Francophonie has a training with the University of Alexandria in Egypt to build the capacities of experts involved in implementing national plans for peace and security. As for participation as part of young people's aspiration to be part of governance in the Francophonie, so we give them opportunities to be leaders. Like during the last summit of 2024, we had 22 young people from 22 countries who were part of the discussions with the heads of state. So during the roundtable, they expressed key actions to implement to improve employment. So the young people were given the opportunity to make the leaders understand what were their priorities.
I'm now going to take it to Prof. Adwoye Akinola. Prof, we want to hear what message you have to the young people. Young people have always expressed their frustration. We are gathered here. We have some of the pressing issues in the continent. We have issues of peace and security. We have issues of unemployment. We have the biggest unemployment rate. We have, if you look at leadership, you find that the age of the people that are leading and those that they are leading, there's a big disparity there, and decisions are made for young people. So I want to hear your take on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me start by saying this. That governance extends beyond the formal structure of government. Sometimes we say it operates above and it operates below the government and even the state. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this that some of the time we should not only blame the political elite on the continent. What about the CSO? What about the traditional rulers? What about the banking system that failed to promote innovation of the youth? What about our universities, higher education, basic education system that refuse to decolonize? Secondly, we agree that the huge potentials of the youth have not been harnessed on the continent. And our expectation is that policies, governance should be people-centered in alignment with Agenda 2063. But what we have seen is the opposite. And that's why I am appealing to the youth. Save our complacent leaders. You can save them from themselves. Some of the time it's not that they are deliberately promoting bad governance. Many of them don't even have an idea about governance. And I'm saying that with every degree of responsibility. When peaceful and legitimate transitions of power becomes obstructed, frustration and disillusionment among citizens, particularly our youth, will lead to forceful, disruptive change of government. As history continues to remind us that the silence or inaction in the face of oppression makes the oppressed as complicit as the oppressors. This is the time to be a youth on the continent, and I encourage the youth to continue to push. There is a need to immortalize youth voices on the continent. Can our youth read and write more? I remember Chinua Achebe wrote Things Fall Apart when he was 28. One of the thoughts that shapes or intellectualize Pan-Africanism on the continent and beyond the continent was the voice of Walter Rodney in the Caribbean. He wrote how Europe underdeveloped Africa when he was 38. Can our youth continue to document their activism in Kenya, in Dakar, in North Africa, the NSAS movement in Nigeria? I also add, can we continue to promote youth-led governance research? Can our think tank continue to work on every innovations or every ways of capacitating the African youth? Can we decolonize our research to focus more on the youth? Can we institutionalize youth voices and reconstruct the narrative on the continent? We are talking about being invited to the table. And somebody said, no, don't just invite us. We want to be part of the table. But I've pushed further to say, why can't African youth construct the table and let the stakeholders scramble to be on the table? We can do this. I'm using the word we because I resonate with the youth. And lastly, governance is not a once-off event. We can begin to converge our ideas across the continent. When the youth in Kenya are on the street, if they have to be on the street, why can't the youth in South Africa solidarize and be on the street? When they are making demands for good governance or inclusive governance in Mombasa, why are the youth in Pretoria, the youth in Morocco, why are they sleeping? Can we continue to show solidarity across the continent and shout so that our voice will be at the ceiling? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. So one of the things that happened was that when I was looking at the panel, I did cry to the organizers that the panel looks a little bit old. I would like to include some people that are not on the program, much more youthful, much more younger, much more graduates. Let's hear what their opinion is because the platform is about them. Let me take you to Palisa, who recently just graduated from university with political studies. It's rough to find employment as a young person, even if you are learned, you're educated. You are here today. What are some of the pressing issues that you feel like a platform like this should actually be engaging on?
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice out. I would like to greet the leaders, being the young people, and the mentors, being the old people. The reason why I'm saying mentors is because by the time we leave, by the time the symposium ends, each and every old person, old leader will have at least one member, a youth member, that they will job shadow. I feel like it'll be... If they are here in the youth symposium alone with no youth member, clearly they have no one to mentor. Because they should be here with at least one young member to be the voice of them. So if they say that they empower the youth and they are for the youth, then I urge them to at least take one for a job shadow. As he have said, unemployment is a very, very big issue in our country and continent. So I feel like by doing so, it will be much better to just for the youth to just attend a symposium, conferences, summit, and then leave just like that with words of motivation and encouragement and just that. So I feel like it will be very beneficial in the job market. It will be there in their CVs that they were mentored by Ambassador so and so, rather than saying you won't be saying that you attended the symposium on your CV. But if you say that you were mentored and you have attended this and you've worked along hand in hand with Mr. Hassan, for instance, then it will be beneficial. So I feel like this is one of the things that should be done in most summits, most workshops, and most symposiums, conferences. It's very sad to see that they are not here. The text and the chairs are empty. I don't know how our voice are going to be heard because we are raising our voices, right? But they are not here. So I don't know. I don't know. Where are they? Where are they?
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for Palisa. Thank you. I'll go to Ntate Wesu. Gabona kubo Ntate Kataba.
Ke nna Phoka ke nna Mofokeng wa Modise wa Molotswana wa Sekono se o lekela noto motho wa Kgetsi ya Kgeleke motho wa Nyomenyom Ntate Mono. You'll introduce yourself. Impa, I have a question. My simple question is, we talk about being led by the older generation, making decisions for us, the young people. Is age even an issue? Or is it about ideas? What is it? What is it about? Ako ireneketsa more and then tell us more. Ke khotso ntate ke leboa ke nna Thato Mazomadi bo ngwana wa Tau sehlolo sa Mokwena ke leboa ntate. O itse ke a tseba ha ona translation ya Sesotho mara ke tlo bua ka Sesotho. Ba utlwang ba utlwa. Pele taba ena ke batla o bua o sa ka ntho tse raro mara tla bona ya kae ka taba ena. Pele ke batla o bua ka policy capacity ra tseba gore na di teng di policy mara ntho e bohlokwa gore there are not much spaces for us to get into major spaces. I'm going to give you some stats. This was some of the things I was going to talk about yesterday. For example, at DERCO, they only take about 25 candidates. Yeah. Now, on average, there's about 26 universities in South Africa. On average, there's about 400 students. Times that by 25, that's 10,400. Now, that's 10,400 people applying. Do you know what the percentage rate of acceptance is? That's 0.0240. That is even more than Harvard, Oxford, Yale, Princeton combined, just to get a seat in. Generally speaking, in government, do you know how many young people are represented? Here's the number for you. 0.0000326. And then we talk about having young people in the expression of policy, right? The irony. I'm not going to answer your question. What I would like to do instead is just add some complexion to what the leaders here on the table have spoken about. I believe it's the Deputy President said governance is an act of care. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But the issue here on that is that there's still no young people who are actually in part of these policies, especially monetary and fiscal policy. I published a research paper on reimagining political economy in South Africa specifically. And we did a massive review of a 10-year scale. And in that scale, none of the data from Treasury or SRB actually implicates any form of data of SMEs that are run by young people at all. It's all about big business. Where are the young people? It's not there. Now, I can't speak for other countries, of course. I can only speak for my own, and I must respect that too. And another thing that I just wanted to touch on as well is that the previous session was on communication. The previous session was on communication. Why were there no young people in that panel? Communication is social media. We dominate that sector. We are communication. And we didn't have any young people who sat on that. If I must be honest or frank, it's quite a bit disappointing that we didn't able to have that. Of course, we had commentary from young people in the audience, but we should have had that. My recommendation on that point would just be that in future, going into next year, the APRM needs to have members of the young people that are here today actually curate the agenda for that. Yes. They must create that particular, what day one, what day two will be, who is going to speak, and they must represent themselves here on this panel. We can't have a situation in which we are discussing young people, but we're having an address. It's like, can we have a round of applause? We've only been given 30 minutes. So in the interest of time, that on its own is an irony. So a big shout out to the CEO, and we hope that also the CEO will make it conducive for a platform that has young people to come and engage robustly on these issues, because we didn't even touch on anything. We only just scraped on the surface. And because of that, I'm only going to take 2 questions from the audience.
And after those two questions, we have to close because we are shooting live on a podcast. But we do hope that going further with the CEO, we'll be able to talk to the CEO that we want young people, we want more young people. And bakasere tlose le mona staging ntate. Ke nako ya rona ena ntate. Yeah, ra leboha ntate. Let me take the question from back there.
Stand up. Stand up.
There's a mouse on your panel, press it.
Oh.
So the question I wanted to ask, sorry? Oh, I'm the silent. Oh, there we are. Okay, so I want us to bring it back to Pan-Africanism. And I want to ask the young people, I'm not really interested in older people, how do we reconstruct the Pan-Africanist spirit, that Nkrumah's spirit amongst young people? I was talking to Itumeleng and telling him about this whole, we are building this African Renaissance in silos, in little sections and pieces, young people in Namibia, young people in South Africa. How do we reconnect that and recreate that Pan-African Congress that happened in London when Kwame Nkrumah was in his early 30s, if not late 20s? You know, that type of Pan-Africanism that was charged in young people at that stage in early Africa. Before we speak about 2063. 2063 is too far. We need the African question to be answered by the next 10 to 20 years. 2063 is too far. I'll be 59 by then. We can't be expecting that. The youth of today must answer the African question today.
Yeah, I'm going to take the last question. I think also the organizers can see that next time a session like this, we need roughly about an hour or two. Can I please take over there? So, yes. All right. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that insightful discussion. I just needed to bring a point of clarity. Thank you for that insightful engagement. I just needed to bring a point of clarity that there was a speaker who mentioned that there was no young person in that previous panel, but I am one of them. Thank you.
You are the 0.00001. Can I please have a question from the lady over there? Yes. The previous young person who was on the panel, please switch off your mic.
Yeah, it's working now.
You can switch off.
Yeah. Oh, this.
Sorry, these are on. These are on.
Someone's mic is on. Yours is on. Yours is on. Okay. My question is directed to Prof, right? So you mentioned that why don't we hold traditional leaders, institutions, etc., accountable, right? When it comes to the inclusivity of youth in governance processes. What are you as the government doing to ensure close collaboration with these various structures to ensure that the youth concerns are prioritized? Thank you.
All right, we are wrapping up. We're going to close. I'm going to give to Prof, and then from Prof, I'll hear the closing remarks also from Mr. Vincent, and then Tatimunas Batatlar. Yes.
Thank you, and truly and sincerely, I know some of the time we blanket people in government, police, the military, but you also need to remember that sometimes we have the youth. There are young people in the police, they still brutalize people. And like we said yesterday, young people are still engaged in violence against the other gender. So what I'm trying to say is that we've got to take responsibilities as well. That we speak against the system, but sometimes we don't target all of the actors in the system, we tend to focus exceedingly on political elite. And I'm saying we cannot excuse other facets of the societies that have also failed the young people. And I'm talking about the banking system, for instance. If you're a young people, you have an innovative idea, you approach the bank, is either they are talking of land titles, collateral before you can take loans. How can a 19-year-old boy get access to a land property before you can take loans? And I'm talking of the civil society in many countries that has also betrayed the people. So what I'm saying is that, yes, it is also not enough for a young person to be in power. We have seen it in the Sahel. And the question is, even the young people or person in power, has he been responding to the aspirations of the young people? So those are some of the nuances I'm trying to uncover. But we can take it home and we can take the conversation even beyond the four walls of this hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can we please have some quick closing
Very
remarks?
quickly. Young people are and should be given responsibilities. Yesterday I said that. Let us take the example of Seychelles. We have a newly elected parliament. We have many young people under 35. We have newly formed cabinet, with the youngest minister being 32. So young people can take responsibilities. They have to be framed. There has to be an environment that allows them to prosper. Each and every government on our continent should have its priorities, its people, education. In Seychelles, we have 10 years of free and compulsory education. If you do well in your post-secondary education, you can go to university. You can be a doctor, a pilot, an engineer without spending a cent if you take your responsibility and study well. It's right versus responsibility. Health is free, but you have to ensure that you lead a healthy lifestyle. So if a young person has done well in education, doesn't want to go into formal employment, then they can go doing a small business. We have seed money for this. Can this be applied to other countries on the continent? Yes, of course. This is why we have governments. I do not understand a government that militates against its youth. It's incomprehensible. So you are the voices. Bring this home to your governments. They are there to govern. And to govern is an act of care. Let them care. Let something be with compassion, as we said yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ntate o tla re kwalla mo, ntate re kopa o re kwalle.
Firstly, I want to just say to His Excellency, I really did enjoy your speech yesterday. I think that was probably the best speech from the leaders yesterday. That was a good speech. I must commend you on my side. Quickly then, to the first person, Murana Ntseka, how to answer Pan-Africanism. Well, simply to answer that question is, well, we have our think tank, good sir. There we go, we're starting something. We're starting our own revolution on our own, called the Mari African Minds for Applied Research Institute. This is in connection with Prof. Young people are writing research. Young people are writers. I have 3 friends who are already authors before 22. So I don't say that young people need to write more. We do write. I have another friend, Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo. She's a fantastic writer on Substack. Otsile Nkadimeng, Mail and Guardian. He was Mail and Guardian when he was 16. Like when he was in high school, he was part of the top 200. So young people are pioneering. Yeah. So I think that's something to say. Then my last point is in terms of governance, to wrap up, is that we write emails. We write emails, we write memorandums, but we don't get responded. We don't get responded. Believe me, this year, the amount of emails I've written, I could show you my sent message and how I don't have any responses. So we do try to engage. But also let me also play devil's advocate. Some institutions do respond and say they don't have capacity respectfully, and that's okay. But there's others who don't give us any response at all. So that's also a big problem that we are trying. We're creating our own institutions, but what must we fall on when nobody's hearing us? So we mustn't be surprised when young people end up going onto the streets and start up wanting to burn institutions when institutions are not wanting to work with them. We shouldn't be surprised on that.
Thank you so much. Can you have a round of applause? I'm closing. Before we close, I'm going to give to the CEO. Would like to say something.
Thank you very much. I think there's been, no, this is a very good debate, and I have a very thick skin, so I really welcome all the criticisms. But I think we need to put a few things into context. Where's Lennon? Lennon, where are you? Are you here?
No one is here.
Lennon, please, where are you?
Okay.
Come, Lennon, come, please. I would really like to present to you the team that put this program together. Lennon, can you bring your team? Can you bring your team? Nonku, please. Your team, please. No, here. Here, not next to me, not next to the old person. Please. Nonku, please, all the APRM youths who've really been putting this program together. Please. Emmanuel. I think there's more. I think Jacob. Please, Steve, where are you? And not just APRM Continental Secretariat. This program has been put together by this and many more. I think they're coming. Yeah, thank you.
Love it.
Karabo, please come. Where's Karabo? She's shy. Okay, this program was put together by young people, for young people. If we want a different program, let's talk to yourselves, to each other, and have a different program. It was not put together by myself. I just guided the team. It was not put together by the management team or the African Union. It was put together by young people for young people. And it's not a perfect program, but I do it on purpose. I push my youths, I push young staff at the APRM so that they get the training. They know what leadership looks like in practice. They know what putting together a conference that big, 500 persons, thousands online, they get to know how it's like to deal with their fellow youths, how it's like to deal with older people who are probably much more complicated, but I give them the opportunity to put the program together themselves and ensure that it's a program that really reflects the aspirations and wishes of our youths. We'll do better next time. Certainly, there's room for improvement, but I would really like to take this opportunity to thank my very young, energetic team at the APRM. Thank you very much. And the second point I would like to make is that, there's been a comment about where are the older people in the room? You don't need validation from us. You are youth leaders in your own right. And I really would like to applaud the youth leaders who've been meeting with me, in bilaterals, in the boardrooms during the last 2 days. There's a lot of young leaders in this room. Can you please all stand up? All the young leaders in this room, please stand up. There you are. You are leaders in your own right. And you don't need validation from anyone to do what's right, to do what you need to do, to express yourselves, and to make sure that we are very impactful in what you do. So thank you very much, Lennon and team, and thank you, young leaders, for really, really making sure that this conference is one that really has been a very, very impactful and successful conference. Thank you very much.
May I break protocol, please? May I break protocol, Madam Chair? This is what we need. Yes. This is what we need in the countries of the continent. Do not be afraid of the youth. We do not be afraid of the youth. Let them take the helm of our countries. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to the young people that are organizers here. And as we close it in the break it down style. If it's big, if it's bold, if it's hidden underneath the headlines on this platform, we take it, we strip it apart, we dismantle it, we break it down. Follow us on News Live SA, itumelenga_mpofu, and as we close it, we clock it. Can I have a round of applause? Thank you.
Please give them another round of applause. Can we have our guests please just to take a group photo? There's a camera that's there at the end there.
In 3, 2, 1, let's clock in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Wasn't that fun? And I love the fact that there is so much that has been uncovered from the youth speaking to the older generation, to the leaders who are here, from the organizers who made this thing possible. Can you please give them another round of applause? Yesterday, I had mentioned how we're going to speak to the team on creating a suggestion box, whether it's on social media or whether it's on our website. We're going to create something where you are able to give your suggestions so that we can make the symposium better next year. And remember, this is a work in progress. This is an ongoing conversation, an ongoing platform. We only get better and better and better. So thank you once again for being here, and thank you once again for sharing your views on how we can make this a better organization and a better platform.
Super. We're going to continue with the interactive nature of the second day and what we also began on the first day. We're now going to move into breakout sessions. We have 5 different breakout sessions, and they will all be in different rooms, of course, so that we can have some really detailed discussions on these key issues. Shall we read out the different topics, perhaps?
All right. So the first one, which is going to be here in this auditorium. So just to explain, just to be more clear, these are breakaway sessions, meaning each of them are in different venues. So we're going to read the headings out to you. Also, remember, there's a QR code in front of you. You can scan the QR code and you will have a copy of the program, both in English and in French. And then you'll be able to see the different headings and the different topics that are going to be discussed. Once you've heard one that you like, there are 5 of them. Once you've heard one that you like, please pick it and go to the room where that discussion will be held. So the first one is going to be happening here in this auditorium. It is on mental health and documentary screening. So there will be a screening of a documentary, but the main topic is mental health. It will be hosted by Paramount Media, MTV Base, and United Nations Population Fund, which will happen right here. It will be led by the Continental Secretariat, Mr. Gospel Kazako and Ms. Karabo Chadzingwa Mochobelele.
Yeah, so if you need to know anything more about that, just check in. Those are your 2 people to speak to. Is on peace and security. It's going to be hosted by the Africa Center for the Constructive Resolutions of Disputes and the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. The secretariat lead for that is Mr. Hassan Mohamed Amat and Edji Tefera. That will be in committee room 1. So if you're interested in peace and security, please head to committee room 1. And there will be ushers outside to tell you which room for the different events, different breakout sessions.
All right. The third topic is Gen Z Data and Participation in Governance, hosted by the Afrobarometer and European Partnership for Democracy. The secretary lead for that will be Dr. Samson Osei and Mr. Peter Katwesige. That is in committee room 2.
Okay, so fairly easy so far. The next one the fourth one is on strengthening African youth development and reimagining, that word again, activism for equity and restorative justice. That's going to be hosted by the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation and the Pan-African Parliament together. And that the lead for that is Mr. Lutz van Rensburg and Mr. Jean-Yves Adou. And that is going to be hosted in room 3, committee room 3. So if you're interested in African youth development strengthening, please go to committee room 3.
All right, and the last one is e-governance, hosted by APRM Continental Secretariat. The lead for that is Mr. Jibril Ibrahim and Dr. McBride Kalamba. It happening in committee room 4. So just
committee room 8.
My apologies. Committee room 8. So just to run that through you, in the auditorium, we have mental health and a documentary screening. In committee room 1, we have peace and security. In committee room 2, we have Gen Z data and participation in governance. In committee room 3, we have strengthening African youth development and reimagining activism for equity and restorative justice. And then in committee room 8, we have e-governance. So please make your way to the room which you would like to participate in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those breakout sessions will run until lunchtime, so you will go directly into lunch at around 1:30, given that we are moving about half an hour late. So please go to lunch at 1:30. Please give enough time for your sessions, discuss the issues in depth, and you'll have some great organizations and people leading those conversations so that you can have your voice heard on these particular issues.
Please make your way there swiftly and promptly so that you can get good seating and so that we can start on time. Thank you so much.
Should we say 2:30?
So just for clarity, you are going into your session now. At 1:30, you are going into lunch, straight into lunch. And then at 2:30, you make your way back here for the last session. So please, at 2:30, make your way back here. Thank you.
Power is there. Yeah, but it's off. How is it off? I don't know. But power should not be off. Did you guys touch anything down there? Not me. There's no getting the roof. Now? Now? That's very good. Starting. You know what? Disconnect it. Just like from that time. Oh, I'm not going. Never move. But you have to put it. With that one like this, you got people who don't have. It's just doesn't plug. I can't see. It's plenty cables inside here. I can't find which one. Let's take which one. And where is the video? Where is the video splitter? Where is it connected? Okay. Can we just get an extension then? Did you find it? Oh, okay, just get another extension. You ask some of the things. Wait, the mixer connected. The mixer, yeah. No, the one. Okay. Right. That's fine. It's fine.
It is with great pride and purpose that I invite you to the APRM 5th Youth Symposium, taking place between the 10th and the 11th of November, right here at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. This is more than just a symposium. It is a movement, your movement.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our continent.
Under the banner of youth and governance, from promise to prosperity, we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions. To provoke, to lead. Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme. It is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we can start getting settled, please. We'll be starting in maybe about 5 minutes. We're just letting them get set, and then we'll start the session. Just a reminder that this session is for mental health and documentary screening by our colleagues from MTV, the United Nations Population Fund, and Paramount Media. Just a reminder that this is the mental health session.
Yeah. You know what? We're gonna play like. Right.
We're supposed to do it last night. Also, great question about whether it's you know that. Shall I come up with close?
So, can to our contribution to our reality, to people today, it's our youngest. Thank you. For today, it's our youngest.
Where do you want to put the bus? Because the bus. Where do you want to put the bus? Where do you want to put this bus? Directors, where do you want the bus? Then it will block there. It will block there.
Hello, Shuri Fazzo online. Can you hear me? This is Baraka speaking from the APRM. Hi. Hi, Shuri Fazzo.
Oh, there's a stair.
Yeah, there's a stage, yeah. We can't take yours on the. Where can we put this? Good afternoon, Shuri Fazzo online. Can you hear me? This is Baraka from the APRM. Good afternoon, Shuri Fazzo. Can you hear me?
Nothing.
Okay, in this, I feel that guys.
Good afternoon, Shudufazo Online. Hi, this is Baraka speaking from the APRM. Can you hear me?
Straight. Okay, now bring the MTV one. Bring the MTV one. Yeah. No, put it here. Let's put that the side by side.
Good afternoon, Shudufazo. Can you hear me?
So yeah.
Just 1 second. We just want to check your sound. Is it clear on your side? You're receiving us properly?
Sorry?
Are you receiving us properly? How's the sound from your end?
The sound, it's okay.
It's okay. All right. Just keep speaking. We're trying to level your sound is good on our side.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm tired. It's 5 a.m.
Great. Happy to join us?
Sorry?
Are you happy to join us?
I am. I guess I woke up at 3:50 in the morning a.m. and then now it's an hour late. So
The things we have to
I can only be as realistically happy as reasonably can be for someone who woke up at 10 to 4. How are you?
Go through for great things. Okay, I'm getting a bit of feedback. Okay, we're all good on this side. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Pardon?
Sound is all good from our end as well. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Let's go behind it for now.
We'll just leave it there for now.
No, because the DJ is inside, but let's put it behind us. Otherwise, we'll put it behind. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, we'll give it, DJ, no, don't do too much yet, DJ. We are just calling people in. We'll start the session in about 1 minute or so. If you have anybody that you know that wants to be part of this MTV mental health session, please go and recruit your people. We'll start it, let's say in 2 minutes. I'll give everybody 2 minutes to come inside for the session before we start off. I don't think I'm loud enough for people in the... in the foyer to hear me. Okay, thank you, DJ. 2 minutes and then we'll get started, everybody. Thank you for your patience.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. We are about to get this session started. So good afternoon, everybody. And I guess the welcomes have already been done, but thank you to the APRM for having us at the 5th Youth Symposium here at the PAP. It really is an honor to be in a room filled with leaders, with innovators and change makers. But of course, the most important people are the youth that we have here in the room. My name is Lerai. I am a Culture Squad Paramount member. I'm also a creative entrepreneur as well as a social change maker. And I am really excited to be moderating today's session. So just to let you know how the day is going to go, we are going to start off with a 30-minute film screening. Thereafter, it will be followed by a panel session. We have on the panel joining us from New York City virtually is Shudufa Zomasida, UNFPA Global Champion for Women and Girls, author, and of course, former Miss South Africa. We have Monde Twala, who is the Senior Vice President of Paramount Africa, as well as a board member of the Staying Alive Foundation. Wame Jallo, who's the Executive Director of the Staying Alive Foundation. We have Miss Marina Malade, who is the Executive of Sustainability and Shared Value of MTN Group. We have Ntombenhle Matibiri, the Youth Leader and Groundbreaker of Love Life, as well as Miss Pearl Tusi, actress, entrepreneur, and model. So that will all be taking place after we have this 30-minute screening. To tell you just a little bit about the film that you are going to see, firstly, it is not the entire film. That will still be premiered on MTV Base, as well as at Soweto Film Festival this coming weekend. This is merely just a glimpse into the work that has been put in. Across Africa, 150 million people live with a mental health condition. And amongst them, 1 in 5 adolescents experiences anxiety, depression, or behavioral challenges. And yet, most receive little to no support. Suicide rates amongst young men in South Africa are amongst the highest in the world, whilst burnout and digital fatigue continue to rise. These numbers aren't just statistics, they are stories. They are lived realities of young Africans trying to navigate identity, pressure, and purpose, all in this digital age. And that's why today's conversation, as well as this film, matter so deeply. The People and Mental Health. That is the name of the film that we're going to watch. It is more than a documentary. It is a movement that is part of the bigger movement titled The People. It gives voice to our struggles, our resilience, and our power to shape a healthier, more compassionate future. So as we gather here today and as we all sit down, Let's hold space for honesty. Let's hold space for courage and community, breaking the silence and beginning to build solutions together. As we prepare to screen the film, please, I invite you all to come a little bit closer so that we can have the intimacy of the room. I will now cue the film. Thank you.
Mina ngigrand, angine-depression, mina stress ne-depression zi-different. Bengitsho ukuthi into eyi njalo nje mangiphathwa stress ngithi yo hazi ngine-depression. Until ngihlangana nomuntu angibuza ukuthi uyayazi depression ukuthi yini wena? I was like, yile nto engiphethe, le engiphethe le yi-depression.
Mental health definitely has a race, there's a gender element to it as well. We've got gender-based violence, we've got all sorts of poverty, we've got financial challenges that women are raising children on their own. They're carrying the burdens of families, carrying the burdens of their futures and their corporate lives, which come with their own mental health challenges. As a Black woman, I'll speak personally and say, there's no time. I don't have the time to fall down. But you're not expected to cry about it. You're not expected to complain. It is what you do. And the woman before you did that.
I'm a Black woman in South Africa. It is terrifying every single day, everywhere, all the time. Like, you know what I mean? How do we explain that to somebody who would say, there's going to be a bunch of men whistling at me. I know there's going to be some guy who's going to grab me. I know when I'm walking past a group of men, somebody's going to say something. I'm terrified all the time. I need to count how many men are in the taxi so that I know, okay, is this a trap? Am I safe? So imagine having to live with that kind of anxiety every single day, all the time. And it's so normal to us. Oh, that was pathetic.
People that know me, they know like my struggles. Like I will tell them, Muti, I won't be able to see you guys. Level 17 has struck again. That's what I call it. If you ask people, they always say, she's the funny one. Abaz Muti le humor, you deflect her so that you don't see what's going on. And I always joke about it because for me, like humor is it's more of a coping mechanism. Because when I tell people that I'm actually sick, they don't believe it. I'm like, this humor is me it's a facade so that people don't see how sad I am. The depressive episodes, they stay longer than the mania.
So that's the bipolar.
Yeah, that's the bipolar. So when I went, like my psychologist was like, therapy is not working. I think now we're talking more of a chemical imbalance. And she said, you're probably incapable of feeling happiness on your own. So you need to take meds in order to feel happy.
Oof, that's
Right?
hectic.
So the first day when I talked to the psychiatrist, bruh, she just said it. You have bipolar disorder. You show like borderline personality traits. And also you have a generalized anxiety disorder, hence the panic attacks, not wanting to go outside, not feeling safe. Because even now I'm like myself.
What does your manic episode look like?
I splurge. I remember I got a piercing. Also, I have a lot of energy. I'm so creative during mania. And I start things, but I never finish them. And then I'll just crash, maybe for like 3 months, depressive episode.
Does your husband have to defend you or comes to your rescue most of the times when you're having your episodes?
Yeah, he knows how to deal with it, and he can tell that something is off. Then he'll ask me questions like, are you taking your meds? Are you,
Because somebody in an active episode can be scary. They can be aggressive, physically, verbally. They can be scary, but realizing that this person is at one of their most vulnerable points, and being able to engage with them there and see, okay, how can I help this person rather than avoid this person? This is not my problem. You can't rationalize with somebody that is actively manic, actively psychotic. You can't engage with them there. So bringing them back to the here and now, orientating them to the here and now. Have you eaten? When last did you eat?
We are usually comfortable putting ourselves at the back and forgetting about our needs and forgetting what we really require, because there's so much else that we've got to manage, so much else that we've got to be dealing with. And so, yes, we tend to mask ourselves and forget about ourselves and neglect ourselves at the cost of a future mental health problem that will be waiting for you. If you don't deal with them as they come up for you, they sort of all come together, and it's these small skeletons that come out of the closet and come and find you and say, actually now, today is the day that we deal. And that can result in physical health problems, because all this mental health has now found a place in your body to show up because you've been ignoring it for so long.
I work as a professional nurse in a male trauma ward. So I was working one night and we were robbed at gun and knife point in the hospital. Like, the first thing we were requested to do is write a statement of what happened. Not, are you guys okay? Do you want to call a relative? It was a thing of write a statement and then we'll talk to you guys when you wake up. And literally, that's the only thing that happened. To this day, I've never seen a psychologist or got debriefing from that. Like, literally, it's like your mental health, you must just go.
It's hard to explain to somebody why talk therapy works, because it's not a wound that you can see, you know? Like, if you're physically hurt, there's like tangible things that people can do to heal you. But to explain to somebody talking helps, it's like there's no like pragmatic tools that I can use every day to make sure that I don't regress into, depressive episodes or whatever. But somebody who comes from a poor environment with like barely anybody there, maybe a single parent household,
You'd literally refer a person to a psychologist and still they don't go.
Yeah.
Because a lot of mental health, it's you have to take the initiative. Like, the male culture is that, no, we don't talk about it. Yes, I got shot, I nearly died. I was in ICU, but no, I'm a man.
Yeah.
I must move on.
There's a lot that they're going through, but they don't want to talk about it. That's the thing.
We cannot underestimate the absolute impact and power of the histories that we're marinated in. There are two interesting shifts that many modern men are facing. One of them is that the modern man is spending more time with their children and quality time than previous generations. The modern man is also contributing a lot more to the domestic responsibilities.
Compared to all our uncles and everyone else, now we're able to talk, but the biggest problem only is that
I don't get to speak about everything because I don't know what other things are thinking about me. Because we still have that guard.
I'm still in there.
Don't charge.
Actually, we cannot underestimate the power of how much we are also product of our history, right, and our present. And in that, there was this messaging all the time that you cannot be vulnerable.
I think what I enjoy the most about men talking about mental health at this current state in time is if Deep Tone says something to me that's going on in his life, let's say it's about a girlfriend or a family matter or a financial issue, it's so hard for me not to relate to him because we're all put under the same bus. So instead of putting up my own defenses and like, I don't go through that, it's instant empathy.
Whenever we meet up, it's always, hey, sure. We're always macho, you know? Hey, grind, Kim not. You can't just open up to anybody because it's not the easiest thing ever. Out of nowhere, you see Vicky breaking down and you're thinking, yo, but I thought Vicky was strong. I thought Vicky had it all covered out, you know?
As much as the Khatis, you know what I'm saying, we've been tough for the longest time. So everywhere we're tough, we're not strong. But Drabo or lose my chance.
There's no space for weak men. You always gotta keep a cool head. You always gotta be focused. You always gotta be sharp.
We need to also have a conversation about how men also don't become confident in everything throughout not having money.
The whole financial talk is a very difficult one. The pressure doesn't only come from females. It doesn't only come from your family. The pressure also comes from other guys.
We can't speak about mental health also without speaking about financial health. As a man, that's very. That's why like. For
10 years I struggled, you know, and all my friends were working at that point. But I couldn't be with them because if ever they said McDonald's or whatever, I wouldn't afford that. So what would I do? I'd isolate. And isolation is the worst thing you could do for yourself.
We do speak about vulnerability very generically. And I think that if we're going to speak about it less so, it will involve each individual knowing where they're at, where they're starting, what they struggle with. I think research even shows that men have a lot more access to vulnerabilities, which would include, for example, their more difficult feelings and fears and experiences, but as well as their ambitions. You know, it's very vulnerable to be ambitious. It's very vulnerable to say, I want something, you know. It's in different ways, you know. And that at the best of times, when it's crunch time, the individual internally will struggle to differentiate vulnerability from shame. And most men, for example, the kind of most relatable version of this is actually just financials. That most men to this day have imagined that they've insulated themselves actually against vulnerability with having a lot of money.
One of the key things for mental health is therapy. Don't do therapy. And it gives me just because of the wife said, you need to. But the minute we grow up, and especially Mokas, Mokasi therapy. Gonna pay 600 rand. 600 rand
Because so many people were speaking about mental illness and mental health in particular, then there wasn't an ability to regulate who was saying it, what was true, what was fake, what was not. And I speak about this a lot, is that while I do think that it's great that nobody is a custodian of mental health and everybody should be speaking about it, we really need to recognize the real dangers of this. We wouldn't take any information, any kind of input or contribution around cancer incredibly seriously unless it came from an oncologist.
Mental health is a daily thing. It's a daily thing. It's beyond the conversation.
Mental health
is beyond the conversation.
No, mental health is like
hygiene. It's like you need to bath. It's beyond
revisit it every day.
We go through different situations.
The most rudimentary thing you can ever do is love yourself. Because with love comes acceptance of self. Accepting the fact that I am where I am today because of the decisions that I've made in my past. And I can only predict my future with the decisions that I make today. But now that I'm conscious of the fact that I am a reflection of God's image, I'm 1 in 7 billion, man. I'm a living organism. Every day I wake up and I can be the greatest version of myself. Then we can start chasing how we fit into society.
2 years ago, I was actually affected with a viral attack to my brain and my central nervous system. And when that happened, that was like a neural, functional meltdown where I'd gone from being like this happy, feeling good to panic attacks, suicidal thoughts, like just, the whole neurochemistry being completely out. Like a lot of the docs were like, you need to reset your brain and you need to start going on medication to do that. And I was like, no, I'm going to do it the way I know how,
I always like to face my demons as they are. People would ask me, why do you train so much? I said, I train for life. I train to be energetic. I train to think properly. I train to be positive. I train to be strong mentally. I like training because I know there's bigger benefits than the body. The body is just a byproduct of what you learn when you're going through the process of like training your body.
For me, gym became about therapy. It was my refuge. It was my safe space. Just for me to zone out and just compartmentalize my thoughts.
On a constant day-to-day, like I am like the film, waiting to exhale. I am constantly just waiting to breathe. And like fitness helps me literally breathe. And it's like the one space where I can actually exhale.
I was very depressed from being in a very toxic work environment. I'd find myself jogging, Ekasi, and people thought I was crazy, like, what's going on with her? She's just running up and down. And I didn't think it can be a career.
Being a pro bodybuilder, sport that is synonymous for toughness. You have a mental capacity. You can go through a lot. You can tolerate pain. And then now you are found in a space where the doc is saying, no, you got depression, right? It hits you, face first. So you then sit back, you go, man, this is chronic. It means this is for life,
When I was like really depressed and sad, like my grand would always be like, you should pray. Like, when last did you go to church? And I would always, I think also because like stigma, it was like, they think it's like the devil. And
in the Black society, mental health is still a big stigma. We grew up in an environment where the lack of knowledge and understanding this, because we then want to be able to deal with this, we self-diagnose in the most just bizarre ways ever, So we'll go as far as saying, "Magloile," because the idea and the reality of this could be a thing is not something we want to accept. My mom is a fully professional nurse, and I remember the first time I told her, she literally did the one thing that a lot of people will do. She'll sit down, she goes, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?" So as I get to the gym, one of my mates goes, "Hey, didn't you train this hip-hop artist?" I'm like, "Huh?" So I check, Rick is gone, and it was such a mind-blowing experience because, the selfish part of you goes, this could have been me, all right? And then the reality also is, this is the one guy that everyone at the gym remembers as happy, greeting everyone, he's okay, and you just never see it coming.
COVID was the one time where almost every single person experienced some kind of mental health issue. Because I think for the longest time, it was like depression and anxiety was seen as this like something that was so far removed from certain people, right? It was the one time where people understood that like as a human being, we're all like, I think, predisposed or like we all have the potential to lose it in some shape or form. And during the conversation that would happen then, I think as much as like COVID was a terrible time, you could be so honest during that time. A person could call you and be like, how are you doing? And you could be fucking honest and be like, yo, dude, I'm having a shit time. I'm not okay.
COVID allowed this unmasking to happen. And like you're saying, people became real and authentic because everyone was going through it. It's not like when your business isn't doing well and you don't want to tell anyone because you're the only guy.
Yeah. there's like a point where, or maybe it's the stigma, but you feel like depression or anxiety is all you are.
Yeah.
But that's not, you know, like you have so much outside. Like, yeah, it's just like you have like a full life outside. You're like the funny person, like with your friends. You're like a great cousin. You're a great big, whatever it is, you know?
A lot of us lack something which is called internal locus of control. The idea that most people are going to internalize and find out what is it that I can do to get out of this situation, that reality, unfortunately, is very minimal. And not because people are running away from taking responsibility, but it's actually easier to blame everything else but yourself.
We sit in like that bubble sometimes for too long. And I even found myself like sitting in it for too long until like I, you know, started, I guess, working out and like.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, it is comfortable.
It's comfortable.
Yeah.
It's comforting.
Yeah. You know, I think it's also understanding that healing from that and getting out of that comfort is also your responsibility.
I think subconsciously, our environment, we can't really be fully in control of that. And it really affects us in a whole lot of ways.
We think we've got control. We don't have control. All we have is anxiety. Because the reality is, I can't control what you say. I can't control what you do. Yeah. The only thing I can honestly control is my inner state of being and my inner peace. In the last while, I've completely got off the pleasure-seeking hamster wheel. Like no longer looking for any pleasure outside of myself, because I started to realize how like after the high is the low, right? It's a trap. It's like you have a bad day, you go out, you get drunk, you wake up the next morning, you're feeling again.
But don't you find everything pleasurable because you don't find pleasure in anything? I find it as the most beautiful paradox.
I know, it's been the most crazy thing because I felt like every single time I'm not giving into it, like into this temptation, more power is coming back to me. And I'm no longer this bait. I'm no longer this consumer bait to like, because let's face it, like the world is geared to make us, you know, become the bait for all of these things. And I feel like we so often are looking outside of ourselves for all this pleasure.
I feel like mental health, for me personally, and just how I would explain it to someone, is basically making sure that you are mentally okay. But that's basically just a baseline of it. You can't just be stable. I feel like you need to be, or the goal is to be happy and healthy and enjoying your life and living your life instead of just being.
I think it is like very difficult to like define because so many people have so many different perceptions of it and everyone's like experience with it is going to be different.
I've spoken to a lot of people just about mental illnesses and there's like no set definition to what they think it is. I know you say it's like more than being stable, but for some people being stable is like their mental illness being perfect for them. So it's really hard to define and I think it really does end up just boiling down to how you feel.
The way I look at it also is like, when I try to define leadership, I feel like everybody here would define leadership as completely different things. And when we try to like, what is the characteristics of a leader, everybody here is going to Putin is a leader and Mandela's a leader. But like, the characteristics of those two people are very different. And I feel like I like that we understand that mental health means different things to everybody. It's very subjective.
Everyone wants to like define it by certain characteristics and like psychology isn't an exact science. I think we all know that. And so it's very difficult to just say that like, oh, all depressed people like cry all the time because you could have depression but like never cry. You could have depression and sleep perfectly fine, but someone else could have the complete opposite. And I think we just need to be able to acknowledge that not everyone's experiences with the same thing are going to be the same.
Yeah, I definitely think mental health is not like a sort of, if I can say, a textbook issue, and therefore trying to put it into kind of a box of a definition would be very difficult because in that we're excluding different people's experiences of it. So I think leaving it open to everyone defining their own balance and their own mental health is actually more inclusive and more beneficial and opens up the conversation to more people.
Yeah.
in South Africa, we have a big burden of mental illness. We don't always have the resources to engage with that.
It's a conversation that we don't speak about. It's just like, okay, now we're gonna carry on. Okay, let's do this. We don't address the issue. We know the issue. Everyone is struggling, and we don't address that. And people get judged, and they sort of just hide themselves and put themselves in a cocoon in a corner. And that's not really good. And that's why we need to sort of attack this.
Our generation almost is a lot more vocal about mental health, and we speak a lot more about it, and we're a lot more open about it because we want to have those conversations. And specifically with our age group, it's like being a teenager, the hormones are often blamed for any emotional thing that you go through, or your problems aren't that bad because you're a child.
In my family particularly, mental health is addressed, it's accepted, we know it exists, but because of the cultural aspect of it, there's still this whole idea of, because you're a child, what do you know about depression? What do you know about, feeling sad? What do you know about having problems? What kind of problems can you have? We provide for you, you go to a good school, you have everything that you could possibly need. So you don't really have a reason to be, sad, depressed, to have any sort of mental health issues. So there is space to talk about it and space for it to be addressed, but there is sort of that barrier in the sense that you are still a child and you don't really know.
When people think about mental illness, I think previously, early on, people think of asylums and straitjackets and stuff like that, whereas people are realizing, okay, that's not the case anymore.
When they hear of a situation of someone who's depressed, they'll speak about it and be like, oh, you never really know that someone's depressed. And then for me, it sounds like they're saying that for them, mental illness happens, but outside, this circle, outside people they know.
It's quite an interesting observation to think that the people who go through it most are the people we tell them to talk about it.
It also goes back to this thing of being from the hood. You have to be so tough so that no one, bothers you in that way. And then now you can't expose yourself like that. And that's how a lot of people feel. You see all of these guys chilling on the corners, talking about absolutely nothing when they could be addressing issues within themselves.
I'm someone who does, from time to time, suffer from low functioning depression, and I can't even do everyday normal tasks. I am trying to at least be at peace with myself, but I can't be at peace with myself and then let other people down because I can't complete the everyday tasks I'm supposed to.
Whenever I'm dealing with something, even if it's not that big, I'm always like, oh, but people are experiencing way worse. This is nothing compared to what most people have to go through. And it's not healthy to do that. And I've had to learn that as well. But also there's a part of it where you have to recognize, this is what I'm experiencing. If someone breaks their arm and someone sprains their ankle, an arm break is going to be a lot more painful than a sprained ankle. But if you've never broken your arm, your sprained ankle is going to be the worst pain you've experienced. So it's very conditional, but you have to be aware of both, I feel like.
We're so desensitized to everything that we just use these terms so loosely. It's the same thing as people being like the thing of oh, I want to kill myself. It's okay, cool, relax, your boyfriend just broke up with you. That's happened 3 times, so it's fine.
People throw around these terms so incorrectly. And it is so frustrating because it is a label, right? And it puts you in a particular box. And that box is often incorrect versus when compared to the actual diagnosis of a personality disorder or having personality disorder traits.
I just think we've become so used to always being engaged that we're starting to lose
touch with reality.
Exactly. And it's only probably going to get worse from now. Virtual reality is booming.
People that have mental illness are not scary people. They are vulnerable people. and having that shift where we are not scared. It's a world where we realize that they are not scary, they are extremely vulnerable. And being able to engage with them at that level and support them at that level instead of the stance of being scared.
I've completely got off the pleasure-seeking hamster wheel. Like no longer looking for any pleasure outside of myself.
I'm my biggest hater. And so just the few little people who do believe in me and who do believe in where I can go and where I can be, I think that's what really does keep me going. Just them constantly being in my ear, just like, you can do it, you're going to be there. And, that just is what really drives me.
And knowing yourself and understanding yourself and looking at somebody else and saying, I can put myself in this person's shoes and understand where they're coming from and understand that you'll never understand, because no matter how much someone tells you about their problems, you can never really understand the extent of it. So I think it's about empathy, certainly, and kindness.
The world is tough and we're all struggling.
I'm a biggest hater. And so
Ooh, that final line, the world is tough and we are all struggling. I think it's something that we can all relate to when we're at home, when it's just us and ourselves in our bedrooms. My mother always said, when you are going to remember when you are in the bathroom, you and yourself. But I think the biggest takeaway from this is the need for empathy and the need to break that stigma and to really build communities where these conditions can really make us feel so alone. Speaking of being alone, I think I'm tired of being alone on the stage. So DJ, can you please help me call our superheroes to the stage, our panel of industry experts, just so that we can take in what we've all just watched and actually have a conversation about it. And I think it's important that after we've had the questions spoken about with our panelists, that we open it up to you all. So we will make some time for that. The first person I would like to call to the stage, who is part of our panel, is the man himself, Mr. Monde Twala, the Senior Vice President of Paramount Africa and the board member of Staying Alive Foundation. DJ. I would like to also call to the stage Ms. Wame Jallo, the Executive Director of Staying Alive Foundation. Ms. Marina Madale, Executive of Sustainability and Shared Value, MTN Group. Ntombenhle Matibidi, Youth Leader and Groundbreaker of Love Life. Pearl Tusi, actress, entrepreneur, and model. And then we will have Shudu joining us online. She is Shudufadzo Musida, the UNFPA Global Champion for Women and Girls, as well as the author and a former Miss South Africa. Please give our panel one more round of applause. Okay, I want to just do a little bit of a vibe check-in because the film was talking about serious issues, and I think we need to just shake it off ourselves, just to go around, check in with everybody in the panel. How did that make you feel? One word.
Seen.
Seen.
Oh, sorry. One word.
How did the film make you feel?
Aware, enlightened.
Oh, you stole my word. I was going to say enlightened. So double enlightened times two, but I'll find another word. I know we're supposed to shake it off, but disheartened.
Disheartened.
What? provocation.
It made me feel a bit heartbroken.
Yeah, it was sad. All right. I think I'll start with yourself, Mr. Mondetwala. If you all were here in the room yesterday, he was part of a panel talking about investing in youth. And yourself as the VP of Paramount have teamed up with not only the APRM in this event, but also with the UNFPA as well as the Staying Alive Foundation. My question to you is about partnerships and the role that partnerships have, such as the ones that you have with the MTN and the Staying Alive Foundation. What role do they have in amplifying the impact of this or initiatives like this one about mental health?
Good morning, everybody. Listen, the People versus series is a trilogy of very important narratives, very important issues that are faced by young people. So we started this initiative through multiple other partnerships over time. When fees must fall, activism, we saw young people, hit the streets. We were there. We did the People versus the People. We really looked at, obviously the whole notion of free education, access to education for young people. We moved on when the Me Too initiatives were blowing up all over the world. We did the People versus Patriarchy, which looked at gender equity as an issue and how we are perpetuating it as society, and trying to engage young people. And now we are sitting here with the People versus and mental health, and there's a signature to the versus because it is the space that is very conflicted, and a lot of young people are going through this. We work in the youth space, so if you look at the rate of suicide, it's now exam time, isn't it? Exam time. So a lot of young people are going through the most during this time. We've seen the cyberbullying as a big issue. If you look at the stats around the impact of social media, the impact of the digital space in its negative side and its impact on young people, and also making sure that we have real, authentic conversations that come from the youth, by the youth, for Africa, coming up with African solutions. Because a lot of the time we also hide behind culture as an excuse, or there's this gray area where culture comes into play, and a lot of African youth are going through quite the most, and this is our attempt to really, partner with all stakeholders. We partner with content creators. We partner with Staying Alive Foundation is a big partner of us. We've just finished an amazing series called Room of Safety, which looks at with MTN. But it is about, the idea is really about, it needs a unified force that can really tackle this mental health challenge. And it's tricky because it's different for everybody. There's no one solution. So it's going to need all of us as an army to come together and really partner in at least providing the tools and the guidance for young Africans.
This particular trilogy that you speak about, the People versus, there was something very editorially different from the other films, which is, it is not versus mental health, it is and mental health. Why make that choice?
Because I think, like I said, I think mental health is and wellness, I think is very subjective. It's not. It's a holistic approach. There's, you'll see that in the film, especially the extended version, we actually look at different chapters. So there's a chapter where we look at gender, gender and mental health. You look at finances, the economic impact on mental health. We look at the digital world, online, what's happening with cyberbullying. We look at it holistically. So there's no one way around it. We have to look at different elements of society and how it impacts our day-to-day living. Access to resources, access to, I spoke to access to, for young people to know where to go. Where do you go? And making sure it's readily available, making sure that there's also, on the cyberbullying side, I think Marina will talk to the tools that are out there for young people to engage. We're engaging, the social platforms, we're engaging Meta, we're engaging YouTube, we're engaging all these social platforms. It needs an army. And I think hence we didn't land on one thing. We understood that the illness is actually very holistic and requires us to look at it holistically in terms of how we can help young people today.
I want to talk to the lovely lady in yellow next to you, Ms. Wame Jallo. You are the executive director of the Staying Alive Foundation. One of my most favorite projects that the foundation has brought us is MTV Sugar, because it has made having the tough conversations of really what our shared realities are so much more easier, by virtue of just it being brought to us in the form of a, television drama. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Staying Alive Foundation and the work that you do?
Sure, thank you, and I'm glad you're a fan. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here and to speak about this issue. Is actually, when I said disheartening earlier, it's a topic that is a silent crisis that people don't talk about. So to be on this panel and have this conversation is empowering, powerful, and I'm really happy that this forum and Symposium has actually landed that as an issue to focus on. I think just to say, Staying Alive has been doing a lot of this work for the last 28 years and really focusing on demonstrating how storytelling isn't just about entertainment, but also as a catalyst for change, right? How do we give agency to young people to be aware, to have information, to make informed choice? And I think that is a really powerful and important thing. And Sugar, in its format, does just that. So it started in Kenya in 2009. It was Love, Sex and Money. And it was the first time we were seeing something very bold on television, young people being able to see their lives being represented. And that talks to the authenticity, as Monde was saying, and the relatability of those stories. So Sugar became a Pan-African phenomenon. We went on to do it in South Africa, we went on to do it in Nigeria, in Kenya, and also across in India. And a lot of it comes from storytelling by young people for young people, right? How do we actually do that is doing a lot of formative research to say what are the issues that young people are contending with on the ground, and how do we then use that to turn it into storytelling to create dialogue between themselves and their peers, themselves and gatekeepers, whether it's policymakers, their teachers, members of the community, religious leaders, brokering tough conversations. And I think that's what's really powerful about today's young people is that you're brave, you have tools to help you do that. And Sugar, I'm very proud to say we've been able to reach over 300 million households with this content. We're going to show a clip shortly that really reflects, I think, talking to mental health, what young people are contending with, and it's an intersectionality of issues. Mental health is not just about the health component, but also social circumstances that young people are contending with. Unemployment, huge unemployment, not feeling heard, minimized voices a lot of times in the space, financial scarcity. I'm glad we're going to be talking about cyberbullying and the tech space. But from a health perspective, lack of access to health services, the stigma that a lot of young people face. You get into a healthcare facility to ask for service, the first thing someone says is, how old are you? What are you doing having sex? You shouldn't be here, et cetera, et cetera. that contributes to then young people feeling isolated, feeling marginalized, and not having a space. So the next clip we're going to see right now is an example of that in Kenya, where young people were fed up. They took to the streets and said, wait a minute, if you're going to increase the tax bill in Kenya, it's going to impact on our access to sanitary pads. Period. Poverty is a huge issue. So I think we need to take a step back when we talk about mental health and look at the bigger holistic picture, as Monde said. What are all these compounded issues that exacerbate mental health crisis in young people? And what could we do to really tackle it from an evidence-based point of view and conversations with young people, right? So I don't know if it's ready to show. We can move on if not, but we can show the next video. Okay, there we go.
We're ready.
Have always turned a blind eye when it comes to politics. And ignorance is no defense. We did not know enough to care.
I don't think anyone is wrong. Nobody leaves or wakes up in the morning and says I want to be wrong.
There's absolutely no fear now more than ever, because centrally we're in a space where people want better and people know and are aware that they deserve better, and I think that's what people are asking for.
Gen Z's only fear pregnancy, marriage, and data bundles running out.
I wanna be.
You can't just give someone internet bundles and be like, good luck finding all the stuff that I agree with.
Let's talk about men's mental health. I am going to be my brother's keeper. The quality of one's future life is not as strongly dependent on education as it was in the past.
So many people lost their lives. We do owe it to them to continue that fight.
Whew, the quote. And I think I may have been watching a podcast that you were featured in, Wame. No, I still want to, I'm still on you. Don't give the mic away just yet. The quote was Gen Z's only fear, marriage, pregnancy, and data bundles running out. Pearl said it sounds exactly like her daughter. That was such an impactful statement. And I think in working with the organization that you have beyond just the Staying Alive Foundation, you probably have had hands-on experience, not only with the people, but of course with the data itself. What are the most pressing mental health issues right now that you think Gen Z and the youth are facing?
The pressing ones are a lack of access. I think that's a big one. Services, information. It's information highway right now. There's so much out there. And what we keep hearing from a lot of young people is, which platforms can we trust? What can we trust, right? So trust and truth building, I think, is a big part that contributes to that, because 1 minute is one thing, another minute you're told something else. So that's one part of that. I think the other thing around it is the lack of enough information around the implications of gender-based violence, intimate partnered violence. So when you see in that clip where we talk about Johnny John Jonty, it's a classic example of a young girl who has 3 different types of partners. Older, bless her, who's a friend of her father's, a young man that she gets married to, but he's not able to provide because he can't get a job. And then there's a third one. The third one is is this another guy in her community who's like I would say a pimp, like somebody who's more repressive. So she uses all 3 of them to get what she needs. And she deals with intimate partner violence, and she's not able to go anywhere. She thinks that's normalized, right? So gender-based violence is a huge part, and we don't talk enough about it, and I think that's a big part. And then, yes, there's the alcohol, there's the substance abuse, there's all of that. So like I said, it's a compounding factors leading to the fact that a lot of young people are really feeling isolated, are not feeling heard, are feeling marginalized, and that's what we see in our data. Yes, and lack of data bundles.
I like the fact that you spoke about, the gender-based violence and it being in that sphere, but it's also something that can take place digitally. I don't know how many of you have seen people's profile pictures changing to the color purple as of late, and it's particularly advocating against that matter. Now, what I want to talk to Ms. Marina Madale about is the Help Children Be Children campaign that MTN has put together, because this type of violence can also take place online. And I don't want to say too much about the initiative because you have all the facts, but I've had the opportunity of being part of the campaign in some way, and to see the mechanisms that you guys have created to make it easy for us as young people to report these types of behaviors online is so innovative, and it's something that we need. We need more access to it. I'll allow you to talk a bit more about it.
Thank you so much, Lerai. And I think you did more than just participate. You shared your story and your truth, which was absolutely incredible. So I think most people are familiar with MTN and, our mandate, and I promise you, you can wake up any employee in the middle of the night and ask them, what is our core belief? And they'll tell you is that everybody deserves the benefits of a modern connected life. Now, that modern connected life and connectivity can't come and open up doors to additional risks. It needs to come with protection. And that's something that we believe in. And as part of our Help Children Be Children campaign, we've been looking at things like how do we block child sexual abuse material off our network and so forth. But what we were missing was the voice of youth. And I think the partnership with Paramount Africa through Room of Safety that you just touched upon was really powerful, because it started to tell the story of young people. What are they experiencing online? And I think what was interesting was that almost every episode had an element of mental wellness within it. A lot of people spoke about, their images being reshared and how depressed they became from it. And so I think there's an interesting statistics I came across, which was that every extra hour online increases the depression risk by 13%. So you can only imagine that if someone's already, as the panel has described, already struggling with unemployment, struggling with, poverty, being in a certain context, how disempowering that is. Now imagine the online world where something is not put up once and taken down. It's actually put up and someone passes it on and passes it on. So it moves from just the one victim or the people around your immediate life knowing you've gone through, you're being abused as a woman, or a child is being abused. It goes from just that circle knowing to millions all over the world within seconds. So you can imagine that it's almost, that trauma of the repetition of it. And the psychosocial impact is just so much deeper. So I think, I think the documentary is exceptional. It's really bringing to the forefront this conversation and unpacking and saying, do we even understand the terminology? We're actually a few days, probably a couple of weeks from 16 days of activism. And I remember seeing a term, and there's so many new terms popping up every day. There's catfishing, there's cyberbullying, there's doxing, and so many other things. So I like that the episode starts to unpack what are those things, because the same way you need to recognize you're in an abusive relationship is the same way you need to put a word, a term to it. You need to call it what it is, because I think healing lies on the other side. So with mental wellness, it's also naming it, knowing it. And I was just talking about a story of a young lady very close to me, and the fact that, she's going through her own bipolar. And I think in the beginning, we were very understanding of it. But then when she started to not want to take medication, we were like, okay, but are you putting that oxygen mask? Because a lot of these different types of mental wellness elements, some of them are treatable. So you simply have to, go to therapy, take the medication, and keep at it and stick to it. And I think there's healing on the other side. Thanks.
MTN is the biggest telco company in the whole continent of Africa, which means that you are connected, or you are connecting the youngest population on earth. And I think what you sort of touched on is the fact that you guys saw your responsibility in the fact that by virtue of you connecting these young people, there was some level of enabling these behaviors, and you had to then cut that, taking that initiative. I want to look from a shared value perspective, from a sustainability perspective. What are the long-term sort of ways in which you are partnering and finding practical mechanisms to partner with young people and combat the mental health issue?
Thank you so much. I'm going to start off from the digital angle first. So just a couple of weeks ago, through the UNICEF and the GSMA, which is the sector body for the telecommunications industry, we actually launched the African Task Force on Child Online Protection. And we're extremely proud of that work, because now the real work begins. And if you look at some of the recommendations out of the task force and what we're seeking to achieve, the first is putting child safety, embedding it into the curriculum of schools across the entire continent, so that it's not a by the way there, but rather it's part of your curriculum. You're learning computer science, you're learning coding, you're learning how to stay safe online. And then the others, obviously, reporting and helplines are really critical in the space. And then also data-driven, so understanding the research, understanding what's happening. When you look at mental wellness, very interesting that in some schools, they're starting to introduce, they call it grit programs, to speak about emotional intelligence, to speak about, how do you express your emotions? How do you name them? What does it look like? And I remember even looking at I've got a 10 and 11-year-old, and they literally had a picture of their hand drawn, and it was like joy, love, happiness, anger, and so forth. So I like that those kind of programs need to be entrenched more into every school, so that there's greater emotional awareness, because I think the generations after us, I feel very old after sitting through the last 2 days. I hope I'm youthful in heart, but I think the generations that come after us, you're a lot more empathetic than we ever were. You also have a lot more information coming your way than we ever had. I think I had my first cell phone when I was in grade 12. That was the first time I ever owned a cell phone. And most of you have had cell phones for a very long time. You have information coming at you. You have, the climate crisis. You have so much that we can understand how it is that information gives you anxiety. And I think creating also an ability to not always be on, but to be able to switch off and to detox and have a digital detox is critical. So I think elements like that is critical. Reporting lines, I think the amazing work that is done. I think we need to do more of those and empower institutions like that. And for people to be able to speak about it. To be honest, I think younger people are having much more conversations about what they feel is happening. And our generation, I think it's almost like the time when HIV/AIDS came up. A lot of people never disclosed, people hid it. It feels like we're hiding our own mental states. Even myself, like there's a lot of the time where I go through depressed moments, and just to admit that to people is extremely hard. And I love what was said in the documentary. It's like you have to schedule time to break down, because especially when you're a parent, you've got so many responsibilities. You simply don't have time in your schedule for a mental break, So I think that's something that, as I say to the next generation, I admire you, that the solution sits in your hands. You're more conscious than we ever were. And I think, find a way to switch off at times, because this world has so many things. You can be so caught up in it. Take time and take breaks.
I want to talk to Ntombenhle because she is an empathetic peer provider who actually deals with people that are actually experiencing not only mental health issues, but issues beyond that on a day-to-day basis. I want to understand what a day in your life looks like dealing with these issues and, lending that empathetic hand. And I guess in your work, you're just one person. These education programs need to be scaled. I want to hear just from you, what do you see that scaling looking like?
Good day, everyone. My name is Ntombenhle Matipidi. I'm from Love Life. So we have groundbreakers at our local clinics around Gauteng, not all of them. But as groundbreakers, what we do is we engage with the youth to encourage them to come to the clinic for their wellness, not just physically, but mentally as well. So usually what happens is we create youth zones. These are adolescent youth-friendly services where we close the gap between health professional practitioners and the youth, because just as the lady said, that the first thing they ask you when you get to the clinic is, how old are you? And why are you engaging in intercourse? You're too young for that. So we actually create youth zones with nurses who are young-ish. We try. So because there aren't a lot of young nurses, so we try to work with the younger nurses who do understand us and where we come from. So the youth can come to the clinic, ask for their groundbreaker, tell us what is wrong, what is their problem, if they're willing to talk with someone that can actually help them, or they'd rather just have us do all the work for them, and then we guide them to get the care that they need. And we also do follow-ups as well. We do campaigns where we promote wellness. We go to school where we talk about bullying, and we let learners know that, hey, you're not alone. There are people who are here to help you, and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I want to come to Pearl next to me. Yeah, let's give her a round of applause. I want to come to you, Pearl. You live as a public figure in the public eye, I think since you were a teenager, actually. And you are now a mother to your own teenager. And so you've had to, for probably majority of your life, had to navigate mental health, even before it became a popular topic for us to talk about. And I noticed you, grounding yourself right now and smelling the flowers next to you. And there's something beautiful about just taking, no matter where you are, taking a moment to just sit and smell the flowers. How has it been navigating the conversations, not only in your professional life and having to deal with people thinking they can say whatever they want about you, whenever they want about you, but also navigating these conversations with your daughter as a mother?
Wow. First of all, girl, I only see great things for you. First of all, how beautiful and amazing is she, guys? Just give her a round of applause. So well spoken, so beautiful, like honestly. I think for me, I never really gave myself a chance to be broken, even though I was. I don't know why I'm feeling so teary today. I'm feeling so teary. Like, guys, I can cry any second. And that time of the month was last week, so I'm good. You know what I mean? But, so if I start crying, please don't make a thing about it. But I'm just having, I don't know, I'm just emotional today. But I grew up in a family that was very highly strung. I lost my mother at 16. My father passed away first week of lockdown COVID. My father had to kind of raise us on his own. It was all very difficult. So I've been on survival mode for most of my life. And it kind of, with COVID arriving and everything that came with that, it all came crashing down. But in terms of navigating the conversations around mental health, when I was working out a lot and having a lot of time with my friends when I was still in my 20s, it was very hard to avoid and be distracted. You know, when I lived in New York, I acknowledged that, okay, I think I'm going through depression. And then when I came back to South Africa, life just went on, you know. And it wasn't until my daughter started experiencing heavy mental health situations that I had to come to terms with the conversation. Not that I didn't want to have it, not that I couldn't have it. I didn't know how to have the conversation with her. So I've since then been diagnosed with ADHD myself because my daughter was, and it's genetic. It can be genetic, or it can stem from very stressful situations in life. But I've sometimes having a conversation is allowing even your child to lead you into that conversation. You know, there's nothing wrong with being led by our children. We need to give them that confidence. We need to teach them and allow them to lead us sometimes. And when I realized that everything is falling apart in terms of our relationship and especially her mental health, I had to take a look in the mirror and I had to take a good look at her and listen to her. And obviously consulting mental health professionals and all of that. And it's brought me a lot of healing. So I think just navigating the conversation sometimes is understanding that you cannot navigate the conversation. Sometimes you have to allow yourself to be lost in the moment to find your way into that conversation and learn from what's happening around you. So I think, I hope that answers your question. I don't know if I answered it.
I think one more to you, Pearl. Social media can obviously be both empowering, but it can also do the opposite. I think that we can all agree and attest to that. And on top of that, you have a young person in your household that is navigating that same world. You've spoken about having the conversation, but I think from that and the fact that you and your daughter have started a podcast together, encouraging having these multi-generational conversations, what advice do you have to young people navigating the digital world?
Wow. I was going to be like, oh yeah, guys, I also did a whole reality show where I talk about my mental health. And oh yeah, by the way, I have a podcast where, so the podcast is called Say Less, which is just a catchy name she came up with, to be honest. But it's like, you know, say less, we got this, this is what you guys want to talk about. But I think even in the podcast, you know, I encourage her to be herself. I encourage her to do what she thinks is best. But I think openly having a conversation, you know, people cannot hold something against you when you own it. You understand? So when I go out there and I say, I'm struggling with depression, I'm struggling with this is what I'm struggling with, I'm not alone. And that's what I'm learning, even by watching the documentary you posted earlier. It was like, oh, I feel exactly, oh my God, okay. It was like, you know, sorry. It was just like, I feel, oh, I'm not feeling this alone. I'm not alone, which then allows you to open up your hand and walk with somebody else, you know, in that situation, and to just be honest with yourself and honest with other people about what you're going through. I think I really pray for young people that they really start looking inward a lot more. There's a lot of looking outward, wondering what people are saying, wondering what people are thinking, wondering what illusion you're going to create for people out there to believe or think or whatever it is about you. And I mean, I just think about recently, the documentary about Thabo Bester came out, which I took part in because I was one of his victims. And you know, every time I have spoken about that incident, I have been ridiculed publicly. My story doesn't make sense. Oh, we think she was dating him. Oh, she took the knife and took him to church. She gave him a Bible. Ooh, I wonder where's that Bible now? Oh, you know, everything about my experience gets ridiculed to pieces. And what's so sad even about that documentary is that my entire story wasn't really told the way I told it, and I have no control over that. And I have refused to watch it, but the snippets I've heard, I can understand even why people think there's inconsistencies, but the documentary wasn't about my encounter with Thabo Bester specifically. And for the first time last week, I saw some reactions from that video, and it actually hurt me. And usually I would have been like, I don't care, they don't matter. But I sat with that pain and I said, wow, this actually hurts that people think this is funny. And I was also very encouraged by some of my friends who knew the story, who went out and spoke and said, Pearl has been speaking about this since the moment it happened. Pearl has said that this happened. The pastor that I took him to spoke about it, all of those things. And then I had to remind myself, Pearl, why are you focusing? So it's also about what you focus your energy on when you have that control. So I just want to say, young guys, go work out. If you want to have some sort of control over your mental health, go work out, speak to the right people, and focus on the right opinions that are in your mind about yourself and that other people have to say about you. I can either focus on the people who think that my story is funny, yet still expect. You're going to see them with purple profile pictures, the same ones who laughed at me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the ones you find at church who can't go and do good things for people. So it's the thing of, let's focus on the positives, and I'm choosing to do that. And with my daughter, it's the same thing. It's about having those conversations. And why do you think of that about yourself? So it's many, many things that one can do to make the right decisions for their mental health, but have the conversation and be confident, and don't allow anyone to use your pain experience or what I've been calling my invisible superpower, which mental health can be. Thank you. Mental health can be crippling. So imagine, and I don't mean to undermine any sort of disability out there, but if I just may, it's like having an invisible disability that no one knows how to assist you, and you can't even figure it out yourself. So yeah, I think for me, it's empower yourself and focus on the positives in your life.
There is so much power in vulnerability. What's her name? The vulnerability lady. Come on, you've seen her. Someone help me. Brene Brown. Thank you so much. I see that Shudu has joined us. Hi Shudu, how are you doing? Oh, there she is.
All right, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I just want to talk to you a little bit about your advocacy work with UNFPA and sort of the connections that you've seen with mental health, other health challenges, and empowerment of young women in Africa. And how is your work with UNFPA contributing to this?
Hi, everyone. I've just been listening into everything that you're saying. And it's so beautiful, and as much as it's so difficult, that this conversation is being had long overdue. And I think Pearl called it like almost having an invisible disability. And what's interesting about that is I was on a panel where it is actually classified sometimes as an invisible disability, depending on the extent to which it affects the person. So I hope you feel validated in knowing that it's something that has been said before. In my work specifically with the UNFPA, I've seen that mental health is connected to almost everything. I almost call it the foundations of the SDGs, because without mental health, we cannot achieve the SDGs and whatever happens beyond that. So especially for sexual and reproductive health, when a young girl faces an unplanned pregnancy or experiences GBV or is stigmatized for living with HIV, it doesn't just affect her physically. It affects her emotionally, confidence, her sense of safety, her ability to breathe. It affects how she looks at herself. And what's interesting from the stats that we've been reading, or even the documentaries, that half of all mental health conditions actually begin by the age of 14. I know a child as young as 6 years old. I was at a conference a few years ago in Zambia, who died by suicide because of bullying, 6-year-old. And everyone gets shocked at that age. But the truth is, we can never start too early to start having these conversations. And in as much as conditions actually begin by the age of 14, across the continent, many people still go undiagnosed and untreated. And that's why the UNFPA's work is so important, because it treats mental health as an integral part of their well-being. And that's the work that I do with it, not as something separate, because health is a state of physical, mental, and social well-being, not just the absence of the infirmity. So now more than ever, it's really important that we have these conversations. We provide the languaging for it, because until people can express confidently what it is that they're going through, it will never be prioritized the way that it needs to. I constantly think of, or the example I make is, we've all been accustomed or learned that when I've got a flu, I know how to identify the symptoms, the fever, the cough. I try the home remedies, and if they don't work, then I know I need to go to the doctor. And that's the same thing with mental health, that we need to get able to recognize when we're not okay. To know that it's okay to not be okay, and to seek help when it's beyond our control. And with the UNFPA specifically, through programs like comprehensive sexuality education, young people are not just learning about their bodies, but they're also learning how to manage their stress, build healthy relationships, and know when to seek help. And through safe spaces for survivors of gender-based violence, UNFPA is also offering psychological or psychosocial support that helps women, girls rebuild their lives. So it's the work that's being done is necessary work, because we cannot treat health in silence anymore. And we're also now seeing the rise in online forms of violence, like things like harassment, having your images shared without your permission. It all happens online, and it fringes on someone's body autonomy. And now another layer that young women specifically, and men too, actually, have to deal with. And it has real life consequences. And I don't think people realize, I mean, just even the conversation that we're having now, people say the things that they say, and they share the things that they share without consent, and they harass without thinking about the real life consequences of their actions. And I just think of campaigns like the Room of Safety, which is helping young people navigate the digital space safely while protecting their mental well-being online. So yeah, I think the work that's being done by everything that has been shared on stage, and to Pearl's point, empowerment now means healing both the invisible and visible. And that's the approach that the UNFP has actually taken in addressing health as a holistic need.
For your reign as Miss South Africa, your topic of advocacy was mental health, but you chose to take that beyond the crown, and it's still something that you're working on. You even have your podcast, Mindful Mondays, if I'm correct. I want to hear from you with the work that you do with the UNFPA. What policy changes and community work are the most urgent, especially when it comes to our continent, Africa?
I was reflecting on this last night, actually. We always think that it's emotional and it's just health, but it's actually investment. Africa needs investment, specifically where mental health is concerned. And this is not just financial, it's emotional and structural investment, but mostly it does need the finances to actually make this a reality, because a lot of people don't have access to mental health care or healthcare in many places across the continent. So we need mental health to be a big part of the primary healthcare and education system. So a child who comes from a small village like mine can access the same support as someone in the big city. And that's been the weird thing about living in a duality, where in my village, mental health was never a thing. Now it's slowly starting to become a conversation, but there still isn't access to mental health care in my village. And then as someone now who lives in a big city, both Johannesburg and New York, that is something that has been so normalized in terms of me feeling like, okay, I need to speak to my therapist, making the appointment. It's become part of my daily life, but we are realizing that mental health and health in general, access to mental health, has been seen or positioned as a privilege, but it's not. It should not be a privilege. We need to train more peer advisors to make sure that those who don't have access to big city offerings also have access to support, some kind of support. Young people can be trained to offer help in safe and relatable ways, which you've seen right now with the rise of social media and mental health advocacy online, where the more stories we share, from execs on stage to public figures, to businesses, to leaders, we then model a sense of psychological safety for someone to say, me too, I'm going through this. I feel seen. And just the documentary and how it shaped the stories of both men and women, and the realities of feeling like, actually, yes, I don't have the privilege right now to break it down, but I am scheduling it for the 17th of December when I'm on my way home, you know? And we need to break that stigma because especially in an African landscape, we've modeled resilience as a way to numb the psychological challenges that we face. Mental health specifically is not just a Western issue. And as you said on my podcast as well, we covered what mental health looks like through an African lens. But what it actually looks like is actually acknowledging that there's things that people face. I saw that Chetza Mombele as well, a psychologist, and he's speaking about how mental health is now more than a human issue. It's become a digital issue with all of these things that have been intertwined. So in Africa, like I've always believed, and we've always believed actually, healing only happens through community and Ubuntu. We just need to really reconnect to those values and to those systems that have made us the people that we are, but integrate them into the systems that we're building to ensure that the structural silencing of mental health conditions doesn't continue any longer. Because at the end of the day, investing in young people's mental health isn't just the right thing to do, the smart thing to do, especially for the SDGs and the future that we want to see. Because a healthy and empowered generation is the foundation of a sustainable and thriving continent, which Africa is going to be.
Thank you so much, Shudu, and thank you for taking the time to dial in from New York City. And I can tell you're probably in a library right now. You're studying right now. So thank you for taking the time out of your day. I think something that that I wanted to hold on from onto what she said was the fact that your story is so important. And no matter who it is in the room, it will make them feel or think, me too. And that's what mental health, it really is cross-cutting. You know, Monde, you mentioned that earlier on, and that's why you chose and instead of versus, because mental health does not stand alone. I want to, with the last 5 minutes that we have for this session, before we go off to lunch, just open up the conversation to everybody on the floor. So if you do have a question, please put your hand up. I see we've got our first one. We'll take all the questions together and then answer the questions afterwards. So the gentleman over there, please. Just press the button.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Luvuyo Manyi. So I've got comments, reflections, and I guess a question. So I've worked in the financial services space. I'm also a young entrepreneur mentor, right? Having led and established various youth chambers, supporting a lot of young entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs face a lot of anxiety and depression, don't get support. In fact, I believe the figures are around, they have a 60% propensity to anxiety and depression. Myself, who's been an entrepreneur for 21 years, I can attest to that. And, you know, we've got various programs. I think those who come from corporate will be familiar with wellness programs such as ICAS, right? Now, I can tell you for a fact, at least 4 years ago, the utilization of, I mean, it's freely accessible to main corporates for free, but the corporates pay for it. It's 15% utilization by the employees. Of that utilization, it's predominantly women. Yet we know about the high, male suicide. So the environment for men to talk about their various challenges seems to be quite difficult for them to open up. In my world, I think by virtue of what I do and my experiences, I always kind of open up to be quite frank about my life and my experience. So divorced, I'm a father of two. My ex is an active mom, so I'm not a single parent as others may be experiencing. Know about death, know about emotional abuse, know about having made money, lost it all, know about the shame and guilt that comes with a lot of things, know about substance abuse. The list really goes on, and others have been through worse, right? And you then have to put on a face and kind of face the world with this brave face and not have men to engage with and actually share that story. And it makes it quite hard because we're also then looked at as shoulders of support, right, while going through challenges ourselves. So one, we're also raised to be strong, but strength comes in weird forms, and I've come to learn that vulnerability is a strength as well. But that's hard to really talk about. So that is a reflection point, but also to realize that, intervention needs to be a little bit more active, where you're not just saying, hey guys, there's a program, go sign up. It's how do I get people involved? And how do I get them to be proactively engaged? I think there was a comment about the kids program. I'm not sure who mentioned it. When my kids come back with whatever activity they did at school, it kind of defeats the purpose if I'm not involved in that learning with them. So having parents being involved in whatever learning activity and the active exchange then makes it much more fruitful, because I think to build any nation starts in the household. So I would encourage whatever intervention that is created and established to get the parents involved, get those dialogues involved. Pearl, I liked your conversation you're saying you have with your daughter. If you're not having those conversations, it kind of defeats the purpose if it's just the teacher and the child. How are we facilitating parents to speak? Because maybe they just don't know how to. There's generally willingness, but you just don't know how to. People can't name the things that they're feeling. So they just know, oh, it's stress, right? Okay, maybe starts there, but there's more to it. How do we get to naming, understanding, and then unpacking those problems into its small parts? That's where it's much more easier to resolve. That's last thing, so I made lots of notes. ChatGPT, last one. ChatGPT has become my friend. And I heard someone say, I'm not sure if it's true, but I believe the mental health stress has lowered by virtue of people confiding in chat. Now, I've personally used it in my dating life when I've been told I've been doing I'm not being a good boyfriend, whatever, in the past. But nonetheless, I'll throw it into ChatGPT and it'll do a whole psychoanalysis. And then I'll realize, okay, hey, they're right, I'm wrong. It's like this objective, free therapy that came into play. And I use it for everything. But it was just a signal. It was just a signal to just show how lonely people are, even amongst their peers and friends, when they've got support, to say, how can they use technology where someone can create a vulnerable space for themselves that is feeling safe and becomes a conduit towards actual active therapy by an actual professional. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a question right away. Okay, that one.
Good afternoon. My name is Sihle Sibisi, and I'm the founder of a civil society organization called Kwanele Foundation, based here in Johannesburg, South Africa. I want to applaud the sitting reflection. I think it's about time that we need to make sure that the voices of men is amplified. Because most of the time when South Africa, the world as a whole, when we speak of gender-based violence and femicide, which speaks to the killing of women and children, which is at a high rate in our country currently in South Africa. But when we speak of gender-based violence, we tend to neglect the boy child, the man. Why am I saying this? Women, we need to put emphasis on the fact that women are masters of manipulation at times. Why do I say this? Women are very good at being abusive emotionally, mentally, to men. And you find that because men don't have the physical scar that we can see externally, men will not talk, and we will not believe him when he says, I am being emotionally abused by my wife. How do they abuse? The things we say, the things women say. Women tend to have a vile tongue. The things we say to the men in our homes, the things we say to other women about themselves. And we tend to sweep that under the carpet, because with a man, he tends to make sure that you have a scar physically that you see most of the time. So I want to say that we need to also be cognizant of saying that there are a lot of men who don't have physical outward scars, but internally they are dying. That is why we find there's a high rate of suicide amongst men. because men don't talk. Sometimes you'll hear that, this person committed suicide, and everyone will say, but they were fine, everything was okay. We never saw the physical scar. Maybe within themselves they were going through a lot. And I liked the fact that people are recognizing that it's okay to not be okay. Let's talk of the cyberbullying that happens. Women, we are very quick to share and rejoice in another woman's pain. We are very quick when we see breaking news about somebody. If it's bad, we are the first to want to click share and give it to everybody else. But if it's good, we're not going to do that. Holistically, these are things that need to be spoken about because people don't realize that even the sharing and the things you comment on social media, that part of it is gender-based violence. It doesn't start when somebody has been physically injured. The things you say, the things you do. We are raising boy children. We are raising girl children. We need to unlearn the rot that we grew up knowing. I'll make one last example. When we grew up, most of us here, we grew up with aunts, sisters, and aunts and uncles and mothers who lived under the Begazela notion that if you get married, no matter what happens, you don't come out. Others, we grew up under the notion that if my boyfriend doesn't beat me up, he doesn't love me. So we still carry that notion with us. And as a result, we are now adults, we are raising children. We ourselves need healing. We ourselves need to learn and unlearn that rot that we grew up with so that we can be able to remove the toxic masculinity that our children might inherit. And the generation yet unborn will turn around and say to us, why did you remain silent? Or in fact, you were speaking, the model laws were good, but the implementation was 0 to none. So I want to applaud this chamber for having this sitting. And indeed, mental health is a human issue. And indeed, we need to make sure that we amplify, when we say gender, also emphasize on men. And also lastly, 21st November, we're having the national women's shutdown in South Africa. This is the G20. All the women, turn your profile pictures to purple. We will be at 12 midday, dressed in black, lie down wherever you are. We are standing in solitude to say our government must recognize and acknowledge that gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa is a national crisis, a national disaster. And we implore all the men to be allies and support us in this movement. I thank you.
I do want to also take a moment to acknowledge you, Miss CBC. You are a true activist. I see you in all of these spaces. I remember you from the National Dialogue. You use your voice, so you are an activist of note. I would like to acknowledge you for that. I have a timer here that says 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. So can we please keep these last two questions to the shortest that they can be? 1 and 2, and then we'll be done.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the panelists up there for the engagement today. My name is Millicent Setaile and I'm from Botswana. I think my engagement with mental health, I would like to link it to resource mobilization. I think having worked with Paramount and MTV Staying Alive Foundation and understanding the work that goes behind the storytelling and the awareness raising, it is quite crucial that our governments, and I'm speaking to governments because this room is filled with people who are influencing government one way or the other, that it's high time that we prioritize funding initiatives that actually speak to programs that are capacitating and etc. Because government does just not have capacity to ensure that it can program for such. So my plea to people in this room is that we need to push our governments to ensuring that when it's prioritizing funding and when it's prioritizing resources that speak to mental health, it's ensuring that it's giving it to the right organizations and the right people to ensure that if UNFPA can advocate for access to SRHR services everywhere and in every corner of the world, we can actually ensure that we're doing the same thing with mental health. So thank you.
Okay, last one, Jonas, it's yours.
Only one called by name. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jonas Ndlovu. I'm representing Blind SA. Chair, if You may, just 100 seconds. If I do, cut me. Mr. Twala, good morning, afternoon, sir. My recommendation and maybe somewhat of a plea is that with this documentary that is being produced, may you kindly consider audio description for it. Maybe in sort of a question, will it have audio description? And if not, please do. But when you do audio description, if you can just tailor it for an African audience, don't do the audio description that's gonna speak over the subtitles. And the reason I'm saying that is because I heard there's African languages being used, and sometimes you'd have audio description that speaks over titles. Entertainment and information industry is one of the ways that people deal with mental health. Just to give context of what it is that I'm actually saying, 50 seconds. Like when you watch Queen Sono there by Netflix there's various languages that are used. It's not only English. But if somebody speaks an African language, an audio descriptions will speak over it in English. So if Miss Tusi there, her character is speaking in Zulu, you wouldn't get the authentic, experience of listening to that in a language you know and understand, because it will be audio described. The subtitles would be read over in English, and that doesn't allow you an authentic experience as a person who understands that language. Thank you. It's just a recommendation. Please look into it. If budget doesn't allow, it's fine. But hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
And just to Mr. Twala, before you answer his question, which I'd like for you to please answer it first, Jonas is visually impaired. He's a politics student, but he is amongst some of the most top performing students in his class. When there is a speech that needs to be done, he stands in front of the class. He is the most well-spoken, and he reads his speech in Braille. He is in a class with, what is the word? Versus disabled and able-bodied. He, amongst a class of able-bodied students, he is still top performing at the University of Pretoria. So can we please give him a round of applause? Mr. Twala, let's talk about the budget for accessibility.
No, I think thank you. In the spirit, my sister said it, in the spirit of learning and unlearning, I think I receive. The intention behind today really is to really foster partnership. I'm going to try and answer everything and wrap it up because I know everything is moving. But firstly, it's really to thank everybody for creating this safe space. This has been a work of passion for myself, my teams, for a lot of people, our partners, etc. It's been a work of passion and really rooted in purpose. And yes, I think making this accessible as broadly as we can is very, very important. We are officially only launching it in 2 weeks' time. We are taking it to the Soweto Theatre next week to be screened. We want to take it to schools. We want to take it to universities. I think someone mentioned the importance of making sure that this is part of curriculum. This is something we want to partner with. We've engaged with our hosts. And obviously we also want to really use this opportunity to also influence policymakers from a resource perspective. It talks to that budget to enable that it's multilingual and it's delivered in a way that is accessible for everyone. We want also to use this opportunity as a forum to not only influence policymakers and resource and lobby for more resources that really help young people, because I think we realize where it's at. So this is purpose work that we are mindful of all the time. I think the other question was around, I think AI. What a scary place. What an unpredictable space. We need to be very honest with ourselves. It's got a lot to do with enabling. I've heard scary stories about young kids who are referencing AI on how to take their lives. You know, so yes, whilst we are being enabled, I think we also have to be very cautious on how we are also providing young people with the right tools. Not only young people, I think all of us with the right tools to do that. I think that's a work in progress. The big idea, I think for me, the big idea is simple. It's about how we all show up for each other across all our institutions, across all these countries that are involved and make this amazing, diverse, colorful Africa. It's going to take all of us to really partner and create, a better world, a better Africa. Thank you.
I have to close the talk now. I was going to touch on the issue that Ms. Sihle raised about the boy child, but we do have to go to lunch. So I guess that's something that we can take offline. So on the 25th of November, the global campaign for the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence starts. And this year, the campaign is focusing on growing issues of abuse, harassment, and control through technology. And it's calling for governments, tech companies, and individuals to work together to make digital spaces safer. So on that note, I would like to thank our panelists for their wisdom, our audience for your engagement, and everyone who made today possible. Mental health is not just a personal journey, it's a collective responsibility. Let's continue to speak up. Together we can build a future where every young person feels seen, heard, and empowered to thrive. Thank you, and let's keep the conversation going.
Ever had your phone shoot lightning? An attack with no sound? When someone comes for you online, your image tapped, shared, and multiplied, it's public. But only you feel it spear through your thoughts. Until your body isn't yours. Until you can't work the same. Can't concentrate. Can't clean shame off the smiles you wear, pretending none of it struck you. And from a cyberstorm, you ask for help. To delete the comments and take the pictures down. But you're met with slow systems and silence. If you turned your trauma into a song for copyright, it would have more protection than a woman online. Can't we do better than these shoddy rights? Give our image and our bodies rights. Real repercussions when lightning strikes. Abuse won't end on its own. We have to fight.
You guys,
ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause. What an incredible panel. Can I please ask our guests to just wait for a minute? The rest of you, lunch has begun. Please make your way there. We've kind of eaten it, well, you have eaten into your lunchtime. We have to come back here at 2:30, so please hurry so that you can have some lunch. Our guests, please follow me. Sorry, our panel, Pearl, Monday, please follow me this way. I think that way. All right. Thank you.
Govern in the best interest of its people. This is the very essence of the African theory and mechanism. Our journey does not originate from boardrooms and policy documents, but in the bold inspirations of African leaders who dare to imagine.
Like we were
I own it. You must own it. So today my team was like, yes. Oh, she made it. Yes, oh, sorry. Yeah. I supposed to one of them. You like also? Yes. When I I'm not taking off my jacket. Wait, I'm still wearing shorts. Get comfortable. Get comfortable. My phone there. Okay, yes, get comfortable. Okay, test yours. Yeah. Right, we've got my fountains. Yes. What's up? So proud of you. Okay, I'm just so proud of coming back. Okay. Wait. Come, good smile. Okay, more. Okay, and then contact. Okay. Okay, I'm patient time. I'm fine. I'm just like, how do I get you from? Okay, this is a full body position now. Are you coming? I love it. It's so good. You want bread? I'm going to get your phone. Oh, it's yours. How much was yours? It's yeah. Oh, the flex. Do you want the flex? Definitely you want the flags. Yeah, you can get that angle. Pictures are with the flag. You know from South Africa. I like, but now you've got that screen. That's true. Yeah, you can say behind the flags. Yeah. So then, what's a nice that's a word substitution. Word substitution. I was told that like this, I don't know. I'll have it to you. Yeah. I'll give it so much. Wait, Monday. Smart, no, thank you. Thank you so much. No, thank you. Yeah. I don't put some. Those are the people in wine. I said to him, and my prayer was I prayed about it.
No, I was going to complete one.
That's why you are here. I made sure.
Yes, I'll come together. So next time you want to do that. Yeah. It's a plan. Yeah, so. Oh, okay, no problem. Welcome to your house.
Thank you for helping us and. Okay, this is guys.
The development and commit to the mutual accountability in governance. It was this pioneering spirit that in 2003 gave rise to the APRM, a voluntary mechanism established as a courageous and forward-looking initiative by the African Union member states. This commitment to self-assessment and peer learning continues to stand as a testament to the vision of our founding leaders. As former Nigerian President Obasanjo noted, in order to peer review ourselves, the idea of the African peer review mechanism was born. Ever since, NEPAD and the APRM have become the key drivers of the Agenda 2063.
In its early days, the APRM was learning to walk, taking its first determined steps on a long and vital journey. We celebrated each country that bravely underwent a review, and every report sparked crucial national conversations on how to improve governance. In its first 10 years, the APRM completed 17 full country reviews. After a brief period of reduced activity, the APRM was revitalized between 2016 and 2020 under its inaugural strategic plan. This foundational phase focused on implementing the 3R strategy on the restoration, reinvigoration, and renewal of the APRM. Key priorities included strengthening the capacity of the Continental Secretariat, reinvigorating the review process, integrating the APRM within the African Union architecture, and encouraging more AU member states to join the voluntary self-assessment. The plan saw a significant broadening of the APRM's mandate, a testament to the growing confidence that the African Union and its member states placed in our work. We deepened our focus on the quality and impact of our reviews, strengthened civil society engagement, and worked to ensure that our recommendations translated into tangible reforms at national level. We were no longer just walking, we were striding forward with greater confidence and a clearer sense of purpose.
As the years unfolded, so did the complexities of our continent. The world was changing, including the hard experience with COVID-19, and Africa was changing with it. The successes and lessons from our first strategic plan paved the way for our second plan, which covered the period 2020 to 2024. This wasn't just a continuation, it was an evolution. We moved from simply reinforcing the mechanism to enhancing its effectiveness, adding state resilience to the base questionnaire for country reviews, conceptualizing the governance support program, and developing the early warning for conflict prevention program, amongst other achievements. The drive for universal accession to the APRM brought 44 of the 55 AU member states on board, and by 2024, APRM had completed an impact assessment to measure our effectiveness.
And here we are today, launching our third strategic plan for the period 2025-2028. The world is more interconnected, the challenge more intricate, and the aspiration of our people higher than before. From the digital revolution and the climate crisis to the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063. These are the dynamic landscape that we must navigate. This plan is rooted in 3P strategy on professionalism, performance, and probity, as the APRM address governance challenge on the continent with impact. Key initiatives include the implementation of the governance support program, funding for national program of action, capacity development for APRM continental and national offices, and the integration of e-governance as sixth thematic area for the review process.
Our strategic plan for 2025 to 2028 has 4 themes: implementation of the APRM mandate with impact, institutional strengthening, enhanced capacity of APRM structures, resource mobilization, partnerships and financing, communications, advocacy, and outreach. This strategic plan is more than just a document. It is a solemn promise to our fellow Africans, a promise that the APRM will remain a beacon of good governance, a catalyst for positive change, and a steadfast partner on our collective journey towards the Africa we want.
What is the problem? This is a call for implementation of this strategic plan by all national and continental structures. All hands should be on deck.
Implementation with impact starts with you. We thank you for your attention.
My sister.
And that's the condition.
Yet.
Yeah, but
Where are they?
yeah, but so no one like
Distinguished colleagues and members of the APRM family, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the virtual launch of the APRM strategic plan for 2025 to 2028. Today, we gather to reaffirm a shared vision, the vision of a peaceful and prosperous continent, one that is governed in the best interests of its people. This is the very essence of the African peer review mechanism. Our journey does not originate from boardrooms and
Jana. Ish. Sasa leo ni mwenzi po. Yazi matanga amakhulu akwazi ukwenza su njengami and ngimphutshane nasesitulweni ngiyajinga ngihlali like su yabajonga ufuna nihlale njani angiboni lena njani.
Dear African youth, greetings from the Pan-African Parliament. It is with great pride and purpose that I invite you to the APRM 5th Youth Symposium, taking place between the 10th and the 11th of November, right here at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. This is more than just a symposium. It is a movement, your movement.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our continent.
Under the banner of youth and governance, from promise to prosperity, we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions. To provoke, to lead. Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme. It is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up, to shake things up.
We have seen a dramatic scaling up of the way the APRM has been perceived.
The transition between the previous CEO and the current CEO looked like it has really gone really smoothly.
We have noticed as APRM Secretariat a continuation of many programs which have already started since the former leadership led by Professor Eddie Maloka.
And of course, like any other institution, it had instances as well as spaces where it needed strengthening, where it needed renewal. And I think the kind of energy that she's brought in, more especially as the first ever woman chief executive officer of the organization.
The fact in itself that we have a lady at the helm leading the APRM process is an achievement. It's a clear reflection of good governance, by the way.
Elle est arrivée avec une vision claire, renforcer le rôle des structures nationales, améliorer le suivi des plans d'action et faire du MAP un acteur incontournable de la gouvernance sur notre continent.
In terms of the Directorate of Operations, we have seen significant improvements in the operating effectiveness and efficiency of the APRM. We have seen the introduction of the 3Ps internal strategy of professionalism, probity, and performance, which has actually ensured strict compliance with financial rules, procurement processes, and adequate planning of program activities.
Now, the challenge is when you inherit a success story, what do you do? So what we've done, we've evaluated the APRM. There was already an impact assessment report. And then we developed a strategic plan as to how then do we build on the strong foundation that had already existed.
When I went through the strategic plan that had been developed, I asked myself the question, I think the APRM is now becoming the hub, for the implementation of the African Union agenda. And more importantly, with the introduction of the e-governance.
So that has been introduced as the sixth thematic area in the APRM, and it's consequential across all the other themes. But not only that, it's consequential both internally for us as an institution, that we are going to improve the way we function. We are going to operate more efficiently. As you know, we have been going through austerity as an institution. By focusing on e-governance and looking at the technology tools and innovations that are before us, we improve the way we function as an organization, the African Peer Review Mechanism, Continental Secretariat, but we also then take that out into all our work.
And all of us can agree with that e-governance will help us to accelerate the implementation of our agendas 2063.
And the strategic direction she intends to take this APRM really, for me, is something that's definitely going to change the trajectory of our continent in as far as governance and progress is concerned. Change for better, of course. One thing that I can say for sure is that the new CEO, who is no longer new because she's 1 year old now, has done a great job in not just revitalizing the APRM Secretariat in terms of it's been effective with its mandate, but also brought in new fresh breath in terms of how APRM is perceived.
One thing I've noticed from the Continental Secretariat is the turnaround time for things to be done. In the past, as NGCs, one of our problems had been that things don't get done in time for us to also work within our prospective member states.
Visibility that we've given APRM and looking forward with her to continue that visibility, expanding APRM's work in the 6th region.
This year, many things have happened. The adoption of the Africa Community Rating Agency. We are even now going to pilot the governance index. About 12 countries are in the first pilot, including Uganda.
I have had the opportunity to interact with the African Peer Review Mechanism while it was still under the leadership of its former CEO, Professor Maloka, and its current leadership under Ambassador Marie Antoinette. One of the things that are worth highlighting is the visibility that the African Peer Review Mechanism has had over the past 1 year.
We've repositioned the APRM, and our focus now is tangible results and impact. And we're seeing quite a bit of results and impact in the way we engage with the member states, in the way we are strengthening the Continental Secretariat, in the way we are strengthening our presence across the continent.
And this transition that we are seeing is very important because it is encouraging member states to become more inclusive.
Si je prends l'exemple du Sénégal, depuis l'arrivée de la directrice générale, nous avons pu élaborer le rapport national sur la gouvernance et également notre président récemment a été à Addis pour présenter les conclusions du rapport sur l'évaluation ciblée dans le secteur minier au Sénégal, dont le président même il a pris l'engagement devant ses pairs qu'il va mettre en œuvre les recommandations issues de ce rapport.
I'm only the CEO, but as I've said, the member states, the structure of the APRM is such that we have the member states. We have a panel of eminent persons. We have our national structures, and we have the Continental Secretariat staff with the support of the African Union Commission. This is how we work, and it's been a collective effort.
C'est un travail donc important qui a été réalisé en moins d'un an, et c'est hautement appréciable. Et nous aussi, au niveau de l'institution nationale, le MAEF national, va en profiter. Nous sommes déjà dans cette phase de redynamisation, et je ne peux que féliciter et encourager le travail qui a été accompli.
And so, by focusing on strengthening national structures, what we are looking at is ensuring that there is a continuity of the whole agenda. Institutions anchor agendas. We ensure that there's permanency in the things that we have done. So these programs are not just floating, but these programs are actually part of national public institutions. This is very, very important.
Because if we don't strengthen the national level, it will become difficult for the continental level to be able to diversify the program.
I was also very lucky because the past chair of the APRM, the Republic of Sierra Leone, and the current chair, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, have also shown tremendous support and political commitment towards the APRM, as well as all the member states of the APRM.
We just concluded successfully the third high-level forum on South-South cooperation for sustainable development.
For the first time, international and continental issues are being discussed, wherein Sierra Leoneans, young people are privy to this discussion and they are part of the discussion. It has not been the way.
When we speak of Agenda 2063, none but ourselves are going to ensure that that actually happens.
We have seen the establishment of the African Credit Rating Agency, and hopefully in the next few months, we'll see the launch of this big institution.
She has been able to organize a breakfast meeting at the margins of the African Union, where the Africa Credit Rating Agency was discussed and adopted by the heads of state.
And I think Africa should be proud of the APRM, that at least we are now introducing a credit agency that provides an alternative opinion to what the three big credit agencies globally have been producing for Africa. And that's very critical.
Introducing reforms and good performance is one thing. For her to succeed, she would require adequate financial and human resources. And I think this is the point where I would call all African countries to support her in this endeavor.
Financial support for member states has been a key challenge. 80% of our governance program activities are being funded by partners, and this dependence has made it difficult for the APRM Secretariat to execute its mandate.
It means that we have firstly to rethink our resourcing strategy. Where do we get resources? We have traditional sources of support or resources, and all that is changing. There's diminishing investment in the institutions we have traditionally dealt with. So innovative financing is key.
So for Sierra Leone, we are ready to support.
I wish that APRM can develop a mechanism within itself that will ensure that our African states really take note and heed to the recommendations that are being made by APRM so that they don't remain just recommendations, but they are acted upon.
You know, a lot of times on the continent, we speak of the lack of political will. And I must say that coming from the member states, there's strong political will, there's commitment, there's advocacy, and there's support for the APRM.
So we have been really blessed to have an up-close relationship with her in these initial days, and we look forward to continuing to work with her to bring visibility to APRM and support her in her mission.
Let's all be part of what is happening. Let's all be part of the change that we want to see happening in our continent.
We have also seen a good vibe regarding the teamwork.
Son style de leadership à la fois ferme, inclusif et visionnaire a ouvert une nouvelle voie pour le Maroc.
I would like to once again thank the member states, but also thank the staff of the APRM. They've really responded very well to this new call to reposition the APRM and make sure that our mandate is much more focused on tangible results and impact. The APRM is like a family. So the APRM family really came together to make sure that collectively we become successful. We deliver on the mandate. And this is fundamental to the success of any organ. That unity, that collective responsibility, the political will, it's there, and the commitment to make things work.
Since 2019, an African philanthropic foundation has been interviewing thousands of young people across the continent.
By 2030, Africans will make up 42% of the world's young people. So their young people need to be listened to. The Africa Youth Survey has questioned thousands of young people across the continent.
This week on One World, we're taking a look at some of the findings from the Africa Youth Survey. Researchers conducted 14,000 face-to-face interviews across 25 African countries. Here's why that's important. The IMF says by 2035, there will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. With so much at stake, many young Africans are taking matters into their own hands.
As the fastest growing demographic globally, African youth are the ones to watch. How will they shape their countries, influence the continent, and make their mark on the global stage? Now, in its third iteration, the African Youth Survey is the most comprehensive research into Africa's youth. It provides an in-depth look at the perspectives, sentiments, and intentions of young people across the continent on critical social, political, and environmental issues. Despite the significant economic challenges they face, African youth remain hopeful and ambitious. Attitudes about the overall direction of the continent and their countries remain negative, but there are small improvements following dips during COVID. There is a sense that the youth still believe that things can be turned around. Corruption is the single greatest hurdle they face to achieve their own potential, and there is support for a range of policies to address it, including police task forces, tougher penalties, and banning those convicted of corruption from standing for public office. Almost 60% are looking to emigrate in the next 5 years, with North America being the top destination of choice, followed by Western Europe. The youth want change. Although the majority still believe in democracy, many are turning away from the Western concept of democracy in favor of an African-infused system that will deliver the results they desire. More alarmingly, nearly 1 in 3 believe that non-democratic systems could be preferable under certain circumstances. In many African countries, young people fear political instability. They feel the negative impact of terrorism, insurgency, and armed conflict. Concerningly, there is a sharp increase in the number of young people who are approached themselves by terrorist recruiters or know someone who has been approached or joined a terrorist group. The majority of African youth do remain skeptical of foreign influence for fear of exploitation of their country's natural resources. Youth continue to identify China and the United States as the 2 most influential foreign powers in the region. An increasing proportion view the impact of Russia's influence in their country negatively. 3/4 are concerned about climate change, and 4 in 5 say their government needs to be doing more to address it. 2 in 5 youth now report spending more than 1/4 of their income on accessing clean water.
African youth appear very tech-savvy. They believe that Wi-Fi access should be a fundamental human right. On the other hand, African youth are concerned about fake news, saying fake news affects their ability to stay informed.
African youth paint a cautiously optimistic picture of the future. They have greater confidence in what's possible. They will start businesses or move overseas to pursue opportunities.
What gives us amazing hope is to see the ambition of youth wanting to be the positive change in their communities and in their environment. There is a very strong motivation amongst youth to go out and start businesses and to drive entrepreneurship.
The information is robust. We're able to predict trends because we're talking to the generation that counts. We're talking to the people who are going to make the future of the continent.
If there ever was a wake-up call to the West to say, invest in Africa, help create jobs, help keep Africans in Africa, it's now.
The Global Digital Compact and other international initiatives must accommodate Africa's positions, demands, and expectations so that we can collaborate as equals who bring essential expertise to global digital governance, not as recipients of externally designed solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the gap between policy and reality can only be bridged through measurable actions. Today, let us prioritize digitization of essential services, invest in connectivity and shared infrastructure, and create inclusive products for the next generation of Africans. Africa's time in the digital age is not coming. It is already here. We must shape the global digital economy as co-creators, not consumers. In this decisive decade, the hand that holds Africa's data holds Africa's future. That hand must be African, and I insist, that hand must be African.
Dear African youth, greetings from the Pan-African Parliament. It is with great pride and purpose that I invite you to the APRM 5th Youth Symposium, taking place between the 10th and the 11th of November, right here at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa. This is more than just a symposium. It is a movement, your movement.
The APRM Youth Symposium is a platform built by and for young Africans to speak truth to power, to challenge the status quo, and to reshape governance across our continent.
Under the banner of youth and governance, from promise to prosperity, we reject the worn-out cliche that young people are the leaders of tomorrow.
You are the leaders of today, right now. Across the continent, your voices echo in the streets of our capitals. We hear you. You're not asking for charity. You're demanding justice, jobs, education, climate action, peace, and your seat at the decision-making table.
Come ready with your questions, to provoke, to lead. Venez avec vos idées, venez avec vos énergies et surtout beaucoup d'enthousiasme.
From promise to prosperity, it's not just a theme, it is a call to action to win the battle for good governance.
This is our moment to make history, to speak up, to show up, to shake things up.
The Africa Governance Report 2025 lays down a bold blueprint to govern our land, minerals, and oceans with purpose, with power, and on our terms.
The theme of this edition of the report is one of critical importance to Africa's future: natural resource governance. The key findings and recommendations of the report present actionable governance pathways aimed at strengthening the management of land and agricultural resources, mineral and extractive resources, marine resources, and the blue economy. Importantly, AGR 25 also provides practical guidelines for the implementation of reforms to improve natural resource governance at national, regional, and continental levels. In my view, AGR 25 on natural resource governance in Africa is the most important document of our time. It provides a comprehensive framework on how Africa can, in this current geopolitical climate, reposition itself to become a prominent player both politically and economically.
The promise of the blue economy is clear. AGR 25 calls for stronger governance, homegrown innovation, and bold action to unlock it.
Africa's vast marine and freshwater resources are a critical yet underutilized asset for sustainable development of the continent. One of the key recommendations emerging from the report is the urgent need to ensure a conducive enabling environment for blue economy development, and this is through harmonized and strengthened governance and regulatory frameworks. Decision makers of today need to be open to embracing and scaling these homegrown solutions that are coming from the continent's young people to take us forward into a bright and sustainable future.
Illicit financial flows are draining billions. This report pushes back, demanding transparency, reform, and African-led accountability.
So it's estimated that in excess of $88 billion annually flow out of Africa through illicit financial flows. Now that can be through trade, mispricing, misinvoicing, corruption, as well as money laundering.
Illicit financial flows are not a new topic. They've been plaguing the continent for a very long time. We had the Thabo Mbeki high-level panel report that actually came out in 2015 highlighting that over $50 billion were leaving the continent. In a later study that came out in 2019, 2020, we actually saw that there's $88.6 billion actually leaving the continent. And this affects Africa's ability to invest in growth and development, in infrastructure, in health and education services, as well as human rights, women, youth, people with disabilities.
Tax systems must work for Africans. AGR 25 makes the case for fair policy, domestic revenue, and capturing real value from our resources.
Natural resources
form part of the continent's capital wealth. When we talk about Africa being mineral resource rich or natural resource rich, we include in that valuation the natural resources that are there in terms of the mineral resources, the oil and gas, the marine resources and the biodiversity that come with it, and the vast land that is there to be exploited and developed into what will be transformed into human capital. A good case in point is Zambia, that has over the past decade revised its legislation to respond to some of the pertinent needs that were there in the mining sector, to ensure that they are able to attract investment, and this investment can also sustainably contribute to development.
Africa is endowed with approximately 30% of the world's critical mineral reserves, including those essential to the global energy transition. Yet, despite this natural wealth, the continent continues to face significant revenue losses.
So something that we found quite significant about this report is that whilst it does emphasize mineral resources, which has been largely the key focus on the continent at large, it equally amplifies the necessity to recognize the true value of Africa's land, as well as its marine resources.
Land is power. Uganda's case shows how national insight can shape continental change.
Now, the African Governance Report of 2025 confirms what we've always known, that is, retaining the value of our resources, both land, minerals, marine, is no longer a luxury. It's actually an imperative. We find that Africa retains only about 10 to 15% of the total value of its mineral resources, highlighting a major gap in local value addition through processing and manufacturing. There are governance challenges that persist. Across many African countries, we find that there are weak institutions, a lack of transparency, and inequitable sharing of resource revenues. And I have to highlight that this idea of political accountability is important, because when we look at the continent, we see that there is a diversity of institutions, and that the configurations of these political institutions often really determines how resource revenue are shared. So some countries tend to have democratic institutions and others not. Others tend to save their resource revenue for the future, and others consume right now and not thinking about future generations.
Behind the scenes, voices from across governments, civil society, and communities shape this report. What they said matters.
In relation to land resource governance, the APRM has undertaken two country institutional consultations in Senegal and Uganda. When it comes to land resource governance, there's a few issues that have been recurring, especially when it comes to land tenure system. And I think in that particular case, we can look at Uganda, which has a very complex land tenure system that is actually divided into 4 tiers. So the first tier looks at the custom system, which is governed by customary laws. The other system is the Milo law, which is very specific to Uganda, we must say. Then we also look at the lease system as well as the freehold system.
But none of this works without people. AGR 25 calls for investment in skills, movement of talent, and the infrastructure to turn resources into results.
The biggest issue around natural resource governance on the continent revolves around the question of human capital. You need human capital to develop practically anything in the entire ecosystem spectrum or value chain of natural resources, whether you're talking of land, whether you're talking of marine resources, or whether you're talking of minerals. And the AGR 25 found that we have gross deficits in labor at all levels. First, at the level of the state itself, when you look at the entities that are supposed to be involved in the development of these industries. Let's start with at the level of the commissions themselves. We have commissions, concessions commissions in these countries in which they are supposed to evaluate all the activities from exploration to trade.
And these commissions look at which industries come into a particular economy and jurisdiction, and you require specific skills in those commissions. The report actually points to serious deficits and deficiencies around the commissions.
This isn't just a report, it's a call to action. From the grassroots to the continental stage, AGR 25 charts the way forward.
AGR 25 offers strategic recommendations to the African Union and its member states, including introducing market liberalization reform in state-owned enterprises to optimize value generation and economic efficiency, strengthening institutions and regulatory frameworks responsible for resource management, developing legislative and policy frameworks to address the historical and ongoing impacts of colonial-era mining practices, leveraging artificial intelligence, e-governance tools, and skills development to modernize and enhance the performance of resource sectors, promoting private sector participation and development of local value chains for inclusive economic growth.
This is Africa's moment. To govern what is ours, to build from within, and to rise on our own terms. AGR 25 doesn't just reflect where we are, it defines where we go next.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. We'll be kicking off in about 5 minutes, so please do take your seats. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll be kicking off the afternoon program.
The Africa Governance Report 2025 lays down a bold blueprint to govern our land, minerals, and oceans with purpose, with power, and on our terms.
The theme of this edition of the report is one of critical importance to Africa's future: natural resource governance. The key findings and recommendations of the report present actionable governance pathways aimed at strengthening the management of land and agricultural resources, mineral and extractive resources, marine resources, and the blue economy. Importantly, AGR 25 also provides practical guidelines for the implementation of reforms to improve natural resource governance at national, regional, and continental levels. In my view, AGR 25 on natural resource governance in Africa is the most important document of our time. It provides a comprehensive framework on how Africa can, in this current geopolitical climate, reposition itself to become a prominent player both politically and economically.
The promise of the blue economy is clear. AGR 25 calls for stronger governance, homegrown innovation, and bold action to unlock it.
Africa's vast marine and freshwater resources are a critical yet underutilized asset for sustainable development of the continent. One of the key recommendations emerging from the report is the urgent need to ensure a conducive enabling environment for blue economy development, and this is through harmonized and strengthened governance and regulatory frameworks. Decision makers of today need to be open to embracing and scaling these homegrown solutions that are coming from the continent's young people to take us forward into a bright and sustainable future.
Illicit financial flows are draining billions. This report pushes back, demanding transparency, reform, and African-led accountability.
So it's estimated that in excess of $88 billion annually flow out of Africa through illicit financial flows. Now that can be through trade, mispricing, misinvoicing, corruption, as well as money laundering.
Illicit financial flows are not a new topic. They've been plaguing the continent for a very long time. We had the Thabo Mbeki high-level panel report that actually came out in 2015 highlighting that over $50 billion were leaving the continent. In a later study that came out in 2019, 2020, we actually saw that there's $88.6 billion actually leaving the continent. And this affects Africa's ability to invest in growth and development, in infrastructure, in health and education services, as well as human rights, women, youth, people with disabilities.
Tax systems must work for Africans. AGR 25 makes the case for fair policy, domestic revenue, and capturing real value from our resources.
Natural resources form part of the continent's capital wealth. When we talk about Africa being mineral resource rich or natural resource rich, we include in that valuation the natural resources that are there in terms of the mineral resources, the oil and gas, the marine resources and the biodiversity that come with it, and the vast land that is there to be exploited and developed into what will be transformed into human capital. A good case in point is Zambia, that has over the past decade revised its legislation to respond to some of the pertinent needs that were there in the mining sector, to ensure that they are able to attract investment, and this investment can also sustainably contribute to development.
Africa is endowed with approximately 30% of the world's critical mineral reserves, including those essential to the global.
Oui, oui. Parce que je suis maintenant en Afrique. Ok. Oui, premier coup de pierre. Est-ce que tu peux trouver quelque chose? Mais moi, je remplisse cette décalage. Avec la oui, je vais l'appeler, je vais l'appeler. Je vais bien vers toi, pour parler. Ok, ciao, ciao. Roger, salut. Comment tu vas? Okay, je suis en région. Je vais montrer les stèles. Oui. Alors, mon père a besoin de. Est-ce que tu peux me rencontrer? Tu peux rencontrer. C'est la même son que tu avais fait. Dès que tu rentres, merci, tout le monde doit. Merci, ciao.
Hello.
So it's
Hago.
Good afternoon, dear delegates. Please do take your seats as quickly as possible. We will be commencing our program. As you do take your seats, for those of you who were not able yesterday or were not here yesterday to look at the survey and fill in the survey, it is right here. You can get the QR code and fill that in. Please contribute to that, because This is part of the APRM governance reports. Giving your views on the key issues will really contribute to the findings, make it a data-driven and information and evidence-based report. So please do contribute as you can. So the QR code is right here, and also on the televisions at the back if you are closer to that side. So please do engage on those. Also, if you need Wi-Fi, I think most people will have found Wi-Fi by now, but it is the freely accessible AU guest Wi-Fi. So please use that in order to get Wi-Fi. And last but not least, there's some lost and found things. So we still have that bank card that was found earlier. So if you are missing your bank card, please come to myself or Harmony. Will put you in the right direction of where that is being kept safely for you. And then somebody has also lost a white walking stick. Apparently it's foldable. So if you see that anywhere, please do bring it to us as well, and we will make sure it gets to the right hands. So thank you, everybody. Those of you online, thank you for your patience. We had some great breakaway sessions, and now we are ready to convene again for our afternoon program. Thank you all. We'll be kicking off imminently. Come back. iPad. It might have been. So before we have the presentation of the outcome document, I think it would be wonderful to hear from the floor any reflections on the breakout sessions before we go into the formal sessions, afternoon session. Would anybody like to share their reflections from the breakout groups? What did you, yes, wonderful. We have a hand over here. I'll turn off these mics so that you can turn yours on.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jamila Suleiman, and I'm from WITS, which is an organization known as the Associations of International Relations Scholars. We're part of the University of the Witwatersrand, and I was in the peace and security group, actually, and there were two major issues that were raised. So one of the first things was that it was highlighted in Nigeria, the DRC, and a few other countries about how neocolonialism is still very prevalent and how we need to actually find recommendations to sort out the root issue instead of just addressing the symptoms and blaming each other like how colonial powers have taught us. The second thing that was raised, and we all really love this one, was there was only one person in the room who raised the point of GBV. And the one thing I wanted to also personally shed light on is the fact that we currently have a purple movement going on, and it is a big movement. It was stagnant for a while, and now it's finally on the move. We have 500,000 signatures on our petition as of today. We are all changing our profile pictures to purple, and on the 21st, we show our power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is everyone aware of the purple movement? Would you like to explain that? Take a moment to explain it to everybody?
No problem. So
I'm saying that because it came up also in the session here on mental health as well.
Okay, no, not a problem. So I'll keep it as brief as possible. I understand that we have time constraints. However, this started off because we've been ignored. We, specifically the women of South Africa, we have been ignored. We have femicide going on. We have one of the highest rates of femicide going on. We have women and children being killed, murdered in their own homes. We have no sense of security. Our justice system fails us. When you go to a police station to report that you've been raped, they will put you in the same room as your rapist and say, sort it out. That's what's going on. That's the nicest thing they will do for you. And so we are sick of being killed. We are sick of being murdered. We're sick of having no voice, and we've decided that our government will hear us. Our president has been so quiet. He hasn't said a word on us. We are dying. We are being murdered. And that's the purple movement. We will not be quiet. We will not be silent. We are dying, and you will hear our cries. And this is South Africa, and we need to do better. We need to shape, and the other lady in our committee also said, we need to reshape the way that the idea of African women exists. Because the way that rape is used as a weapon in war, that is disgusting. You look at the DRC, you look at Sudan, you look at all of these countries, you look at the atrocities being committed towards women, you see the HIV rates in babies skyrocketing. That's what's going on. We are victims and we are survivors. But soon, if this keeps going on, we won't survive at all. So that's the purple movement. We want to be heard.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so I encourage others to engage with that very important movement for women. Critical. Would there be any other reflections from the breakaway sessions that we just had before lunch? Anything that struck you might want to share, just like has just been shared, some of the key points that came across? Yes, thank you. Because I think it's important because, again, identifying the commonalities and, again, what was the youth voice coming across in the different forums. Yes, please go ahead. And then I have another hand here. Yes, after you.
Oh, it's working. Thank you very much. My name is Shadrach. I'm from Wits University. Okay. My name is Shadrach. I'm from Wits University. I'd like to speak. I attended the e-governance breakaway session, and what struck me was the fact that the panelists made it a point that as Africans, we're not going to have e-governance if we're still dependent on Western infrastructure. For example, there are so many areas in Africa where there's no reliable internet connection. But for us to have e-governance so that everyone can access it, we can't just jump in and use infrastructure from the West, because by that we'll be surrendering our digital sovereignty. So I think that's something that struck me today, and we all should think about it. Thank you.
Very much. Fundamental point, the infrastructure that we need. We talk about digital inclusion and so on, but if you don't have the infrastructure, how will it actually happen? Please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Nadia Araz, and I'm from the National Youth Council of Namibia. And I was part of Committee Room 3 on the topic of strengthening African youth development and reimagining activism for equity and restorative justice. And I think for me personally, what came from the discussion is the importance of civil society, but also the importance of politics and young people in politics. Young people often shy away from politics, but we need to understand that you might not be interested in politics, but politics is definitely interested in you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can't escape politics, so let's try and shape it. Yes, thank you. And then we'll have this hand and that hand, purple there, and then we'll come forward. Thank you. Sorry.
My name is Lebo from the University of Johannesburg Community Engagement Unit. So I was in the breakaway session that addressed mental health, and also we had a documentary that we screened from the MTV or Paramount team. I think that it's very important that what I've learned from the session is very important that we pay attention to detail when it comes to people from various communities that might be going through mental health. And we have actually the power to promote SDG 3, which is mental well-being, and just take care of people in our communities, in our homes that might be going through mental health issues or sicknesses and don't have a stigma about it. And I think also looking at the issues of youth, I mean, I'm in a space in a university where we interact with students from different faculties, from different culture, color, and creed. And it's very important that, especially in the season, whether it's exam or not exam season, we should be able to communicate with each other. We should be able to also decampaign issues of cyberbullying, things that are bringing problematic issues to our communities. So I really thank the organizers of this program, and we should have more, more campaigns about mental health, workplace, home place. Yeah, thank you so much.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, please, yes, in the blue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am Shumelo Kaba, and I was part of the breakaway on data and participation and governance. Part of the things that stood out for me was a research or a study that was conducted by APRM, which actually confirmed that young people migrate to the most prominent country within their region. And I think the reason why this stood out for me is the fact that it explains the influx that we, for instance, have in Southern Africa, where majority of the people within this region migrate to South Africa, maybe mainly because of the fact that we know South Africa is the economic hub of the Southern African Democratic Community. So I think it explained the influx. Whether or not it's something which I know is a very contentious issue currently in our country, it's people migrating legally or illegally, but I think it just corroborated the fact that we have an influx of people coming from countries such as Malawi, such as Zimbabwe, as well as the DRC into South Africa. So I think that people actually move into South Africa as a result of the fact that they want greener pastures because of the underdevelopment that has been ongoing or transpiring in their own home countries. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Round of applause, please. Okay, we'll have in purple there, and then we'll be another one person there, and then we'll be coming over here, yes, to you. So we've got 3 more remarks, and then we're coming over here. Please. Go ahead.
Okay, now it's working. All right, I'm from the same breakout that he was in, and my name is Anesu. And one thing that we were concerned about was we're talking about youth participation, and we're actually thinking that APRM, if APRM can actually help with referrals to non-member states or even member states when they have new positions, when they have new countries setting up national structures, to actually refer people who've been a part of APRM meetings, who actually know about APRM, to be involved in those national structures. Because when they just send it to the governments, you know what the governments are going to do. They're never not going to find someone to put in there. And when they do put someone in there that doesn't know anything, that's what we were discussing earlier in this room. They put people who don't know anything about it, and then now you say APRM is not known out there. But then this person knows nothing about APRM. They get put in the national structures. They have to learn APRM first for like 2 years. And then only after that, maybe they'll spread it to someone else. Why not refer the people who've been already with APRM or attending APRM meetings to be in those national structures, because they already know what APRM is about, and then all they have to do now is to spread the word. Thank you.
Okay, yes, yes, sorry. We have to keep turning on and off our mics so that we can hear each other. Thank you very much. That's a great recommendation for APRM to see how those issues can be smoothed and the smooth transition in terms of the focal points and so on in national governments. Thank you. We had, yes, two people there, one in black and one in white, and then we're coming over here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Abio Mawere from Zimbabwe. I was in committee room 1, where we were talking about peace and security. I think that key takeaways were the issue of the young people when it comes to peace and security is urgent. It cannot be postponed. It should be addressed yesterday before tomorrow. Young people continue to be victims of armed conflicts in Africa. If we look at what is going on around the world in all these armed conflicts, young people are the victims, but we almost keep postponing or not addressing these issues at the highest level. We also discussed on the issue of how the African Union, through its structures, can ensure sustainable funding for youth-led peace-building initiatives across the continent, that organizations, NGOs, private sector, governments should come together and commit to the funding of peace-building initiatives by young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there have been recent changes in the way the AU can get funding for peace building as well, even from the UN system. So hopefully that should mean more of those funds do flow to the AU to then also be able to work with young people as well more directly. This is something that may actually happen. Next comment, please.
My name is Delan Chiponda from Zimbabwe. So I was in room 1, committee 1 on peace and security. And the major takeaways that we had was the emergence of the use of the Africa Free Trade Area by the youth and young people, and how the governments can collaborate in making projects and in making forums that may make youths aware of how they can enhance food security and can also enhance what we call peace in the food security sector. And we also discussed that there's another way of solving issues rather than always going to the streets and destroying infrastructure, because we're also going to cry again when another government comes in and starts fixing that same infrastructure. Yeah, I think that was my major takeaway from my committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important observations there. And also this intricate link between development and peace and security. Also, which one comes first, right? Is a big debate generally in development circles. Please, over to you.
Alrighty, thank you. Sanbonani igama Buhla kaSibanyoni, and I'm from WITS. I was in the Room 3, Strengthening African Youth Development and Reimagining Activism for Equity and Restorative Justice. And our key takeaways, like Our Lady has said, was just us engaging on whether everything is political and what is politics and what's our take on it. Is it coming to, if you don't come to politics, politics will often come to you because everything is political, well, in my standpoint. And also talking about like intergenerational conversations, the ones that we're having here in terms of us having the elders who are in power and having them tell us things that went wrong or things or how to run things, just like us learning from them, and how to also navigate that and come from a space of trying to be informed about policies, agreements, budgets, finance, and all of that jazz. And also thereafter, as a youth, having the agency to then have our government holding our government to be accountable for the budget, for finances, for policies that were agreed on in terms of implementation and so forth. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Did you have any recommendations that came through for APRM in that session specifically? Is there something APRM can do to help? In that session, did you have any suggestions for APRM from what you've just said in terms of increasing engagement?
Okay, that's on. For me, because I did make a comment, but it was mostly to the youth and how we engage, right? So we are here and we have this platform where we can engage with our elders, ask questions, learn more. And there was a lady that said there is knowledge and experience, right? And I was just talking about how this is a platform for us to come and learn, speak to them. But also I'm very interested in seeing how this would look like if now we were to go into the villages and we leave the parliament and we go find people and meet them where they are and we engage them based on their level and we say this is what APRM is and we think you should be engaging in politics because of this is how politics affect 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and 6 rather than talking to us here and then us going back to their communities seeming as if oh we know better or we think we're better than that. How does it look like for APRM to then decide to be like okay you know what let's go engage in this community and speak to them and meet them where they are. Listen to their needs, because we're also here, and I don't believe that many South African youths are represented here, because I come from a middle class. What is happening to the people of the lower class? Who's representing them, their needs, and their grievances? So for me, it was just like representation and inclusivity in terms of are we, but maybe I don't know, maybe APRM does go into spaces whereby they engage with people on that level. But for me, it was just also seeing how that can be possible.
Great, thank you. And I asked that question just because, you know, we have the opportunity to feed into what APRM is doing here through this symposium and also linking in, for example, to the communicators network that we launched this morning and how that can also, you know, address some of the issues that you've just spoken to. Thank you. Okay, we have one more hand here. We have 2 more hands here, actually 3. So I'm going to let 3 there. I haven't heard anything from this side. Anyone want to bring their hand up over here? I'm trying to be inclusive, even of all the different sides. Okay, and then one more here. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we are going here first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I just have a quick question with respect to the conversations on peace and security. I think it's very difficult right now to have any conversation about peace and security without associating it with the impact of natural resources, the impact of minerals. I just wanted to find out whether that conversation had been had, because I come from a region, West Africa, where we're having that conversation all the time. We've seen what's happened in the Sahel and so on. But I mean, even in the SADC region, we know what's happening with the Lobito corridor. G20, we know that we've probably heard that Trump doesn't want to come to G20. And yet there's conversations around minerals. The link between that peace and security is so evident. I'm just wondering, are these conversations being had? Were these questions raised at some of these meetings today? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open that out to the floor. For those of you who were in the peace and security breakout, was the issue of extractives and minings brought up in the link? And if so, what were the reflections in terms of, you know, what can be done, what should be done? I mean, I think we know we even had some points on that raised by Dr. Madam Dlamini Zuma yesterday. In terms of value addition and so on. But would anyone like to let us know in the peace and security room? Yes, thank you, our friend from Zimbabwe. Yes, please.
Our reflective approach on that matter was, like I said, trying to have more activity in the Africa Free Trade Area so that we can enhance what we call trading amongst ourselves, so that if we get those minerals, they can help build the societies, the economies, the nations that are within the Africa atmosphere. Thank you.
Okay, great. So increase the trade of those minerals within the region, and I guess that would happen through industrialization in key hubs, regional hubs perhaps, or processing obviously in country. And there are many countries who are starting to have bans on exports of raw materials. I think this is something that some of our AU organs do track we track as an organization as well. So yeah, please do look at that information, and the more that these sorts of solutions are promoted, maybe they can provide this escape and more peace and security. We have three respective people who would like to speak up here. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is submission for the three of us. We are from room 2, talking on data, participation in governance. Okay. Yeah, our recommendations are for APRM, African Union, and the other mechanisms. And we have 3 key recommendations, which are to promote an African Charter on digital rights, guaranteeing a balance between security, freedom of expression. Promote a conditional continental protocol on the prohibition of internet shutdown during elections period in participation with regs. Launch an African digital rights barometer, regularly assessing countries on data protection of freedom, freedom of expression, and access to information. This was by EPD, hosted by EPD Afro Barometer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very clear and concise proposals, and for APRM to consider also with other partners as well across the AU. We have, I think there was one more here that I recall. Yes, this one. And then His Excellency would also like to give a comment as well. So first of all, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian. I'm from the Southern African Youth Forum. So what stood out for me in our group, it was on peace and security, is the National Action Plan on Peace and Security in DRC, where the young people of DRC managed to push for this plan so that the government can respond to the conflict which is taking place in DRC. According to the gentleman who presented, he said that the government could not resist because peace is, the DRC is in dire need of that peace. So they welcomed the development and they approved that plan, which they hope to operationalize. So I think as a recommendation, if there are organizations who are here who can fund the peace initiatives in DRC, we really need a peaceful DRC. Africa needs a peaceful Sudan, peaceful DRC. So I would urge them to also come on board and support those peace initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, fully agree. We do need peace in those locations. Elsewhere too, we're hearing more and more. So thank you for bringing that to the table. We have one more comment here. I'm going to close the floor now and also ask His Excellency Meriton also to give us some reflections. Please, first of all, up in the top.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I am Tawana Malapane, South African. I was in the Mental Health Committee. So I found myself toying with many questions. We are Africans after all. How or where do we draw a line between mental health and African spirituality? Can African healing systems help to heal mental health? Or in African spirituality, is there mental health issues or mental health is seen as ancestral calling? Or rather, modern mental health systems can heal African spirituality? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I saw some agreement there on that. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. Okay, and Your Excellency Meriton, please.
Thank you, Madam. I just wanted to appreciate the
the good work done by the different participants from the different groups. But what touched me most is the young lady who spoke about the purple movement. We are talking about AI, e-governance. We're talking about a network that we launched this morning. We are the 21st century, and yet we have these atrocities happening mostly against women. So it's a gross violation of human rights. You would want to think it is happening in a place where there is statelessness, but is it? So what are our governments doing about it? Are we turning a blind eye, a deaf ear? I mean, this is not human. We said we want to be human. We said it is from the heart. But if it is from the heart, would you do that to your brother, your sister, your wife? I mean, your husband? This is just inhuman, the most inhuman treatment that a human can be subject to. So I think if Madam CEO has already nodded to sensitizing something about it, if it were up to me, I would castrate all these people who would commit these crimes. But thank you. Thank you, the youth, for bringing this out. I mean, let us commit to the young girls who are fighting about it, that their voices may be heard, that they are reassured that they are not alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your vote of support for that. Do you have a social media profile? We'll be looking for you to be changing yours to purple as well on that date, right? Let's also CEO the same. Let's see if we can garner more support for this movement. Okay, on that note, we just thank you very much for sharing all of your reflections. Some of them not just from having been in the room, but also afterwards, just thinking about it, what next, and also thinking about the recommendations for APRM that come forward, and your work with APRM and your work also as ambassadors of what APRM does and ambassadors of youth in general as well. So really thank you for that feedback. It's very useful, and I think, again, will be helpful in thinking through the next symposium and also lots of actions in between. So we really look forward to that. Thank you. We're going to now move to the final formal two sessions of the symposium. And the first part is a presentation of the outcome document to the APRM networks and the African Union structures and really just clarifying what we have been discussing, what we've been doing, and proposals for next step. So I'd like to invite Mr. Hassan Ghazali to join us here from the APRM Communicators Network to present the outcome document. Thank you.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Hi. So we are going to read the outcomes, and after that we will have the honor to hand over to Your Excellency, Mayor of Johannesburg, Mr. Dada Muriru. So, Bismillah. The 5th APRM Youth Symposium was convened at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, Republic of South Africa. From 10 to 11 November 2025, the theme was Youth in Governance from Promise to Prosperity. The symposium was officially opened with a keynote address by His Excellency Vincent Emmanuel, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles. It was organized by the African Peer Review Mechanism in collaboration with the Government of Republic of South Africa, the Pan-African Parliament, and the Pan-African Youth Union. The symposium was attended by and supported by a wide range of partner institutions, including GIZ, Accord, Konrad Adenauer, Inclusive Society Institute, South African Institute for International Affairs, Institute of Pan-African Thoughts and Conversation, G20, Y20, Afrobarometer, prominent media, MTV, Ahmed Katrada Foundation, Organization International de la Francophone, European Partnership for Democracy, and UNDP and Family Foundation. On behalf of Government of Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Ngozi Mazumo, Minister of Public Service and Administration, and the APRM National Focal Point delivered a message to support and reaffirming South Africa's continuing commitment to the APRM and its initiatives. The symposium was further honored by the active participation of Her Excellency Dr. Dlamini Zuma, former chairperson of the African Union Commission. The deliberations and the outcomes of the APRM's fifth Youth Symposium 2025. Number one, record the decision of the late His Excellency Idriss Déby Itno, former President of the Republic of Chad and chair of the APRM Forum of Head of State Government to 2018 and until 2020, and the AU Champion of Youth, mandating that the APRM to convene an annual youth symposium to institutionalize youth participation in the APRM process and promote democracy, governance, accountability across the continent. Further recalled the outcome of the first APRM Youth Symposium held in N'Djamena, Republic of Chad in July 2018, which called for the mainstreaming of youth participation in APRM process and governance structures at all levels. Inspired by the forthcoming Africa Governance Report 2027, themed Youth and Governance in Africa towards global leadership, the symposium reaffirmed its commitment to evidence-based policy formulation and peer learning to advance Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Requests the African peer review mechanism through its national structure and its robust consultative process to conduct targeted review on youth, contributing to the review of the African Youth Charter 2026 and appraisal for responses to the needs of youth of this generation. Further, request the urgent establishment of African Union Youth Fund to support the resourcing of all youth development initiatives. Commend the excellent contribution of the outgoing African Union addict support to meet the needs of African youth engagement. Then, the youth inclusions and accountability urged African government to sign, ratify, and domesticate the AU treaties and protocol that promote the youth participations in governance, including the African Youth Charter, called upon young people to hold leaders accountable by advocating for the adoption of and implementation of the AU instruments on youth and women empowerment, underscored the importance of electoral reform that promote inclusive participation, including the reduction of candidacy fees for young aspirants and independent candidates. Then on peace, security, and stability, appealed to the African Union head of state and government to act decisively to restore peace and protect civilians in Sudan, Eastern DRC, Ethiopia, Mali, and the Sahel region, and the Central African Republic and Mozambique, Cabo Delgado province. Commend the excellent work by the African Youth Ambassador for Peace and AU countries that have launched their national plan of actions. The national plan of actions emphasize that sustainable peace and good governance are inexorable foundations for the prosperity of African youth. Economic empowerment and job creation, noted with concern the high youth unemployment, the experience barrier in recruitment, and the mismatch between education and market needs, and identify economic challenges amongst the youth as leading cause for drug abuse and mental health challenges. Called upon African Union governments to adopt inclusive job policies, promote entrepreneurship, and strengthen national youth development agencies and their equivalents to finance and mentor young innovators. Commend the government of South Africa for progressive legislation supporting youth empowerment, particularly through the National Youth Development Agency, NIDA, and notes it's a best practice. On governance and leadership renewal, express concern over the growing age gap between decision makers and the population they serve. Encourage the appointment of young leaders in executive and legislative roles, commending member states that have integrated youth into cabinet positions. Stress the need to ensure more youth-led representations in future APRM youth symposia and collaboration with other AU agencies, regional economic communities, and the need for African Union member state private sectors and development partners to support the hosting of the leading youth in governance continental platforms. On socio-economic development and innovation, discourage the continued export of African raw materials, urging the youth to acquire skills in science, technology, and innovations to enhance value addition and industrialization. Called for the full realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, and the operationalization of the Pan-African Payment and Settlements System to strengthen intra-Africa trade using local currencies. Welcome the establishment and launch of the Africa Credit Rating Agency and commend the Republic of Mauritius for hosting its headquarters. Urged governments to adopt gender-responsive budgeting to address gender-based violence and promote women economic inclusions. On continental integration, the movement noted with concern that Africa continues to be fragmented by colonial era borders and therefore encourage the ratification and implementation of the protocol of free movement of persons to strengthen the Pan-African unity and mobility. On the food security and sustainability development, expressed concern over persistent food insecurities despite Africa posing for over 60% of the world's arable land and called for renewed investment in agriculture, agro-processing, and climate resilience. Conclusion, the APRM will host a virtual session to reflect the actionable recommendation before the AU Mid-Year Summit through the AGR. The APRM will review outcomes of the past symposium and support member states in their implementation. The symposium reaffirmed that moving from promise to prosperity demands courage, solidarity, and innovation. Prosperity is not inherited, it's created through collective support efforts, visionary leadership, and accountable governance. The participants called for the institutional strengthening of the APRM and the allocation of adequate resources to sustain youth engagement programs with measurable impact. Finally, the delegation of the 5th APRM Youth Symposium pledged to build a legacy of active youth leadership, continental solidarity, and transformative governance in pursuit of peaceful prosperities and united Africa. Thank you so much, and declare for yourself. And now, as a symbolic action, we will hand over this outcome to His Excellency, the Mayor of Johannesburg, Mr. Dada Muhiro, to hand over it to the South Africa government. And also the same for Her Excellency, Ambassador Marie, the CEO of the APRM, to also hand over on behalf of the youth to the member state. Thank you so much, and please clap again to yourself and to the government of the South Africa. Which one am I supposed to take? All of them. It's okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for the government of South Africa for its commitment to all of Africa, but for the peace in the world.
Dumela. Mangwanani. Abayo. Okay. Yambo. Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Salam alaikum. Okay. So I've tried to cover the continent. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Fortune Charumbia, and honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Vincent Adeline Meriton. I had visited your island last December. I had fun. We have a beautiful place. The Honorable Minister in the Presidency of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Minister of the Public Service Administration, Nkosi Mzamo Buthelezi in your absentia, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, distinguished representatives of the African civil society organizations, esteemed academics and researchers, representatives of the regional and international development partners, distinguished leaders and youth delegates. How are you? And members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to stand before you and offer a message of support on behalf of the city of Johannesburg, in which the Pan-African Parliament is housed. We are delighted that the APRM chose our great city to host its 5th Youth Symposium, and we trust that the city has provided a conducive environment for this important gathering. We are a city to 5.8 million citizens, and we are continuously on the growth path. We commend the Africa Peer Review Mechanism for bringing together youth development practitioners and young leaders from various parts of the continent to engage on key issues pertaining to the realization of the Africa we want. We hope that there have been many fruitful discussions on youth empowerment, leadership development, and policy advocacy in pursuit of a better Africa. Whilst young people are engaging one another about their futures, it is of paramount importance equally and of great benefit is an intergenerational dialogue. And we must trust that this platform has also provided the opportunity for different generations to share ideas and sharpen thoughts around a host of issues facing young people. Next year will mark the 20th anniversary of the African Youth Charter, a key strategic framework for youth development on the continent. In this regard, it is important that we take stock of progress made and what's still to be done. Hence, the theme, From Promise to Prosperity, is quite befitting. From the African Youth Charter to the many aspirations asserted in the Agenda 2063, there has been steady progress in placing youth agenda at the center of the continental politics. A number of policies have been developed to advance youth development, yet we continue to see fewer young people involved in mainstream politics, in the economy, and in decision-making structures. Young people oftentimes express their dissatisfaction and have taken to modern ways of mobilizing, such as social media, and in other cases, they take to the streets. However, there's still a need for young people to amplify their voices and advocate for their futures. African cities are at the center of African development, and the residents of our cities are youthful. It is for that reason that a dialogue of this nature, where matters of peace and security are debated and discussed, we need to ensure full participation by young people in this continent. The 700 million Africans now live in cities. Africans now live in cities. And this number continues to grow, with experts predicting that by 2025, 60% of all Africans will be living in cities. And in fact, it's been projected that in the next 10 years, 70% of Africans will be living in urban centers. This rapid urbanization creates a challenge for development and city planning, but also a unique opportunities for cities to harness their demographic dividend for their own development and the development of their countries. In this regard, skills development and skills alignments become key to the success of youth development. However, the challenge I would like to place at the doorstep of this dialogue to young people is ending war in Africa, especially in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. That as young people, we need to engage with young people in the DRC, in the South Sudan, to ensure that we can bring about everlasting peace in our continent. I'm pointing out the DRC deliberately, because with peace in the DRC, Africa stands a better chance to be self-sufficient. And I think these dialogues must continue to look at those matters. I also stand in front of you to still argue that South Africa has a responsibility to ensure the growth of this continent and provide answers to the challenges that the continent is faced with. And South Africa as a country cannot stand by and not intervene in the challenges that we have in the continent. It is our responsibility to make this continent better. Young people must be skilled, and those skills must enhance the labor force, the industry, entrepreneurs that will propel our local economies to greater heights. Urban centers such as the city of Johannesburg must pursue the full participation of our governments in Africa, in the Africa Free Trade Area, which create one market for goods and services and make the African economy more globally competitive. I've had a discussion with the Premier of Gauteng, who in his plans wants to build a train, a fast train from Johannesburg to Limpopo province. I've argued with the Premier that in fact that train should go right up to Tanzania and Dar es Salaam. Then we are changing course as an African continent. Hopefully the Premier will accommodate my thoughts in the discussion. Imagine a fast train from Johannesburg right through to Dar es Salaam, going through Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Zambia. What will it do in changing course and growing the economy of our continent? engagements on how we enhance economic growth, reduce dependency, and increase city-to-city cooperation within our continent are critical. As the City of Johannesburg, we are open to enhancing international partnerships in the interest of the Africa we want. You'll be surprised that no city in South Africa has a sister-sister agreement with any city in the continent. And I guess that's where we must start. And probably Johannesburg must sign a sister-sister agreement with Bulawayo, as I'm already a host to a very huge population from Bulawayo. With that being said, the City of Johannesburg wishes to express its support to this youth symposium and wishes all the delegates well and trust that the deliberations have been fruitful for our collective African future. And thank you very much. Aluta, continue.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dada Morero. That was the executive mayor of this lovely city that we're in, the city of Johannesburg. To come share another message of support, I'd like to call on Mr. Bonga Sipesishe Makanya, who is the deputy chairperson of the South African National Youth Development Agency. So please, Mr. Bonga, make your way to the front. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause as he approaches the podium.
Amandla. Amandla. Awethu. Awethu. CEO of the APRM, Ambassador Mary Antoinette, Secretary General of the Progressive Youth Union, Honorable Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Dada Morero, Executive Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency in absentia, Chairpersons of Youth Councils across the African continent represented today, distinguished guests, and of course the young people in the room, I greet you all and want to convey a message on behalf of the National Youth Development Agency, which is the sole body responsible for youth development in South Africa. The conclusion of this youth symposium marks more than the end of deliberations. It signals the dawn of a generational movement. And as young people, we stand united in declaring that young people must no longer stand on the margins of governance, but must rise as fundamental players in shaping our nations. And of course, this means that we don't do this through defiance necessarily, but as a strategic duty that's aligned with Africa's collective vision for transformation. And I think our message today is very simple, that from Cape Town to Cairo, young people across Africa must occupy positions of leadership, not through charity, but by right. And I think having listened to the deliberations and all the outcomes, I think it's clear that young people are united in saying that young people must be given space in positions of governance and influence, and look at how do we create more young people in terms of developing our future leaders. And I want to encourage all of us here that as we leave today's session and we move away to our respective countries, some that are also here, that we do away with inward-looking policies. We do away with an inward-looking approach to our politics in our respective countries. That we look at an integrated youth development strategy across the African continent that speaks to what each country is doing and not be obsessed with how can this benefit South Africa, but how can this benefit Africa as a whole? And therefore, through the Pan-African Youth Union, we can see a more coordinated and strengthened youth development approach. And we want to say that having had some few deliberations, bilaterals, the independence of the youth formations in Africa becomes sacrosanct. So for countries that their youth councils are not necessarily independent to their ministries of women and youth, through the PYU, we want to call for a mass drive in terms of making sure that our national youth councils are independent and are able to actually drive the type of action that young people are looking for. And therefore, resistance becomes very, very important in the African continent. And we want to honor strides made by young activists across the continent in fighting for their rights and standing up for what they believe in. And we honor, for example, the Kenyan youth that is resisting policies in its own government to say, this is what we want to see, this is a change we want. Because for Africa to thrive, young people must be at the center of having a voice of the politics and the direction of their countries. Because South Africa, for example, is an example of what resistance looks like. This country was liberated by young people. A group of young people decided to form an organization called the African National Congress Youth League, which then shaped the direction, the political direction of the ANC at the time, at one of the worst times in our country. And young people, therefore, took up space in the political environment to shape the future that they want. And therefore, as we close this gathering, it's important that one message that must really be clear is that young people across Africa must be at the center of political developments in their respective countries, must be at the center of driving policies and innovation within their respective countries, and not be afraid to resist policies which don't speak to what young people hope and aspire for in their countries. We must have a voice in geopolitics. We've got growing pressure across the world of trying to influence the direction that Africa is taking. You have a USA who now wants to dictate what must happen in African countries. What are young people saying when a sitting president of the United States of America makes a declaration that the US Army must go into a sovereign state called Nigeria? Young people must be united in defending the sovereignty of this country, and we must be clear on how do we have a voice in geopolitics. But most importantly, we ought to promote regional economic development amongst ourselves. South Africa alone has a population of 60 million people. Africa has a population of 1.5 billion people for the continent. If you look at development in your own country independently, you will not reach the heights that you want to reach. We need to start thinking about our economies as one integrated space as opposed to individual countries. Because if you were to develop economic policies and programs designed only for South Africa, you'd be targeting a population and a market of 60 million people. But for the continent, it's a 1.5 billion continent. So, and with Africa having a 75% youth population by 2030, this is a massive opportunity for us as young people to really transform Africa into becoming a serious trading bloc amongst ourselves for this regional economic development. Young people are in business across the continent, and how do we, through these platforms, create opportunities for ourselves to market our businesses and our services that we can export to each other? I'll make an example of how here in South Africa, we've got a very big avocado economy in Limpopo, where young people are actually farming a lot of avocado. We've got an abundance of it. Why can't we trade with our neighboring countries as young people to promote our goods and services? So we ought to see developments from a regional perspective and not in an inward-looking perspective. I would encourage young people to take ownership of the economies and make sure that we're at the center of driving economic growth so that we are not left in the periphery, but at the center of driving business and innovation in our respective countries. There's a big drive on the digital economy. Data centers are being opened across Africa. What are young people saying about how do we access opportunities in the digital economy, in renewable energy, and new emerging sectors that are going to come out of Africa? So if there's one message that the NYDA would like to convey as we close off this session, young people must be at the center of economic development in Africa, not in their own countries, but as Africa as a whole, as a big trading bloc. And I think to touch on something which recently has been a hot potato within the geopolitical environment, the issue of migration. As young people across Africa, we must not be caught up in the contemporary politics of the day, which might want to seek to divide us and might want to seek to place other African young people as burdens or problems to the economic problems that they're facing. In as much as we support strengthened borders and response, but we must make it easy for Africans to move in between countries to promote trade, human capital, and human resources. For us to thrive as an African continent, we ought to promote trade amongst ourselves, the ease of movement of human capital, and not be drawn to want to create an impression that the economic misfortunes of young Africans are as a result of their fellow foreign counterparts. So as I close, Program Director, I really want to encourage us as young people to have a united front across Africa because our issues cut across. And I can't leave this platform without calling for the support of the Purple movement that is currently happening in South Africa, where young women and women across the country have taken a position that enough is enough, and therefore, on the 21st of November, would be demonstrating in terms of the issues of femicide and gender-based violence in the country. And as men of Africa and young men of Africa, we ought to support and be part of the change that we want to see in building a resilient economy and building a resilient Africa. And therefore, for us to really build the society that we want to believe, it starts with us as men not continuing to perpetuate the issues that affect women on a daily basis. And this is an issue that I think cuts across the entire African continent. We must create more space for young women to occupy positions of leadership. We must create space for young women to be at the center of their economies and create that environment that allows young women to thrive across Africa. And I think the NYDA firmly supports all the efforts that are made by women across the African continent to occupy strategic positions of power. And with that, I'd like to thank the organizers of the APRM and all the young people that are here today and congratulate what has been a fantastic and phenomenal symposium. Amandla.
Thank you so much, and we're happy to have great organizations such as yours being supportive of not only the APRM, but also the youth in the country and advocating for Pan-Africanism, working across the borders of this wonderful continent, rich, wealthy continent of ours, not only in minerals, not only in resources, but in people. Unfortunately, we have come to the end. We have two final remarks, closing statements, and a way forward. For that, I'd like to call on the Pan-African Parliament. I'd like to call on Mr. Damien Tessie, the APRM Chief of Staff and APRM Continental Secretariat, to come and give his closing remark. Thank you.
Standing on existing protocols, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my distinct honor to deliver this closing statement of this transformative 5th APRM Youth Symposium that was this year hosted in the Republic of South Africa. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to our CEO, Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Roscat, Chief Executive Officer of the APRM Continental Secretariat, whose visionary leadership continues to strengthen the mechanism work across the continent. On behalf of the APRM Continental Secretariat, I equally extend warm thanks to Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, the President of Pan-African Parliament, for his commitment to fostering inclusive governance and empowering youth participation throughout the PAP. Our appreciation also goes to Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi, Minister for the Public Service Administration and APRM focal point, for his unwavering support and dedication to strengthening governance systems and connecting policy with people. We also express heartfelt thanks to His Excellency Vincent Meriton, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, for reminding us that the true peace is built not only through stability, but through justice, opportunity, and human dignity. As former President Thabo Mbeki once said, those who complete the course of freedom must do so not for themselves, but for the millions who yearn for change. These words remind us that Africa's strength lies in its people, especially its youth, whose energy, imagination, and courage continue to define the soul of our continent. We warmly thank our ever so loyal esteemed partners and distinguished leaders for their invaluable contribution to the success of this 5th APR Youth Symposium. Over the past 2 days, this symposium has reaffirmed that Africa's young people are not the future, they are the present. Their voices, innovation, and digital creativity are already reshaping governance, challenging norms, and demanding accountability. But inclusion must go beyond rhetoric. Your inclusion must be economic, political, and digital. It must create pathways for employment, entrepreneurship, and innovation. It must guarantee access to information, connectivity, and digital tools that empower participation and transparency. The APRM stands ready to support these ambitions through collaborative initiatives that enhance governance, literacy, and digital inclusion across member states. Today, as the world faces uncertainty, from economic pressures to conflict and climate change, our youth are watching. Many are frustrated, some feel unseen, and others are losing hope. But to you, our Africa young leaders, I say, do not lose faith. Use the tools in your hands, your education, your digital platforms, your collective voice, to remain visible, informed, and united. Your agency is your power. As we conclude, I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to our colleagues at PAP who have supported us throughout these past weeks with access, services, and assistance that made these symposiums a success. To the team behind this event, the APRM organizing team, my colleagues, thank you for the tireless efforts, dedication, and attention to detail. Despite continuous challenges towards the provision of resources to the APRM, as you have echoed yesterday, your commitment ensured that every moment of the symposium reflected the spirit of Pan-African collaboration and youth empowerment. To Lennon, who have championed this event, well done. To the IT team and other support teams, the caterers, we could not have done this event without you. Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, Danko. I thank you and wish you all safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we'd like to call on the APRM. Early on, we say the APRM mother, the CEO herself, Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose Quatre, CEO and dear mother of this dear Youth Symposium. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we still here in the room? Okay, this is the final leg. His Excellency Vincent Meriton, former Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, thank you. Your Excellency Iselo Dada Moreno, the Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, thank you, my dear brother, for your support and engagement. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament and members of the Youth Caucus, the Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, and a dear brother as well, distinguished leaders and youth delegates still present in the room, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the curtains down on this feisty 5th APRM Youth Symposium, my heart is full of gratitude, pride, and joy of seeing the irrepressible passion of Africa's youth. This year's symposium was unusually energetic. Yesterday, you were here at 7 in the morning in the rain, and until 9 in the evening, still in the rain, demonstrating not only your passion for engagement, but also your unwavering dedication to learning, networking, and sharing your experiences. For that, my dear young brothers and sisters, I salute you, and I think you all deserve a big round of applause. Since yesterday, the courage and honesty which your statements exuded out of deep love for our continent are reminders that Africa's youth deserve to be at the helm of the decision-making table. No decision affecting them should be taken without them. You have expressed your raw frustrations and deep fears, but also revealed your legitimate dreams, those of an Africa where governance delivers on the aspirations of all citizens, where merit is the surest path to professional elevation, and where an ecosystem of peace underpins these dreams. I would like to assure you that my colleagues and I have listened to your roar, not for the sake of listening, but for the sake of fulfilling our missions as public servants better. Criticism does not make us insecure. If the catty remarks I've had to endure during my career on account of my gender, age, or citizenship achieve their purpose, which was hurting my ego, trust me, I would not be standing before you today. Criticism makes us grow. Growth, as you know, is never achieved in comfort zones, but in rough and uncharted terrain. Criticism is the fuel of our progress and the engine of our shared march towards the Africa we want. What we have heard your calls for inclusion, for dignity, for action. We appreciate and share your hunger for governance that is transparent, for economies that unlock opportunities for the have-nots, and for leadership that is responsive to its young people. Your reflections have not been uttered in vain. We will take your messages, your resolutions, your hopes, and your challenges to every corner of our institutions, city halls, private sector companies, civil society organizations, the APRM National Governing Council, the APRM Focal Points, the APRM Forum of Heads of State and Government, and the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government. Beyond piquing academic interest, your ideas must tangibly shape policies. The journey ahead of us will be undertaken collectively. Working hand in hand, we will unleash digital creativity and defiance to demand systematic accountability. This symposium's discussions will inform the Africa Governance Report of 2027 through the implementation of our APRM strategic plans, through our collaboration with national parliaments, civil society organizations, and youth councils. The Africa Governance Report 2027 will be participatory. Indeed, we will organize consultations such as the Africa's biggest youth survey, which you were asked to participate in. The Youth Charter at 20 must be collectively be reappraised, and the APRM is committed to working with all multilateral institutions, including the UN, to make sure that the Youth Charter remains fit for purpose and meets the need of the Gen Z and other generations to come. Youth are demanding change, and rightly so. Our leaders' promises must no longer be mirages, but visible oases. Please do not despair. Please keep engaging, organizing, and keep building. The transformation of Africa will not happen without you, but because of you. The future is unfolding before our eyes. It is not non-conforming and loud as the bangs on the gates of parliaments attest. The future is digital, as can be shown through disruptive experiments in startups, which revolutionize learning, payments, and community engagement. To our young peace builders, thank you for your unwavering commitment to end the conflicts that rob our continent of its promise. To our innovators, thank you for providing that Africa can lead in technology and creativity. And to our activists, thank you for holding us accountable and reminding us that governance without youth is bankrupt. We leave this symposium with renewed determination to ensure youth participation in national APRM structures and request all AU institutions to embark immediately on youth mainstreaming strategies, to institutionalize youth voices in governance frameworks, to help countries create real pathways for youth employment, innovation, and leadership, to produce an Africa Governance Report 2027 from promise to prosperity after continental consultations supported by youth and through youth, to produce a media report on actionable steps taken from these recommendations, and to develop an action plan to be shared by all of us here for implementation. As we put together the outcomes of this symposium and prepare to share them with all AU member states and the APR Forum of Heads of State and Government, I encourage you to deepen your engagement with the APRM. Please familiarize yourselves with APRM structures, especially national secretariats in your respective member states, which are critical conduits between the APRM Continental Secretariat, which I have the privilege of leading, and our 44 member states across the continent. Keep pushing, keep dreaming, keep fighting for the Africa we all want and the Africa we all deserve. And from my heart to yours, thank you for your courage, your brilliance, and your belief. I want to close by recognizing the immense effort put in the organization of this symposium, and to thank the Pan-African Parliament, all our partners, the youth volunteers from the University of Johannesburg, WITS, and UP, and the APRM team that have managed to achieve a record turnout of bold and brilliant youths across our continent. You all deserve a big round of applause. And it now gives me the immense pleasure to declare the 5th APRM Symposium, Youth Symposium, officially closed, And I wish you safe travels back to your respective homes. Thank you. Asante sana. Shukran. Merci.
Thank you so much, Mama CEO. They say if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And I think that is what we have achieved in this symposium. We'd like to say thank you to everyone who made this youth symposium a success, from the organizers to the speakers to the dignitaries and to you, our young leaders. Oh, even you. We've had the privilege of having great leaders and dignitaries in the room, not only having them present, but also having some very high valued commodities. That being their ear, their attention, and their willingness to collaborate. So thank you. To the youth, I say be brave and courageous, and let no man look down on you because of your youth. No man, including yourself. And when I say men, I mean men and women. But rather be an example of all in your word, in your conversations, in your demeanor, in your conduct, in your behavior, in your excellence, in your love, in your spirit, in your faith and faithfulness, and in integrity. Africa's future is not a distant dream. It is being shaped today by you, all of you who are here today. Africa's most dynamic and abundant resource. And with this 5th installment of the APRM Youth Symposium, we are well on our way, moving from promise to prosperity. Thank you.
All right, and that's us closing and hoping that you will have safe trips home. The only thing I will do, I can't be as articulate as Harmony. However, what I will do is also just mention a few housekeeping things, which is obviously please make sure as you leave that you've collected everything of yours. If you have lost property, please let APRM staff know. There is also the question for those who are collecting DSAs. Please do so. I think it's in committee room. Which committee room is it? Upstairs, committee room 1.
5.
Committee room 5, in fact, committee room 5. So if you're collecting DSA, please do that as quickly as possible afterwards. And yeah, that's all there is. We look forward to seeing you at the next symposium and all the activities in between. Thank you.
Where's the next symposium? I want to buy a ticket.
Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, please stand up as we sing the announcement. Oh, not the announcement, the anthem, the AU anthem. May we please start it again? Thank you.
Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to liberty and unity. Share this all, share this Now we're singing together. Tomorrow, the friend of destiny. Defend ourselves to fight together. For love, see peace and justice on earth. Speak Africa. Esencial do sol, esencial do céu. Façamos da África mudar vida. Uniting tones together to give the best we have to Africa. Celebrate the Roman kind of form of culture. Somehow,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your day. All the best, and God bless.
Hello? Hello? Hello, kindly. Any updates on logistics, like buses tomorrow for those who are leaving, please?